So we light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Go. possible.
And welcome everyone over here at Great Lakes Gaming. I'm very sorry. I am horrible at intros, everyone. I saw the laughter, Doc. Don't give me that today. My name is Orbital, joined here by the Doctor. We are here bringing you some Valorant action here at the 15 Kings Invitational, hosted by Monster Face. We are enjoying our time here, and of course, we have some fantastic teams coming out to play, and of course, this semifinals coming up. Doc, how you doing?
I'm feeling great. It's nice and early. The sun is out. The birds are chirping. We have a banger of a series ahead of us, decided by Twitter. So if it doesn't go the way we want it to, we definitely know that it's Twitter's fault, considering it was 97% voted to see this matchup that we here have today. So I did the math on it. Almost 300 people voted to see this specific matchup.
Yeah, you gotta love it, and you know for a fact these when a poll is that heavy to one side, it's pretty much the fans coming out, and that means that these guys have been in the scene for quite some time, right? Saw and Singularity both have a long history in Valorant already, and these organizations both are going at it tooth and nail for the first time in a best of 3 series.
Yeah. And I mean, they had some crazy showings yesterday as well. So, I mean, yesterday was all best of ones. Both teams had to be on their best every single map, every single round, and they managed to do it. And so they found themselves here in the semifinal matchup. And now we're in this best of 3. Things can get a little bit spicier now because even though you still need to be on your game, you can kind of have some fun with a couple rounds, right? A couple interesting rounds to be had. So we'll see what they decide to do. I am hearing from production. We are getting the map pick done just now. So we'll be able to get that up for you guys in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, and while we do, I want to go ahead and talk about what the 15 Kings Invitational has done. They run monthly tournaments coming out here, with Valorant only being the start. They have multiple different games that they kind of cover across most platforms. I mean, for instance, they even have a FIFA and COD tournament, both coming up here shortly. So make sure to go check them out, check out the Twitter, and go check out all they have to offer, right? Not just the shooters, not just these big name games or, semi-big names, of course. FIFA, gosh, I can't talk today. FIFA and COD are both, in my opinion, a little bit smaller communities, but dedicated. That is probably the best way I can say it there. So make sure, if you are interested in those, go ahead, check out all they have to offer and compete, right? Maybe you got to compete against some of these guys, right? Singularity and Saw coming out some big names, and go and enjoy yourselves. So also, another thing. Yeah, sorry.
Like if outside of those games, Orbital, they also have a Fortnite tournament coming up with a 4-time Fortnite world champion playing in that, Benji Fish. Obviously a huge opportunity if you guys want to get out there and play somebody of that caliber as well. So check out 15 Kings. They're lighting the scene up.
Yeah, and I think even for this tournament itself, they are doing something very special. They are doing a gaming chair giveaway. They have 10 of them to give away currently, so make sure to stay tuned within the Discord and the Twitter. Both of those will be updated regularly on whether they have them or not, or when the next one will drop. And I mean, come on, it's a gaming chair. Everyone wants a gaming chair. They're nice, they're comfortable, and they make you play just a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. It's like when you get racing seats in your car and you just feel like you can go faster. It's the same thing here. You game better. Every time you get just absolutely dumpstered around this corner, like, you can claim it's Peaker's advantage, but realistically, they just had a better gaming chair. So if you want to get to that level, join up on the Discord, get involved in that giveaway, and grab yourself some of that.
Yeah, and so now that we have kind of that out of the way, of course, and you're watching, make sure to keep up in the chat, enjoy yourselves, because again, like you said, 97% of the Twitter poll decided that these two teams are going to play against each other. And again, like you said as well, only best of ones. Both these teams went 3-0 in the original group stages, and again, here in the playoffs, they have won 5 games straight. The entire thing, a best of 5, if you will, or a full best of 5, first to 5. However, this is now a best of 3, a little bit different momentum shifts, a little bit different aspects to it. Kind of walk me through what we might or might not see as the teams have to compete and win 2 over their opponent.
Yeah, now that we have to win, multiple maps in a row over a single team, it gets a little bit spicier, because depending on the map pick that we are going to be seeing, because there are so many maps in the pool right now. Well, technically there's 5, but like, what we saw yesterday is that teams were not scared to play on any map in particular. We saw all of them for the most part across the board. So coming into this best of, you need to decide what are your best picks and decide if those are worth trying to keep in the pool, or if it's more important to just get out and ban away your worst picks. So once you can decide that game plan, you come into your map pick, you do that. Then you come into the games. You obviously need to play the game to a certain degree, but I think all the teams at this point are pretty solid in just the map pool, right? Like it hasn't changed much. We've added Icebox, but that was forever ago. Breeze not available for this tournament, so they don't have to worry about that so much. So it's practice maps. It's just which map are you going to be playing here today? That's what they're deciding right now.
Yeah, and I mean, out of all of them, like you said, Breeze not really available. Of course, no one really wants to bring that into a tournament just yet. There's still a few kings to work out in the map, but Icebox is still available, and of course, people still default over to the Bind, the Ascent, the Split. Right? I think that's been the top three, of course, coming through here. So, taking a look at these maps available, which ones do you expect once again to be seen at the very, very top, or at least played opening round?
So we're probably going to see Bind. It's so traditional. It's been played forever. It's probably the most played map in Valorant history so far. The other map that I would assume that we're going to be able to see is going to be Ascent as well. Very similar reasons. It's pretty even across the board. All the teams love the way it's played, so they're going to be able to have the most practice on that one as well. Maps I don't think we're going to see just because they've kind of been taken down a level is Split, because nobody really wants to play that still, even with the most recent changes to it. So I do expect that to be banned away, even though I like it. I think the changes have done it quite nicely. But the other map that is actually more tragically, in my opinion, probably not going to be played today is Haven. That map has seriously taken a downturn since people have started playing Icebox more competitively. And so we'll see probably more Icebox than Haven across the board today in both the semifinals and the grand finals, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, and of course we did get a little bit of an update. Of course, that was Saw had banned Split, and Singularity, Team Singularity had banned Haven. So of course we do get, I believe, Ascent, Bind, and of course Icebox. I think a favorite for anyone that either loves or hates Valorant. It is the first one that gave just about everyone some headaches. A lot of people came in very, very rough on that, but it also brought about a little bit of a change in terms of the styling. But of course, we won't see it right away. We are going to see Bind first, of course, staple, tried and true for these teams. And we'll, of course, you can see on your screen, Saw will be attacking first, and Team Singularity will be on the defensive. Both these guys, in my opinion, have not really been hard tested in the matches that at least I saw in the original group stages. They were both fairly well won, a max of like 6 rounds, taken by the opponent. So I'm very excited to see what they can do against each other here in the opening stages.
Yeah, and teams that are so dominant in group stages, I found, can sometimes kind of falter once we get to the breakout stages. So we'll see if those stomps, for lack of a better term, in the group stage kind of affects the way they play here now. That both teams had very similar results. Now they're playing a team, statistically, in at least this tournament, of the same caliber. Which team is really going to be able to break out and come ahead? And I think that the agent pick is really going to kind of come into play here, because we've been seeing a lot of different things. We've been seeing a lot of Sage wall plants come back into the meta, because there's so many ways you can get the Molotov off, whether it's the old fashioned Brimstone, which we haven't really been seeing that much of this tournament, or the Viper, who's been played every map I've commentated this event, at least. So it's just, I love to see it. It's an agent that's always been near and dear to my heart, that was just garbage for so long. Now she's been buffed up quite a bit, is seeing time in the meta, is doing a lot of work as well. So with the map picks that we have here, Bind, Ascent, Icebox, I think we're going to see a Viper every single game.
Yeah, and it's again strange to see that the fade out of the original meta that we had before. Viper now replacing a lot of those controllers. Of course, we probably won't see a Yoru, but another one that we have seen come back up is the Astra, and I think we've even seen a combination of the Astra and Sky put together. Which previously, when they first came out, of course, it was more along the lines of you don't want to touch either of these agents, right? They just don't bring that much to the table. They don't bring any optimization to the team composition. Yet now it's replaced so many standards, right? It's almost rare that you get some smokes coming out. The Omen, right, has faded out of the meta. The Cypher has really been relegated to very specialized roles on specific maps, which I think is just pretty crazy all on its own.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a heartbreaker. I personally don't see the Astra working as often as I think it should be for how often it's picked. The Sky pick, I love the way they combo. That's something that I think is very interesting. The way agents are going to be released in this game is that you can't take them at face value like you can in like some other games. Like when a new champion's released in League of Legends, you can very easily look at that champion just by itself and see if it actually works, and then you can pick team compositions around that. Whereas in agents in Valorant, I think that with each agent that's released, yes, you can try and take it at face value, but the power comes in how they synergize. And so you spoke of Yoru. He doesn't synergize with anybody because he's a duelist. He's supposed to be all by himself. He just doesn't work in his current state. But Astra and Sky, with a little bit of help from each other, really shine and can make a lot of different plays happen. And Astra, just the what's the word? Just the flexibility of her kit allows her to really overtake a lot of those previous smokers. So, because I mean, you can do the fake smoke, you can do a full smoke, you can do the gravity well, you can do the vulnerability. It's just there's so much you can do with this agent that other agents don't do. So they pick it, they combo it with something else that really works, like the Sky, and it's just. Sometimes you can even get that extra heal off with Sky, which is, as we've seen with Reyna, very, very powerful, especially in the early couple rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at Bind, one of the oldest maps that we have played, of course, you touched on it a little bit. What are the agents that you personally feel are going to be, I want to say, the highest play rate, right? Outside of the Viper, right? We pretty much know that's the standard. Everything else kind of feels up in the air. What are some of the compositions that you feel we're going to be seeing coming out in this game and then in the series in general?
So particularly on Bind, I think a very common composition that we're going to be seeing is probably going to be Viper, Jet, Sage, Sova, and then that fifth is kind of a flex. You can either go for something like the Sky for those bonus flashes, or you can go for another duelist. Yesterday we saw Raze being played. We also saw one team pick a Killjoy. So that fifth spot is the flex, but Viper, Sage, Sova, Jet are probably the best solid core you can pick up on Bind specifically. So if both teams go for it, I wouldn't be surprised if one team decides to switch out the Jet for a Raze. That's something that we've been seeing also. So it still gets the job done. It's a very explosive duelist that can, explode onto the site, for no pun intended, really take control of it and really open up space with both the Boombot and the paint shells. So definitely a solid core. And then that fifth flex is just kind of what your team feels comfortable on, what they think is the best suited to the what their game plan is, their notebook is planned. So potentially it is that Sky or Killjoy is what I would probably see in the series overall. I mean, probably the most guaranteed are Jet and Sova, right? Like they're played everywhere. They're playable everywhere. They just do so much so well. And so even on Ascent, even on Icebox, those are must picks in this current meta. And everything else, it's just kind of there. Icebox survivors are going to see Viper and Sage as well. So we'll see what Ascent brings, because that is probably the most flexible map in this current best of three. And that's just because there is no really dominant Sage wall plant that's completely overtaken the meta like the other two maps.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of those blue walls pop up left and right. And of course, the compositions we really have to watch and make sure, because sometimes a team will favor a heavily defensive composition and some will favor, a fear attack. But again, this is attack and defense. You have to win at least one round on both if you want to be successful.
At least one.
Yeah, at least one, right? This is me being very, very liberal with my givings right there. And it's something that I want to see these teams be able to make the best of course. Now, taking a look at not just the agents, but also the players coming in, right? We have the entirety of Saw, and like I said, both these teams did go completely undefeated from the group stages in. I kind of want to get your opinion, Doctor, if I don't know if you saw some of these guys, but of course, do you have any opinion on some of these players, anyone that you really want to keep your eyes on?
So we did watch Singularity, at least on mine. I didn't get to see so much of Saw, but in terms of Singularity, the team absolutely insane, and it's all on Bisq. Bisq had an absolute standout performance yesterday on the Jet, was just lighting people up. There was a highlight on this map particular. They got a sick collateral with the operator there on B long, completely ended the round at that point. So that is my player to watch, basically in the server for all three of these maps, because from what I've seen from Bisq, insane. They're cracked. They are absolutely on another level, and they're gonna be taking just control of the entire server right now. And so the compositions that have come out are basically what I expected. It does look like Saw are opting into that Brimstone instead of into the Brimstone instead of the Astra, and we'll see what this 5th pick is for Addicted. I do think it is going to be that Sage, considering they have both the Viper and the Brimstone for those Molotovs.
Yeah, already got the mollies under control. Might as well get a little bit of safety granted towards yourself. Saw, I was kind of allowed to take a look at, and Kill Dreams was my person to watch over on Saw. Really, really strong in terms of being able to bring a lot of damage to the table, and also the positioning, I think, was some of the best that I've seen for their squad, of course. I think Saw potentially had locked down their first playoffs game much faster, or their first group stage game a little bit faster. But of course, we do see the Sovas coming out, so Addicted is going to be another one to watch, and I'm very excited to see what we have as we are heading into buy. And remember, both these teams were voted by you, 97% on the polling, so let's hope it is a good series here today. Game number 1, we got a fantastic matchup. Again, Team Singularity will be defending first with the Jet, the Viper, the Sova, the Sky, as well as the Astra. This is on bind, as you can see on there, and we will go to Ascent next. And if it does go to a 3rd match, Icebox, everyone loves to hate it and everyone hates to love it. If you do play it primarily, I feel sorry for you. If you don't, you're in luck. Anyway, getting back into this, taking a look at the spread, you can see a little bit in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. We do see a pretty much default start here for both sides.
Yeah, pretty standard looks. They're going to peek a little bit at the B Hookador just to make sure that there's no aggression coming out. But from the side of Singularity, they are going for a very cheeky play. They're pushing through the teleporter, and they're actually going to catch him full blind.
Yeah, that's going to be a full blind coming out here. Just disgusting shots as 2 for 2 is traded. This is looking like a little bit of a rough time overall as Insider gets a nice little snap onto Fat. Fat was the one that picked up the 2K originally. Is now just going to go ahead and crush it down. It's going to be a 1-on-2 now. Team Singularity open up with huge frags, but it's going to be turned around as Stark turns it into a 1v1. Health bar is bleeding though, and Team Singularity with Gray at the helm is going to go ahead and possibly pick up this last fight. Stark possibly rotating out.
Yeah, it's all down to Gray, but he's definitely having the health advantage, 100 to just the fraction over there on Stark. So Stark is going to be peeking forward, but this angle is totally held down by Gray, and Gray gets the shot. Defender wins the first round. Pistol going over to Team Singularity, and that is a very strong start for them, but it almost didn't work out that way. Fat reading that teleport play, got the 2 instant headshots that absolutely opened up that round 4 potential of of Saw being able to take control. But overall, Singularity, they carried it through. They had Dima come back through the teleporter as well with a little bit of help from Insider, and they managed to get the last couple kills to frag out. Gray keeping strong on that A side, just knowing that they had to walk that way for the most part if they wanted to get to the B side with that amount of time left. But they get the kill, they get the frag, they get the round, and now we're heading into round 2, which is the upgraded SMGs here for Singularity, heading into just the pistols of Saw.
Yep, and that's going to be a little bit of a smoke screen going down, but Dima goes ahead and picks up Dreams right before that smoke pops up. So Fat is going to go ahead, rotate out, and say this might not be a great place for me to be. Of course, Team Singularity getting that early round win is going to be sitting pretty for a little bit, but the 2-3 split and only one remaining over on a side for the attacker's side. B might look to be a little bit of a firefight.
Yeah, Addicted is going to get pinged up by that recon dart with the poison wall as well. They may have thought that was going to be an A-side take, but that wolf saw everything. There was so much knowledge being gained there as Bisque just opens up, takes a kill. Insider gets 2, and it's flawless on round number 2.
All right, well, a flawless on round 2. Usually you expect to see at least 1 or 2 frags coming out, pistols coming out, usually a sheriff or 2, but Team Singularity coming up and showing off why they are one of the top dogs, or if not the top dog, right? You pointed it out earlier, Bisque coming off massively, but right now it's Insider's show. Insider trading, Insider shows, but very nice job for 1 and 3 thus far. Really containing it. Still rocking with the SMGs there. We do see an operator in play right now. We'll see how that one works out, as we do see a little bit of an aggressive push coming out from Team Singularity over on B-Long.
I mean, that's Bisk with the operator already. Look at how aggressive they're being. It's third round with an operator absolutely annihilated by Addicted.
A little bit of a punishment right there. I mean, that's kind of what you get for peeking out of that smoke, it feels like. Gray is going to get tagged on the backside down to 20 HP. So reading that, Stark is already boosted straight into B site, so it looks like this is going to be a retake attempt as Addicted lays down the spike. 5-on-3 here. Saw go ahead and just clean up house, dropping 2 members quickly after Dima grabbed 1. Health bar very low for Gray, who is praying that he doesn't get spotted because he's all the way over on a short, and slowly rotating around is going to meet a potential Sky coming in. This might be a little bit dangerous. They're gonna walk ever so slowly. I don't think anyone's running, and they pass just meters away from each other. So Gray is gonna tuck himself, hopefully very safely, into a corner.
Yeah, this almost, like, the way he was moving made me think it was almost going to be like a secret agent mission to try and grab that operator. But they're going to pick up this Vandal. If they can get to the teleporter, they're safe, but they don't have time.
No. Snake just rolling straight through. Made his way all the way around, though. I will say I'm very impressed that he was able to completely sneak around everyone on Saw's side. However, that is kind of to be expected, a 2-1 start after the pistol round. So that is going to be Team Singularity up a singular round as we head into our first full rifle round, except
kind of.
I think Bisk unfortunately got stuck with the short end of the stick again. Pulling an operator round 3 really impacts your econ when you don't win that round.
Yeah, that was such a big win or lose situation there, and unfortunately for them, they lost. So Bisk gets the ultimate orb, takes a ton of damage for their trouble. But I mean, yeah, like you said, the operator, it's 5,000 credits. They followed it up with half armor, so they were basically behind the 8 ball at that point. They lost it opening of the round due to that nice cheeky little side peek there, but I mean, now you come in with a pistol. They do have the Blade Storm off of that ultimate orb, though, so it's not all lost, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the setup that you want with a Jet. As long as you have the Blade Storm, you have a full round of weapons. So we are going to go ahead, take a look at some of the peaks. Gray going ahead, trying to lay down suppressive fire over in the showers. No one is drying off today. As Gray goes ahead, throws out a little bit more smoke, lands directly on this, A site. They're going to try and close out a little bit of vision as Dima is going to go ahead and frontline here. Rest of Saw still trying to figure out what they want to do. They have a little bit extra time, about 15 seconds to work with before they really have to lock in their option.
Yeah, they're playing it pretty close to the vest, and I'm not always a huge fan of these because anything can happen on your entry point. And I mean, even right now, the Viper utility goes up and it just gets hit by a snake bite. And so, yes, they pop past it and get a bunch of kills as both T-Max and Stark pick up frags, but now they still haven't gotten the spike down.
Yeah, it's always a little bit rough, right? Yeah, you can do it in 30 seconds, but you're still kind of pushing the tempo at that point. They were able to do it without much resilience. So they'll go ahead and get it down with about 10 seconds left, and now it's all up to Team Singularity's 3 members. That is going to be Sky Ultimate and Blade Storm, but Blade Storm is down as Bisk gets shot by Kill Dreams. Now it's only up to the Sky and Sova, 2 members left alive against 5. It's gonna be great backing away from that. I'm not sure if he wants to be there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full safe call. They have the 2 rifles. They're in a bad spot economically after this, since this was the full buy round for them. So they're gonna try and bring anything in, but the huge flank coming through. Kill Dreams opens it up, does fall, but that's still not enough for everybody to survive on the side of Singularity.
Ooh, and that was, you said save call, but it really felt like they were still waiting for exit frags and maybe got a little bit too cocky right there. They are going to go ahead, drop that 4th round. We are now tied at 2-2, and we see the econ. So Singularity backed into a tough spot here with 3 sheriffs and 2 classics. Oh, nope, they're still swapping around. They're saying, we're not sure exactly what pistols we want to go for. Either way, it's do or die for this round, right? Just either we one-shot them or they 3-shot us.
Yeah, I mean, even with no armor, like everything's basically just going to tear everybody to shreds. The ghost here, yeah, you'd need 2 headshots pretty much into your opponent, so I don't know if that's the best option. As the Hunter's Fury takes out Dima, even almost takes down Bisk. Bisk is down to 20 HP and just barely dodges away from the paint grenade. But I mean, you're out of the.
Oh, all right. That shut us up real quick. Biz just 2 shots, 2 people. Sheriff putting in work.
Spike planted.
That's what it's there for. It's just a one-tap machine. Absolutely big damage done there. And technically with the man advantage here is Team Singularity, but they can't grab any of those rifles. And so they have to just do it the hard way with these pistols. And they're certainly doing it. 1 left alive for Saw.
Got 2 left for Singularity. If he gets this, this is huge. Gets it. There it is. Insider with the classic headshot kill. Team Singularity get the thriftiest of thrifty round wins and move themselves to 3-2.
I don't have words. Like, Bisk got annihilated by the Hunter's Fury and just says, doesn't matter. 20 HP is all I need. 2 shots, 2 hits, bing, bong, 2 are down, and they win the round after that. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, fantastic to be able to grab themselves back a round that they should not have won. That's really the best way to put it. Now, though, they have to claim another round off the back of that against 3 ultimates, right? We see, I believe, that is the Orbital Strike plus the Showstopper and the Seekers. So this is going to be a lot of utility kind of thrown their way, depending on how Saw want to allocate it. It's going to be, I think, the bite going out, landing in the back corner. No one's really there, so not going to flush anyone out.
Lots of utility being used. The Orbital Strike's already down as well. They're full send. The Jellyfish are out. They're getting busted up, but what can they do? Because Endler's just ripping them apart. 2 frags before falling.
Yeah, and that's Team Singularity getting sniped out. Again, another frag came out with the Showstopper itself, so very well timed on that. And, I said it was going to be a little bit difficult. Team Singularity now in a 2v3. They got options to see what they can do. Gray is up in the heaven area, trying to spot someone out. Insider straight in the middle saying, hey, let's do this. Of course, in the U-Haul. Timax is saying they want it, and Fat goes ahead, picks up Gray. That's going to be 1 more left. Viper Wall is up. Don't really care too much. Gets a snapshot. Insider is just looking for exit frags. Gets one through the smoke. What? That is a beautiful headshot. Such good timing, but the spike is ticking all the way down. I don't think there's enough time for that shot. It gets 3. Are they going to try? This is going to be really close. Insider, if he gets it, this is the clutch play. Would you know it? Insider twice in a row is 1 member that picks up such clutch rounds. This man cannot be stopped. This is going to be the replay brought to you by GLG, of course. 3 shots, I believe. Nope, this is the replay of the first
we just
play.
Needed to see Bisk
we just want to see this. Yeah, Bisk was a monster there, but of course, we do have to talk about Insider leading the KDA board. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Right replay. This is ridiculous. First shot snap onto the Sova. Just a little bit of a peek. Spray through the smoke was amazing, to say the least.
It's insane. And then to be able to read that, they were coming from the lamps in that direction as well. Just very good game sense there. I don't know if they heard a step or something, but it worked out. They got the kill. Stark's going to open up this round onto Gray, though, and we see Bisk with the operator once again, but this has just been pretty underwhelming up to this point. The Jellyfish are out, and it's a 1-for-1, but Bisk is still taking damage.
Yeah, this is still taking damage, and another blind is there, and that's the perfect one that they needed. Zymax picks up a cheeky kill. That's going to leave B exposed for Saw to go ahead and rotate in, and this time, no Insider alive to be able to make it work, but they do have a Dima. Dima is going to go ahead and get 1 frag, another little spit over the side, and Addicted is going to get Dima. Addicted closes out the round against Lair as well. 2 headshots, 2 kills.
This operator is not providing the results that Singularity are looking for. This is a very different showing than yesterday. And once again, they're, kind of scrambling for economics. Like, they're going to be buying up into this round, but for the most part, it'll be half armor, except for Bisk, who once again has the Blade Storm. So he'll have full armor, but this isn't the round you want, right? You want to have a little bit more power this late into the half, and so they are fighting the fully equipped side of Saw, who, even if they lose this round, they will be able to full buy next. So you got to win 2 rounds in a row at this point to really, break the stride here of Saw.
Well, you know, if the operator doesn't work, bring out about 5 blades and hope that does a little bit better. We are into the round. Of course, B is going to be the site, but a stack of 3 a little bit deeper into B port is going to be the answer. A couple shots go out, and Biz finds one of the 9, make that 2. A disgusting shot to the head. Fat eats a shuriken. I think this is another one. If Stark gets caught, like Dreams is going to go ahead and shut that kill right down. Snapped up, and now it's a 3-on-3. Both of us do have the Hunter's Fury, but I'm not sure if that's going to make that much of a difference. That B long is definitely a scary realm of death.
I mean, look at all those X's. If we had a kill map, it would be lit up on that B long. It's insane. But I mean, the Hunter's Fury is actually pretty impactful here for both teams, because on the defensive side, as we do see Dima somehow win that and drop the spike. Oh, that's tragic for Saw. But the Hunter's Fury defensively can use to delay the plant, and offensively can use to delay the defuse. So if that actually comes into play here, since it is only 30 seconds left and the spike's down, man, this might not even happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a little boost. Stark is able to pick it up and now has to get away with his life. That's going to be 4 HP. They're going to spray it down. Team Singularity get 1, make that 2. Gray goes ahead, closes out the round. And I mean, that is the most unfortunate spike being dropped, like you said, over on B short. It's just right out there in the open. Stark did a nice little boost, but it just wasn't enough to be able to get back out.
Yeah, I mean, that bangable box caused a lot of problems there, because Gray was able to get him down to 4 HP, and there's no smoke at that point to survive and get away from, so they do end up falling. But the initial frag to drop that spike in such a precarious position really was what closed out that round for Singularity. The fact that they were able to then rotate over, they had Gray come through the teleporter, even making all that noise. What is Saw supposed to do at that point? They can't just, you know, not go for the spike, so they had to go for it. They had to use the utility to get to it and didn't have enough to get away. So now it is that buy up once again from Saw. Like I was saying, they still had enough in the bank, but it's the operator for Bisque once again, and how about that one, Chief?
Well, we'll see. Once again, the gamble so far has not paid off, but you only need 1 payout to really make it worth it. We'll see if they find it here right now. Once again, Astra has the ultimate up. That is going to be the Viper's Pit. Hunter's Fury is also available. So if they decide to drop any of this utility, they have a surefire way in to at least get the plant down, in my opinion. Now the retake might be a little bit different. However, the rotate's coming out against the default setup, just trying to find an early frag, giving themselves a man advantage. Stark with the pinpoint accuracy on that wall. The wall's definitely a challenge for him, so I mean, you know, really got to make sure that wall isn't going to move.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Bisque is so far back right now, because up to this point, they've been in that teleporter cubby every single round, and so it's not been working out here. But Saw are recognizing a weakness on this B site, and Bisque is already down.
Yeah, Bisque is going to go ahead and fall. Gray is going to go ahead and get the Hunter's Fury shot off. That's going to quickly mean that the firefight is breaking out. A little bit of an alarm bot is going to go out. Lair is going up in above. Stark is going to go and find Insider, and the frags are coming back left and right. Team Singularity on the back foot here. Gray might have a little bit of a wrap around. This might be the option that they're hoping for. They're going to go ahead, sprint in. The spike is directly inside of the Viper's Pit. They have to walk through all this damage. Only all 3 members are healthy, so they're going to give it a shot. And possibly shots through. D-Max is going to go ahead and pick up Dima. That is a frag that you are very worried about. Just spraying through. Gonna go around the corner, and D-Max just pops spraying ahead. Gray goes ahead and gets Stark as well, but that is the spike going to explode here. Lair is not going to go down without a fight. Is going to take 1 or 2 members with them, and Addicted is going to go ahead and fall. Get through the teleporter to stave off death, and that is going to be the 9th round. Saw going ahead and kicking things off, keeping it close here in the first half.
Yeah, really great usage of the ultimates there as well. I mean, the Viper's Pit locks down so much of the site, and unless you can immediately kill Fat in that situation, it becomes incredibly difficult to aggress forward and get, you know, any type of presence on the site. And so they weren't able to do that because they were dipping, diving in and out of that, keeping the smoke up, and everything else just causes so many distractions. They have the flashes from Sky, they have the recon darts they have to worry about, the shock darts. Like, it's a lot to pay attention to, and as we saw, Team Singularity can't dodge all of it. They can only dodge some of it.
No!
I mean, dodging some of it, of course, is the name of the game here and what they can do. That's going to be the other Hunter Sphere used, attacking. Finds Gray. Gray's just like, come on, I do that to you. You can't do that to me. Kill Dreams is going to go ahead, find Insider, and Team Singularity once again down 2 members here at the start of the round. Spike is going to go down. D-Max is going to go ahead and do that under the cover of the box. D-Max currently inside of a smoke and might meet a good end, and that it is. Gets a single one-tap onto Stark's head. This Raze is not enjoying the pain that's being laid in. A little bit of a flash in, a couple shots go in, and Biz gets it before getting flashed out. And this is Team Singularity praying that they can find a few more. 2v3 situation. The Viper is doing so much work. Laying it down, and Dreams finds Dima. 1-on-3. Can they find it? Peeks once, a couple shots, and everyone just opens fire. Crossfire galore. Saw tie it right up.
Yeah, not quite magic with the Sheriffs this time. Unfortunate to say the least, but now it's time for a bye round. We have 2 rounds left in the half, and this is going to be the opportunity for Saw to really stamp down a lead here, right? If they can win this round, then we're not going to get the greatest buy once again from Team Singularity, and they're going to be able to hopefully win that round as well. 7-5 half, whereas if the Singularity side are going to be able to pick up this round, it is still obviously a full buy territory for Saw, but it then makes it a 6-6 half potentially, and that is, you know, as even as it gets. You can't really get more even than that, so they are going to get the Vipers hit here from Dima, but I don't think it's really perturbing Saw.
Oh, it's not, but the orbital strike almost did. Dima's like, oh my gosh, I got out of there just barely. Dima's actually all the way in there. I'm not sure Dima want to stay in that area. Very little health left, and actually he's going to go ahead and get a full regen up. Healing up very nicely. Lair also coming up and peeking, but Insider kills Dreams. That's going to be another quick stab of Fat before D-Max takes out Insider, so that is going to be 3-on-2. Let's Alive, Team Singularity once again always finding themselves at a man disadvantage here, and especially with the health bar. It's really just one. Lair sitting on 2 HP in a Dream. Great, riding some cover, finding over in U-Haul, might be able to slot something out. Can't find a kill. This is the rocket fuse used. That's going to be a nice little pick. Lair is going to eat the showstopper. Shock Dart is going to come out, not really find any purchase. And of course, the peek and peek is going to be Gray finding Stark. Of course, can't get there in time to defuse. That will be the spike going off for the 6th round win for Saw.
Strong victory there. The showstopper.
Last round before the switch.
Good, useful tool to delay that push even further. You saw Gray, once they heard that sound cue, just immediately turned around, ran away in the opposite direction because they didn't want to get caught by that, but there just wasn't any time left after the usage there. Even when they do finally pick up the kill there on a Stark, there was no time left. The spike was ticked all the way down, and once again, you know, Dima, with that Viper's Pit there onto the A site, it didn't work. It was so well countered by that orbital strike snakebite combo, and it's something that, you know, kind of pushed Killjoy a little bit out of the meta, was when, you know, all of her plants become very predictable and you started seeing Hunter's Fury saved for the exact counter to that. So to have the orbital strike and have that be the answer to the Viper's Pit, it shows that Saw are well acquainted with this pick. They know exactly what they're trying to do to counter it, and they have the answer.
Yeah, well, double bounce shock dart. It's not going to find anyone, but definitely landed at the foot of Saw's attacking forces. It's going to be the Seekers being thrown out. All 3 destroyed before they even make it out of the gate. So does a drone. Every single piece of utility that was thrown out is going to be met with firepower. That does signal.
It's all Stark
so
too. Like, yeah, they didn't show like a ton of people here. They technically probably only saw Stark on the drone, and you know, that's showing that they don't have a whole lot of knowledge on the side of Singularity right now. So we're seeing rotations, Gray's moving over to the A side, and they're out of utility. They don't have a whole lot left. They've used a bunch of their flashes as well. So what is the answer here? They're still here on the B side with the spike, but they're making some noise over at the A side to try and force even more rotations.
Yeah, and Dima with probably the prettiest Bulldog skin I've seen in a while. Insider is going to go ahead and take out Stark, and this is going to be a B side charge. Again, only 1 member inside of the box. This is going to be a hold attempt, and gets it. One headshot with a flick, and Dreams is going to go ahead and get bits. Another flick is going to close it out. Only 5 seconds left. They can't find it, and this is a turn of events. Team Singularity keep it tied going in to the second half.
That's a way to end the half right there. That is
Switching sides.
I don't know what else to say. It just, the spike was the first one onto the site, immediately got popped, and then the follow-up trying to like recover it also gets popped by the same exact player. And it was just, you know, it was just Dima hitting the shots when they needed to, and even after the call out, you know, we saw that Addicted wasn't able to get the same shot on target. That Peeker's advantage coming really into play there for Dima and making it work.
Yeah, just this is why these two teams were pulled as the highest that we should watch in the semifinals. I think completely even right there, right? 6-6, no chance. And now we get to see Team Singularity, what they can do here on the attacking forces. With the dead even, it's pretty much just, you know, you can almost say it's the start of a regular game. Everyone's on even footing. This is the pistol round once again. We do go ahead and see a 2-3 setup with B holding 3 and a default of 1-2-2 is going to be the call. Team Singularity still trying to figure out how they want to approach this. Looks like they are going to go ahead and collapse over on this link. Maybe make their way all the way around. So they're going to go for the long B play.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the second half, now that it's 6-6, is as simple as just the first to 7. First team to win 7 rounds on this side wins the game. You don't need to worry about the first half. You don't need to worry about what happened previously. It's a fresh game. Just first to 7 rounds wins the game. And as we see, they're hyper aggressive, and Bisk opens up, but Addicted does it even harder.
Addicted is cracked, ladies and gentlemen. 3 kills straight back to back. Possibly going to make it 4. 22 HP. Can't do it. Dreams is going to go ahead and take it out. No, actually, that is how you want to do it. That is going to be the 4 members left alive, and Addicted is ridiculous. 16 frags. Just watch this lineup here. You just watch them fall in collateral. Addicted is just like, yeah, get out of my face, Dima. One last shot to the body. Body blows OP, as that's going to open up into a 16-6 scoreline for Addicted here in the second half. Saw going up, should have the SMGs and a judge to boot.
Man, Addicted is so far ahead of the curve. I mean, look at the KD. 16-6 is so far above everybody else in the server right now on this, you know, knowledge gaining character, right? It's not the Jet or the Raze or even a Phoenix or like any of these duelists. It's Sova. You don't have, you know, these dueling capabilities. You're just out fragging on another level. And so they're sending out these shock darts. The birds are coming out. The push is delayed from Saw, or from Singularity, or by Saw, and look at that, the Brimstone Molotov now coming to play again.
Yeah, Molly going out, and Bisk is going to be the one-man show here again. Only a Sheriff has done work before, gets one. Gonna try and get another, can't find it as Addicted comes around with that Spectre and ends Bisk's life. Blair is up in the top part, maybe trying to find an exit, but not going to happen.
Yeah, we can see both Viper walls over on the A side too, and yet nobody's really over there.
Well,
Addicted needs to do something here. Addicted just gets good, but gets 2 frags.
Down B.
Once again, 2 back-to-back 3Ks. You gotta love it. And now the Spike, I think, is gonna have a hard time going down this 1-on-3 situation. And of course, Saw, say you aren't planting anytime soon. Addicted so far is playing out of his mind twice. Has he shut down B side attempts at this point? Team Singularity have got to know you can't go B without at least attempting A.
At some point, yeah, they need to do a little bit more variety here, as we are going to see them buying up half armor and a couple members, whereas, you know, it's a bit of a bonus round here for Saw. They do have 2 rifles, obviously, but that was, you know, the 2 members that died, so they had to do something to get back into the game. They buy up, but I mean, they're heading back to A. The birds are out, the knowledge is gained. Here comes the drone as well. It's going to see 2 and a wolf.
Tuna Wolf, so he's gonna fire through the Hunter Series, gets another mark. Addicted has done this twice so far in this game alone, and it's so crazy, in my opinion, to watch a Hunter Series find kills so early on, right? Usually it's just a little snap on a low health target, not full health. Amazing job by him.
This is the most Hunter Fury kills in a map that I've seen in a long while. Kill Dreams comes out, does get traded by Bisk, but Bisk gets a second shot. Okay, but D-Max on the other side drops the spike, ends the round. There's nothing for Bisc to do. They can't even take the orb because they already have their ultimate. Like, there's just nothing they can do.
And Stark's on the hunt. You can see Stark and the rest of the squad actually feeling like they're going to have a good time. And the Wolf goes out once again, just trying to find anyone, any semblance of Biss, right? We go ahead, get some nice camera angles, play that GoldenEye music right now as everyone is on the hunt. The guards are slowly defending
30
their
seconds
cash. And Biss is just going to wait the long. Yeah, he's not even going to attempt it. He wants to save the round. So 20 seconds of a standstill. I mean, Saw played that about as well as you can.
You know, I've never played GoldenEye.
It's an old man's reference at that point. I feel so old anytime I reference this. I think yeah, I know, right? I referenced I referenced like Pokemon Red or Yellow like in the broadcast yesterday. I was like, that is cringe.
Yeah, no, I was a Pokemon Blue player. But no, even with my Nintendo 64, I never played GoldenEye because I was too busy playing Pokemon Stadium.
Okay, that's actually fair. I give you props for that. Pokemon Stadium is a fun one. Oh my lord. But of course, that is the round, and Team Singularity down 3 rounds here, and this is 3 rounds in a row. So remember, the highest amount of rounds that we have seen won in a single stretch is going to be 3, no matter what. Saw so far has done that twice. If they win this next one, I feel this is kind of half putting the nail in the coffin for Team Singularity, right? They are sitting on very little utility in their pocket, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, not only does it hurt, it puts Saw on double digits first, which is a huge mile marker in terms of actually winning the map. And so looking at the economy, this is obviously a short buy coming in from Singularity. They have sheriffs, some pistols. It's not a very big buy. They will, if they lose here, have max round loss bonus going to the next one. So they'll have 5 rifles, but they're so far behind the curve at this point. It's going to take a monumental reset on the side of Saw to get back into this game for Singularity. So the way they're playing, I don't think that's going to happen. Just being honest, Saw have been playing so well off the back of Addicted, and it's almost like the rest of the team hasn't really had to show up yet. And so they're just, you know, not resting on their laurels is what I want to say, but like they're ahead of the curve. They're playing out of their minds.
Yeah, and when you have something like that, it also, you don't have to expend as much energy, but the Hunter Series is going to go ahead, clear out the corner. Stark is forced into a rough positioning. Gray, this time retaliating, this again. So many Hunter Series kills, it feels like a dream, a fever dream for Sovas. They are loving this so far. Fat and Dima are going to go ahead, take respective kills. Fat is going to get dropped by Lair. Drops it into a 3v2 Singularity, this time with the man advantage, of course, on the attacking side, and they're going to get snapped up. Addicted once again, has stopped so many rounds in play, gets another. Is he going to get another 3K? I don't think anyone wants this to happen, but of course, watching double angles is going to be there, and D-Max goes ahead, saves Addicted the trouble, and they're going to pick up their 10th round win, 3 away from shutting down the first map.
And I'm so confused why they didn't plant the spike. We saw on the side here, it says Insider planting. Enlir dies. I guess that makes sense. Enlir dying there means that you don't have any cover, and so you can't exactly full hold the spike because Addicted is so aggressive. But either way, spike doesn't go down. It gets immediately dropped with that frag from Addicted, and there's not a whole lot of chance of recovery there because it was just D-Max hitting shots.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about Singularity, right? Talked about Singularity coming in and really being a powerhouse. Saw was the other one, and I mean, we are seeing a clash, right? These are 2 teams that are exceptionally good at taking care of their plays and really making the use of what they can. And you can see all of this obscurity being used, trying to zone away, and I think this is very, very well played. Of course, it is a little slower pace. I'm not sure if they want to slowly take it down, and that is a perfect Viper being thrown, and Fat takes 2. That is how you take out some frags right there. That is going to be a massive leverage in their favor. Team Singularity now have to run because it's a 2-on-5. They barely scratch Viper and Sky over on the Saw side. I mean, this is going to be a miracle. They can come out. Dreams is not going to let that miracle happen. Last member standing is Gray, and Gray's just like, all right, I got a knife and a dream. What do I do?
This is exactly why we're starting to see so much Viper in the meta as well. This whole round started by delaying the Team Singularity push with the snakebite. I mean, we saw all of that utility come out from Singularity. There were smokes galore. There were their own snakebites going out trying to clear out corners, and one single snakebite right here in the A short lineup just stopped them. Complete dead in their tracks, completely stalled out. And then as soon as that snake bite dissipates, you see the poison orb go up. It's a one-way. They don't see Fat until it's way too late. Gets the 2 frags there. And again, you're stalled out. All of Singularity's utility at this point has been dispersed, and they just don't have anywhere to go at this point.
Yeah, and they're stalled out even then by a gravity well. Oh my gosh, this Astra is also putting in some work. We are going to go ahead and get another B-side rush, but they don't check the corners and get shot. Stark goes ahead, finds one, finds 2. You gotta check the other side. Stark makes them pay for their lack. D-Max is going to go ahead, pick up Gray, and just like that, in less than 30 seconds, Team Singularity are down to 2. The Seekers are out, but I mean, they're going to find out that there are 5 healthy over on Saw's side.
And not a whole lot for them to do at this point. Again, they're just falling so far behind, and this is going to put them on map point for Saw. So it's going to be 12-6 already. And it seems like that curse that you mentioned earlier from the group stages where a team wasn't able to get more than 6 rounds against either of these teams might come true once again. So we are going to have to wait and see just a couple more rounds. But for now, it's another save from Singularity, and it's not even an amazing save. They have a Phantom and a Bulldog, which are... One of them is what you would expect. Left. The other one is just what you had at the time. And because there was no frags on the side of Singularity, they can't even steal away a weapon at this point.
Yeah, they're playing the long game. They are praying someone comes hunting for them at this point. But why? Saw have 5 people alive. They're going to go into the possibly, I think that's 18th left. Round with all fresh weapons, everything up, and utility is good. Saw look like they are closing this one out in a dramatic fashion to start off our semifinals here on day 2 of the 15 Kings Invitational. Saw really putting on the moves.
One thing to note too is that this is Saw's map pick. So you know, we were talking earlier about how teams are obviously very practiced on Bind. It's been out forever. It was the beta map. It's just that some teams are able to execute their game plans a little bit better. And with Saw choosing this map and choosing it as their first map, then they were very confident in what they could do here. And it's showing. They swapped over to this defensive side, and it's been a light switch. There has been nothing gained from Singularity, no map momentum, no frags, nothing. Complete dono wall on the side of Saw, and they've won 6 in a row now, looking to make it 7.
As they do 7, that is the lucky number of the evening or the day, wherever anyone watching is. That's going to be the Viper wall going up, zoning away a little bit of information as Stark just goes, all right, well, you kind of forced me into a rough spot here. Let's go ahead and just walking back and forth, waiting for some footsteps. Bisk and Gray are both hiding around in B long. The orb is on the ground. Don't really want to take it right now. D-Max is going to go ahead, send out a little bit of a bird of prey, and immediately gets shot down out of the sky. Very, very slow as Team Singularity are praying not to make a single mistake.
Yeah, I mean, their weapons, though, are very lacking. It's 2 Guardians on the side of Gray and Bisk, so they are one-tap machines, and it's possible, but the way they've been shooting, I don't know if I fully believe, but here comes the showstopper. It is going to chase them away. Bisk does fall on the other side of the map, and Stark's just chilling. It's such a determined tool with only 25 seconds left on the map. What more can you ask for?
Team is about to meet a very rough end, but immediately gets a snap first, and that's going to be the orbital strike, forcing him out, and Dima is going to fall after grabbing 2. She does even things up. That is going to turn it into a 3v2. Saw only having 2 members alive for the first time. Team Singularity look like they have the main advantage and the health advantage, as the Sova is going to go ahead and get a lot of health back. Great.
Still on that Guardian.
Yeah, still having a lot of options, and that's going to be another frag. D-Max going to have to do this all on his own. Knows that the Sova is in that corner, going to try around. A little bit of a pre-fire, but Gray shuts it down. 3K for Gray to possibly mount a comeback. It is going to be a long one, but it could happen.
A very long one. 5 rounds just to tie it up, and then we go into overtime here. But for now, I mean, that Guardian, I was kind of surprised. I definitely didn't expect it to work out, but Gray, seeing Addicted at the top of the scoreboard and wanted to join his Sova brethren there and made it happen. So They have full rifles now, Orbital, and I mean this could be the time. Dima last round had that great play there and Lamps to get the 2 frags, survives the orbital strike, does fall to Kill Dreams, but that's largely not that big a deal at that point. You did your job, you open up the site for the rest of the team to follow up. So for right now, I'm curious what the game plan is going to be. The two Viper walls are up. It's very similar on the defensive side to that one that got patched out, which was sending it through the teleporter as fat. Okay.
Saw already out to a great start, opening frag in less than about 40 seconds, and that's what you want to see, of course. Taking out such a big playmaker like the other Viper, right? Especially with the ultimate up, the Viper's Pit for Team Singularity would have been able to make a huge difference. So that will not be available here in the final, what could be potentially the final round of this map. Biz going ahead and slightly slowing things down, hoping to find someone sleeping in a corner. That is going to be a jump through and a very nice catch on the D-Max. They're going to spray through, loses a lot of health, and Lair puts the finishing touches. Addicted goes ahead, snaps up Bisc, and Addicted is going to get hit once, might get twice, but no, shuts it down. Finds the other Hunter, and inside it goes ahead and drops a couple health bars, but Saw are very, very healthy. About 30 HP and 40 on Team Singularity, so a total of 1, but the health is going right back through, so Insider is giving a little bit of help, but that's the decay coming through. 4 to 5 HP, move it up to 29, and the plant is going to stick. Team Singularity buy themselves a little bit more time.
Oh, so much footstep noise. It's easy for Insider, gets the headshot. It's a 1v1 now. Can they get the shots? Insider gets it! 4K for Singularity! And Orbital, I know I said Bisc was the one to watch. I made that call in the pre-show, but I didn't want to slight Insider. An absolute animal. Had the critical frags yesterday. Just game-changing level frags. They weren't well in quantity, they were in quality, and that was exactly the same Insider from yesterday. That is how Singularity need to play and how they need to win games.
My gosh, Insider really showing up once again to keep his team in the game. Again, we said it before, very, very uphill battle, pretty much a sheer climb right now, but they're making it work 2 rounds in a row. Again, Viper Pit is up, and they did that with a man down in the early stages. So very, very interesting to see if they can continue this with the operator trying to find a couple pre-fires going through. Can't find the shot on Fat. That is going to go quickly back away from that spot. Little bit of a Viper bite onto Bisp's feet. They're going to go ahead and full charge, it feels like, into this A site. Get a couple peeks. Fat is going to go ahead and take a couple pot shots. Viper enemy Pit is going to force it out, but Addicted gets another Hunter Series kill. Dima is going to go ahead and find 2. Team Singularity have the positioning here in the site, are going to get the play, and once again, their aggression out of nowhere feels like it's coming from the bottom of their wells of strength. They're fighting back in their final moments, and so far, Solid do not have an answer.
1 enemy remaining.
No. Bisc finally gonna get a frag. Insider as well. D-Max
oh
tries
my
to go
gosh,
for the peak, but even blinded, he can't survive the operator shot. And Bisc on the board.
what, where did this come from? That was 6 rounds in a row. 6 rounds in a row, and Team Singularity are like, yeah, we can do that too. Just watch us real quick. 3 rounds so far. 4 ultimates up, and Saw on their last leg. This is a full buy with critical inventories later, right? Creds are very, very low. They've been kind of tapped out so far, and of course, it doesn't really matter if they win this round. Team Singularity are done with this map, right? Like, that's the whole point. But still, if they lose this one, Team Singularity have a real chance at tying it up.
Yeah, this comes to a point where it's one mistake away from map ending on the side of Singularity, whereas for Saw, yeah, we might head into overtime, and that's a little concerning for them, both, you know, mentally and fatigue-wise, even though it is the first map of the day. But it would signal a potentially very long day ahead of them. So for right now, Saw just need 1 round. Whatever it takes, they just need a round. And so, you know, they've lost now 3 in a row. We're nearing that max round loss bonus. So they're quite well equipped for where they are right now, but let's see if they can get a little bit more. Here comes the Cosmic Divide on Singularity.
Oh!
The no scope from Bisc. Are you kidding me? Madman.
stuffed the barrel down their throat, and now this is going to be Team Singularity finding 3 members. Oh my lord, Saw, we're not ready for that at all. Stark is going to go ahead, go on a hunt with Gray, I believe. They are both kind of routing around. Insider's kind of tucked in the back corner, and unfortunately the attacking Viper is ready and waiting for any sort of lurker play that could occur. Again, Spike playing it out in the open. It looks like no one is going to challenge that, so it will be up to Team Singularity to just route these last scavengers, these last few stragglers all the way back in cave. Oh.
All right, this Bisk turned on. Bisk is a different animal. Addicted is still going to be fragging out because why not? But largely, that's a good round for Singularity, a bad round for Saw, because even with this survival, I'm curious what their economy comes in next round. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here. They have not quite enough for a full buy. They're, call it 800 credits short for a full buy, so.
Yeah, just a little bit shy, so it looks like a half. I'm not sure how much you want to do this because, again, you still have quite a few rounds to play with, right? You still have the opportunity, if you want to save up for a pure full buy in an 11-12 situation. But yeah, we do have a pause coming out.
I do think that this round, since it is the last round for potentially playing for overtime, you save here and then come into the next round just fully equipped, because if you lose this round, you're going to have the Jellyfish available from D-Max. You're going to have the Viper Spit available from Fat. If Kill Dreams can get a frag or an orb, then he will have his Orbital Strike available next round. And I mean, if Stark pops off and if Stark gets their ultimate, you win the map.
Yeah.
Because that's 3 orbs away. But I think that saving this round is more important than playing for the win, because right now, Singularity are playing for overtime. They don't have a choice. They have to play for that overtime point, and they're equipped to do it because their credits don't matter. If they lose the round, they lose the map. And so they just can full buy every single time. Credits are a myth. They don't mean anything to Singularity right now, whereas Saw, they do need to play a little bit of management right now.
Yep, and we'll have to wait and see, right? Do they have the discipline to say, hey, we need to econ? Do they have the discipline that says, hey, we need to not spend any of this, we need to, you know, hold off on that and realize that we need everyone on a weapon, right? This is a big question mark, because again, you also have to look on the other side, right? Insider, Bisk, and Dima, all 3 of them have key ultimates. Bladestorm, of course. Bisk, I think the highest we saw was a double kill with the blades, and Dima having that Viper Spit. You don't have the Orbital Strike over on Kill Dreams. He's still 2 away from that, so you can't really counter, so you have to take that into account. Maybe just give this round over, right? Of course, Addicted is going to have that rifle, right? Was able to save previously. Looks like he actually opted to help buy a little bit extra. He was at about, I think, 3,500 creds, and he dropped down to 2,000, so I think he bought a weapon for someone.
Yeah, it would have looked like potentially restacking armor, which for some reason still costs 1,000 credits. Doesn't matter how much armor you have, it still costs 1,000 to re-up.
Okay.
And then potentially the abilities, I guess, from Addicted, because they're not cheap. I do believe that that would be probably where that difference comes in, because it's, I believe my math is right in saying that it's 300 for the drone and 100 for each shock dart. So that'd be 1,500 right there. But I mean, still, I am curious where the line is drawn right now, because you brought up a great point with the ultimates available to Singularity, where do you buy up enough to try and force the ultimates now? Because there isn't a guarantee that Singularity are just going to use them knowing the position they're in. So you kind of want to buy up enough to try and force those out, but you don't want to overforce to the point where coming into the last round of the half, you don't have anything. So it does look like that is going to be the call from Saw, though, is this weird funky buy, knowing that if they lose, they have max round loss bonus, and if they win, they win the map. But I'm simply not in the same camp. I think you save here, full buy next, and just have the most important final round.
Yeah, and I'm completely in your camp at this point. Breaking it down, you see more and more evidence of this move kind of being a risky gamble. This is them kind of maybe disrespecting the point of Team Singularity, who have been on a tear right this entire time. So we'll get to see what they can do here. Once again, their entire first map is riding on this. They've done so well to climb back. They need 2 more rounds to tie it up and then potentially push for an overtime. We've seen so many overtimes here, which is ridiculous, I feel. And I'm super excited to see what else. The drone is going to go ahead, time out in the middle of B, and no one moved. No one shot it. So very little information of where Saw is currently set up. Wall goes up. It is going to be Stark relocating over with the Sheriff. Remember, 1 hit to the dome is going to make it and can't find an Insider. Gets a good drop on Stark. Immediately throws out another bird to try and zone out MB. And once again, the rotate is called. Keep in mind, this is a full set of 5 pushing in here, and D-Max can't see a single thing. Inside is going to go ahead and get killed in Dreams, and their hopes are dwindling. Saw might be looking at an overtime unless 3 versus 5 turns into 3 versus 0. They're praying for it to happen. D-Max gets a shot to the head, was able to stick it out the entire time. Gets 2, it might be on D-Max. D-Max, we have been waiting so far for that pop-off with the sky. In fact, gets a headshot. That is it. D-Ma might be down to think that gets it. That's all of it. D-Max, the hero play out of the back corner, picks up a 3K to secure round number 13 for his team, and they take map number 1.
Production, can we get a replay real quick? I don't.
Oh my lord. We don't even have a replay. No one expected D-Max to pop off that hard. And keep in mind, D-Max was the last one surviving in that little pocket in the back of the in the back of that elbow, right? He was sitting, just waiting and praying. Trigger control out the wazoo, and it ends the round. No overtime, not having to play extra rounds. Amazing way to close things out.
And I mean, the kill on the Bisque basically won it, because, you know, when you think about it, yeah, the frag up top was pretty free because it was just back turned up on the box, not expected. Bisque knew exactly where they were. Bisque turned the corner, had the operator, could have ended it right there, and just wasn't able to get the shot on target. Their insane shot coming in from D-Max there really, really, you know, made that happen. And then they were able to pull out the ultimate. They had the jellyfish to be able to send those out, find everybody else on the map, or at least let them know where everybody is. But important also is that the rest of the team showed up. Fat got the nice shot into Hookah, and then they had the chase down over by the teleporter, and that closed it out. But I think like everybody, once those 2 frags went the way of Singularity, I thought the round was over. The economy was not there for Saw. They had sheriffs. They were just really not feeling it. So just insane play. Singularity, unfortunately, don't win the first map, but it wasn't their map pick. We're heading there now, so maybe they'll have better luck on Ascent.
Yeah, not just that, they clawed back in the face of defeat. What was that? That was 6 rounds in a row of pure just domination. I have to say, coming out of Saw, they clawed back, put it to a 12-10. So no hate to them. They are playing an immaculate game as well, and it is just that close. So I'm very excited to see what we can get on Ascent, of course, but we will give the teams just a very short period of time to recuperate, get their minds back in this series, and we will be right back with game number 2.
City, still so far from home. I've searched searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
And welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, agents, and everyone enjoying some Valorant action here today at the 15 Kings Invitational. We've had fantastic games throughout the entire day, and the opening game was nothing short of fantastic. Saw coming out with what can be considered to some as an upset victory in map 1, but at the same time for others, fans of Saw knew exactly what they were capable of, but it was still dang close. 13-10 here in our show match today.
Yeah, and I mean, just it was Saw's pick. They had the map down. They won 6 rounds in a row in the second half, which is insane on any level, no matter how you slice it. And then it was just a bit of a comeback there from Singularity at the back half to make it somewhat competitive instead of that 13-6 that we may have otherwise expected. But I mean, coming off of yesterday's games, right? We talked about how both of these teams were so dominant. Nobody else had been able to take even more than 6 rounds off of them. I want to look at their quarterfinal matchups specifically from yesterday. Team Saw, they beat the Goose House 13-3. Singularity, they played up against, what the heck team was it? Sorry guys. Team Singularity played up against Patchwork, which was a team that we actually showcased on broadcast yesterday, and they smoked them also 13-3. So both teams very well equipped to do some fun stuff here, but they just actually have to get into the server and do it. And so we're heading to Ascent, which once again, reminder, this is Team Singularity's map pick.
Yep. And so we will get to see if they have just, that all-encompassing amazing time, right? And again, keep in mind the winner of this has to move directly on into the grand finals, which at that point is a best of 5. So if you run 3 games here, you have a potential 8 games played in a single day. Just let that sink in. 8 total maps that you have to play through in high pressure situations. These guys will be running the entire tank through. They'll be forcing every last ounce of energy. So the faster you win a map, the less time you have to spend in game, the more time you can spend kind of recuperating and kind of, resting up for the next.
Yeah, and I think that's something that a lot of people don't really understand, right? Because how many people they play 8 maps a day, right? Like that's what they do. They get home from work, school, whatever, log on to Valorant, all of a sudden 8 games later, you're like, oh, it's time for dinner, time to do some homework, whatever it is. But playing 8 tournament matches is a very different beast because you have to be so on point. You have to be communicating. You need to be aware of so many different facets just to stay in the game, in the mindset. And so it's so different than just playing 8 maps. It's 8 tournament maps, and they're a different beast. They're a different animal. And so we have our agent selections here, and it's a little surprising. We got an Omen. We have Killjoys on both sides. This is not exactly something I was expecting. I was maybe expecting a single Killjoy, but both teams recognizing the lockdown strength here and coming into the map with it.
Yeah, I'm personally in the court of anytime you're running any map outside of I want to say Haven, right? Run the Killjoy, right? It's pretty much a free, I want to say about 10 seconds that you have to work with, right? That on the site. So you give yourself that little berth if you have the lockdown. It's just that priority that you get to work with. However, again, falling out of the meta, the rest of the stuff that you have, the turret plus the nanoswarm, not as impactful as the others. It's just that strength of the lockdown. As long as these Sovas don't get into the mix, right? The Hunter Fury just sniping out those boxes, that would feel kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, we brought up earlier, and that, with the Killjoy changes where she can't place the lockdown on top of whatever pixel she can find, the placements become a lot more predictable, and they are very susceptible to Hunter's Fury specifically in terms of destruction. So we'll see how that plays out. Nice recon dart is going to ping out 2 members from Team Singularity there on the A site, so we may see some more aggression, but Killdreams already opens up onto Insider.
This is Killdreams. This is Killdreams in a freaking nutshell. He does not want to play 3 games. He only wants to play 2, wants to end it here. So gets the opening frag and makes a statement of it. Of course, Gray is going to go ahead, bounce his way over through bottom and Pizza. Hoping for a frag back at the defender's spawn. Stark is going to go ahead, slow rotate over to B and have to hold this angle. A little bit of help with the crossfire potential coming through, but a very nice blind comes through, that drone is going to make its way through the pits. Looks like a long play towards B is going to be the call.
Very interesting rotation coming through. It could work wonders as we do see this middle area being contested once again, but the rotation back. Kill Dreams still alive, gets the frag onto Dima. Great falls as well to D-Max, and Kill Dreams closes it with a 4K.
What is with these players and opening with 3 to 4 Ks over and over again? This is getting ridiculous right now. Usually you see a good spread, usually you see it, but no, they're hoarding the money. They're hoarding the credits and saying, no, this is my show. Dream, what the heck was that?
One thing that I don't expect Kill Dreams to do is to buy an operator on round 2. So instead they one-up it, and round 3, excuse me, they one-up it and pick up the Vandal on round 2. And this is a play that I've seen work wonders and fail miserably, because if you get one-tapped by this Sheriff and lose that huge investment, that 3,900, the Vandal plus the armor, then it's just boom, trashed, gone, chalked, whatever adjective you want to use there. So it can do very well, since we are going to be very lightly armored on the side of Singularity, but it's one small step and it just goes in the trash.
One small step, but Addicted again cracked out of his mind. That is my new favorite saying, and Dreams is as well. What the heck? These two are popping off. Oh my gosh. Dreams just sprays it down on the back end of Addicted, and Team Singularity are like, bro, are you serious? This is our map play. D-Max shuts it down over on A, and now one last remaining member. Insider is just like, I'm an outsider now. This sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. Gets a headshot, and Stark is going to take it down. But my gosh, Saw putting on a show now in the opening rounds.
And ironically enough, as we get a replay in here, just look at that, just spray control coming through. Kill Dreams is going to pop in through window and say, hey, hello, what's up? Gets the 2 frags, shuts down the round. And, you know, ironically enough, before this map, in between the 2 maps, the replays that we were witnessing there during the intermission were, for the most part, Singularity highlights on Ascend. Both Insider popping off. We saw a couple nice plays from Bisk in the intermission, and now it's looking like Saw kind of took it personally. They're showing up, showing out, and really stamping so far. Granted, it's only 2 rounds, right? How many times have we seen 2 rounds go one way and then all of a sudden it just flips around? But those were very, very dominant rounds from Saw.
Yeah, and that hurts, right? They didn't have to buy anything. They can start stacking the creds a little bit faster. And again, it really puts Singularity on edge. You can see how slow they're going to Dreams. Again, you need to keep eyes out for this man. Gets a headshot on the peak, immediately opens up. I think that's his second first blood of this game already, and can't find another one, unfortunately. Lair lays into him with that Vandal, and is going to immediately end that man's life. Now B. Once again, going to be the rotate with someone sitting all the way in the back. Fat is going to take the pistol to the back. Abyss head. Stark is going to fall off as well. Lair's going to go ahead and take out Z-Max. That's 2 for him. But Singularity are working on 2 members, and the straight up Fat gets 3. Again, the Killjoy in the back is literally a Killjoy.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the comms on the side of Team Singularity at the moment. I mean, so we see that fall from D-Max. They just get popped in the face by Endlear's Vandal, but I mean, the spray down from Fat, just, you can't be winning those. You had the health disadvantage, you had the trade disadvantage, you had the weaponry disadvantage, and you still get 2 frags. That cannot be happening if you're Singularity right now. And I cannot imagine their current mental state, because they lost map 1 after a very hard fought, second half, and now to come into this next map, which is your map choice, and already just being dominated. Like, how do you recover from this mentally? Like, if this is your solo queue game, you're just GG go next. Like, you are not playing this game out, and unfortunately for Singularity at the moment, they kind of have to.
Oh, the shock dart was so well placed. I think Pat Gray ever so slightly. And this is a battle of the Sovas. Both Sovas fighting over the wall, launching shock dart after shock dart on each other. Fist goes ahead, gets a shot with the Marshall, is able to pick that one up. Stark is going to get pissed, and that is going to turn into a 3-on-1 once again. Gray is stuck in a corner. He is literally not allowed to move from this spot. He is literally pinned and literally... I said literally so many times, and that is just the rudest way I've ever seen someone get killed.
It's just fish in a barrel at this point, and so it's 4 in a row for Saw. And as we take a look at the scoreboard in just a second, hopefully, I don't think it's looking very good for Singularity at the moment. It is quite tragic. They've lost 4 in a row, obviously, but I mean, it's max round loss bonus, right? They were a little conservative last round with their purchases, so they might have something to work with here. As you can see, at least if that's accurate, it was Vandals across the board.
It is their opportunity to make a play, and once again, every other round, you kind of wait for them to make it work. Bisk is going to go ahead. Watch the rest of his teammates kind of funnel in. And Stark is really the only one over here. They're going to try and rotate a few more. Remember, 2 members still waiting off on the flanks to see if any sneaky B rotate is going to be the play. This is still waiting. Massive walls of wind really obscure the vision. In fact, with the turret, is hoping to find another shot. Can't find a grade. Goes ahead. Gets the first opening frag. Dima gets the next. Dima gets a second. 2 headshots in a row on 2 high priority members. That's going to go ahead, turn it into a 5-on-2. Looking real good for Singularity to finally get their first round on the board.
And it's just D-Max and Addicted left alive here for Saw. And I'm curious if they'll go for it. I don't think they will for the most part. They might just try and stay mobile, stay on the move so they don't get caught by the hunters of Team Singularity, but they want to hold on to these Vandals. They had Guardians last round. The economy not amazing even for winning 4 in a row since it is the first 4 of the half. So spikes down, and you can see all 5 members of Singularity are just going to go ahead, collect what weaponry they can upgrade with, and find their way out the backside, and hopefully not lose any members. But they're on opposite sides of the map, so it should be pretty safe. And that was an explosive round.
Extremely so, and you know, it again was off the back of Dima. Dima was able to find 2 frags, and again, as soon as Kill Dreams went down, right, that was kind of the signal that, hey, we might be in some trouble over on Saw's side. And that's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You talked about it earlier, right? One person really stepping up and showing off, great. But when that one person kind of falters and has a little bit of a slip up, right? It's only 1 round, I understand that, but once the slip ups start, it's kind of a slippery slope from there. You kind of saw it there with Team Singularity dropping 4 rounds, which is very unconventional of them. The rest of the team needs to start stepping up and making sure that they pull their weight as well, until maybe their star player gets their mind back in that right, kind of the right set.
Yeah. And so if they can do it again, great. But if they lose this round, it's a reset here for Singularity. They'll come into the next one after this with just 1,900 credits. And keeping 5 members alive last round, it does kind of mitigate that quite a bit, because they didn't have to rebuy anything except abilities coming into this round, and armor, obviously, which is, we've already mentioned today, is still 1,000 credits no matter what to re-up. So definitely an investment there, but largely you don't need to buy the rifles, and those are the expensive bits. But Stark now has an operator coming in from last round. We'll see what they can do, because they're on the Raze, which isn't the quintessential operator agent, but you can still do some fancy stuff with it.
Yeah, and the alarm bar goes out, does its due diligence. Hear it kind of waddle its way and roll its way in, and doesn't find anyone. And again, no frags out just yet. Bisk is going to listen and hear the operator take a shot. It is not where you want to be if that's going to happen. So they immediately rotate out, say, we're not facing that operator here today. We are going to try and make a play over on A. 30 seconds left. Full 5 members up, and that's going to be the spray through. Couple shots go out and hit the Astra wall. They're going to find anyone, and Dima finds a shot straight through the wall. Addicted is down. D-Max finds another, and that's going to be Dima ending D-Max's life. Dima gets 3 on Kill Dreams as well, and this is the Singularity squad that we were hoping to see. 8 health on Stark. Back gets a shot, though. Able to save Stark's life. Small consolation, though. Still 3 on 2.
This has to be another save. 5,000 credits on that operator, 2,900 on the Vandal. You cannot be pushing this. It's just not a good look. I would expect Singularity to revive here so they can keep 4 rifles in hand, but I think they're playing it a little bit safe at the moment, just to make sure they don't get, you know, caught by anything cheeky. But all right, now he might have missed the chance to revive. We'll see.
Maybe just save it, you know, hey, use it for a little bit later We are going to go ahead and get a swap over to Stark, and the rest of them just hiding out in the back of B, really throwing down the rest of the utility, making sure that all the booby traps are down on the ground. And round well won by Team Singularity, once again hitting the frags now and kind of feeling in their element, right? Took them a little bit, lost 4 rounds, now already 2 behind. So you see how quickly that closes, but we do get our first Odin of the map. And what better way to see an Odin than the tried and true Sova Odin combo?
Yeah, and it's going to be impactful over there on the B side. It's going to lock down Garage, which hasn't seen too much action from Singularity up to this point, but that's always, you know, time to change, because it is, you can't just keep going A. Even though they're out fragging at A, most notable, oh Jesus, Bisk with the cheeky wall help there. Dima giving a little bit of a hand, but you could see that they just didn't expect it. Like, that was so high up in the air that, you know, we noticed it on our side, but Fat picks up the operator, takes out end layer, and brings back down to a 4v4, but can they do it?
Nope, Dreams aims a little bit too far right. Is gonna go ahead and eat the dirt. Now it is a 3-on-4 ultimates. 4 ultimates are available, so the revive could come through for Team Singularity, turn it into a 5-on-3. If they so wish to use it here, which I think would actually be a good use of the ultimate, right? Make sure you win that 3rd round in a row, give yourselves a nice economy boost. It's gonna be a couple shots going out, but can't hit it. Biz gets 3, getting so much out of this operator play. This is working wonders for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I in the first map mentioned that Bisk's operator was a little bit wanting on bind there, but coming into Ascent, it's a different animal.
30 seconds left.
Insider got legged, which is why that happened, but 20 seconds left. This is getting scary.
I swear it doesn't. Oh, Addicted. No, you can't do it to him like that. Starts spraying through the wall. Was able to grab one. Is going to go ahead and launch another. And that's going to be the defender-sided lockdown being used. Another spray. Fat gets it. And all of a sudden, Team Singularity, they had the opportunity, but are not going to find the closure. It's going to be Gray. Might get a few more, but the spray through. Just going to go ahead and use that Odin as best as possible. Shots through the wall, though. Gray was able to stop the defuse once, but can't find the other diffuser. That will be Addicted, closing it out for his team.
Gun here.
That was a great round. Bisk did everything to get their team the victory there, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. But I mean, that was an insane round, and we're starting to see Singularity be able to hang and be able to frag out with Saw on this map. And you know, it just took them a little bit to warm up. This time, though, they're a little short on credits, so I'm curious what they do decide to buy up. They will be able to buy 1 additional rifle off the back of Gray's economy, but it doesn't bode well for the next round after this one.
Yeah, and of course you do have the Blade Storm though, so this is 4 ultimates on 3. You can already see the Blade Storm used, of course, because why wouldn't a Jet use that in a high pressure situation like this? That's gonna be the shots, and Bisk hits them. Knives out, guns out. It's gonna be a fantastic shot. Another one, Bisk! You can't do it to him like that. Make it 2, possibly make it 3. Flips him out one more time, but B is completely open. Gonna go ahead, bounce through, but the spike is all the way back in attacker side spawn. That gives enough time to rotate over, but man, it's 2-on-4. Bisk looking so strong right now, wanting to get a few more on there. D-Max is gonna go ahead and pick it up, and the dash right back out. Knives have missed, I think down to only 2. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. So D-Max going to walk out and behind. Revive coming up. Singularity is going to bring back Insider. So gives it a 4-on-2 advantage. Again, ultimates are up. Resurrection on Saw's side as well. Sova is going to have a couple complications. Their Fury is up. Are they going to use it? They might want to save, but everyone backing into this defender side corridor. About to get spotted out. Time ticking down.
This 4v2 scenarios made it so difficult. That revive, that's cheeky. The time's ticked very far away. That has to just chalk it. There's nothing here to destroy it except for the Hunter's Fury, but we are gonna get it actually, but everybody's dead.
Yeah.
Oh no.
An exchange of ultimates leaves everyone wanting, and a single knife left means Insider is going to take that frag. Team Singularity, it was looking actually kind of rough there for a little bit, but Bisk really popping off in that tail end. This is going to be the 3rd round that they have won. 5 rounds to 3. Once Saw wins one more, they will even it up once again. And I mean, this is almost looking like a half-half scenario once again.
Yeah, it's looking very scary for the side of Saw because Singularity have suddenly turned on the Jets. They're fragging very well. They're trading nicely. I mean, that round was just a nice layering of abilities too. They used the revive to make it that 4v2 advantage. They, as soon as they heard the resurrection, they dropped the Killjoy ultimate, which that should have just ended the round. Honestly, if Saw, wanted to be a little bit more conservative, they could have just ran away and saved at that point because they had the 3 rifles. But they attempted to go for it. They thought the 3v4 was going to be in their favor. They just got outshot and immediately fell. I mean, the Showstopper did trade one nicely, but I mean, you still survived that round on Singularity side with 3, and Bisk continues to frag out.
All right, so like you said, Team Singularity only needed about 4 rounds to really kick it online and are already hitting the shots. This is the Bisk that we wanted for so long. He knows the angles here on Ascent. This is their home territory. And if they allow Saw to kind of take over, that is not the way that they want to go.
No, and I mean, it's pistols for Saw, so it's a bit of a tactical round where you just kind of take 5 classics, talk about the round after when you do have weaponry. Because, I mean, they didn't really bring sheriffs in. I think they had a couple, but for the most part, it wasn't a challenging round here. It was just a, hey, let's save. And so
30 seconds.
they're relaxing, feeding over some kills over to Singularity. Singularity get a kill. I think it's a successful round for them here, but I don't even know if they're going to get that at this point.
Oh, well, Jesus. Caster Curse, baby. Let's go. Couple shots through the wall as they do spot out. It looks like Insider has been dancing around that corner. A little bit shot. D-Max goes ahead, picks up another, and that will be the round. And again, they got 2. They did get 2. That's 2 more than I think you thought they were going to get.
Yep. There's a 200% increase from what I thought they would get, which technically 200% of 0 is still 0, but they got 2 frags. But I mean, even heading into this one, it's a full buy now for Team Saw, but if they lose here, it's tied up, and it would be 3 rounds in a row here for Singularity. So Singularity, I mean, it's just night and day from where they were the first 4 rounds to where they found themselves, and to be able to, stay in the game mentally, like I was saying earlier, because I mean, like, they've lost map 1 so closely. They lose the first 4 rounds in very dominant fashion, and then are able to reset Saw in such a nice way. It's crazy how mentally strong they're showing to be in already the first series of the day.
Yeah, and we are into another technical pause, unfortunately. I believe we have no information on whether this is going to be on Saw side or Singularities, but again, a pause always has a way of either keeping people up and pumped, right? Giving you a nice change of pace, or if it is going to be a little bit less. And all right, that was not as no one gets any time to rest. We are straight back into the action again. 5-4. Only I want to say 3 more rounds until round half, and I mean, it's getting close again to that 6-6 scoreline. I don't think anyone really wants that. Team Singularity want to come out with a round advantage, so if they win the next 3 in a row, they will put themselves at 7-5. Opportunity is so there. Spike still all the way back in the attacker spawn. It's going to be the default play. A little bit of a peek. Dima is going to come around the corner and pop D-Max in the head.
That was so cheeky because I don't know if D-Max actually saw Dima on that jump peak, but Dima definitely saw them, just W-keyed it, full aggression, no concern for their own safety. They get the frag, they open it up, and that's big. That's 5v4 now, and this has been where Singularity have been really able to shine.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect it, right? In a 5v4 situation, oh yeah, they have a man advantage, but you have to realize the caliber of the players that are still left. And it's like, yeah, this is how you play it out. This is how you play it well. And that's actually, I think we just saw a teleport coming out from one of the Omens, or the only Omen in this game. Couple shots going in the back. This is going to be Fat trying to hold it all off. Gets 1, gets 2. Fat is taking out. Stark is holding it down with them. And the spray down is real. Where did this come from? A full house of kills on B site. Stark and Fat make it work.
Man, just how? We're gonna get the replay in a second, but I mean, Fat getting 2 headshots in a row there was so critical. And then Stark just gets the spray. The spray down onto Gray was so problematic for Singularity there, and beautifulness for Saw. And then being able to then survive long enough to get that last final headshot there, which wasn't even necessary, honestly. There were still so many members alive from Saw that if they had fallen there, they would have been able to win that retake quite nicely, but they make it happen anyway. Stark, the hero, play here and makes it 6-4, playing for the victory in the half now.
Yep, they want it, and Biss immediately answers back, but Adiki takes out the op. So the op is down. D-Max takes a really cheeky flank and drops it to a 3-on-2. Singularity were not ready for that flank maneuver or probably that angle, and that is going to mean A is not the option Singularity want to try and go for.
That was the first time we've actually seen somebody in that position. D-Max has been playing quite forward on the A side, but never that far forward. And you can see that Singularity weren't expecting it. It wasn't something they've had to deal with up till now. So they do get blown up by it. It's down to 2 members, and that recon dart not actually going to spot out Addicted, which means they are going to also be able to get a very forward aggressive position. We'll see if they can get something done with it. They get 1, they get 2, and they close out the round.
I mean, you take a 50-50 chance there, right? Yes, you can go for the split, look left and look right, but I mean, in that situation, you take your 50-50 chance and you guessed wrong. So that is going to put Saw up in this half. 7 rounds, no tie today, and a potential 8 rounds won. Saw are looking like they're ready to close this one out, or at least move themselves one step closer to that finals.
Yeah, and it's at least a full buy here from Singularity, right? For the most part. I mean, Bladestorm, if you have a Bladestorm, it's considered a full buy, I think, because especially with what Bisk has done with those knives so far in this half, I think that's something they've earned the ability to say. But we'll have to see if they can actually get it done. Bladestorm is out. We have both Resurrections available. We have a lockdown on the side of Saw and the Hunter's Fury for Singularity. Do they choose to use them? We'll find out. They can't save them, so they kind of have to at this point. But who is going to open the round?
Well, Bisk has been so far one of the opening frags, same as Kill Dreams, who unfortunately has kind of had a rough time after the first 4 rounds, right? Really hasn't found that same kind of pattern they had before. So a little bit of an awkward moment here as everyone's jockeying for position over here on B. Now you hear the rotate from everyone. No one's died yet. This is kind of ridiculous. And they meet straight into base. Stark runs straight into Bisk, and Bisk can't get the knives off. That is a heartbreaking death right there, as Saw are going to find the collapse. 1 member left. Disaster strike in the final round for Singularity, and they will move into the second half 8-4.
Man, that was so tragic. Bisk went in, was barrel stuffing Stark there, and the right click just didn't connect. It went wide, it didn't do its job. And let's take a look at that again, not to flame Bisk, but they dash in, they get into the boathouse there, they come around the corner, you see the knife trails just go wide, and Stark, you could tell Stark was like, oh my god, they just couldn't, they had to get the spray under control, and they managed to finally get the frag, but that is not how you wanted to end your half if you are Team Singularity. They're on the defensive side now, though, so this is a different animal. They have a little bit more control of how the game goes at this point, because they can play to their strength. They can play to how they need to in the second half here, and we'll see if they can actually, live up to this map pick that they chose.
Oh man, I'm still wondering how that's gonna affect Bisk, right? Like having an ultimate that free, having a kill that's supposed to be that free, and not being able to pull it off has to feel bad. And I want to see if he's able to kind of mentally reset, right? Because that is how you're supposed to play. That is the whole question mark. Can you mentally reset? Can you prep yourself for this upcoming second half? Because you are down 4 rounds, you lose this pistol round, you let Saw pretty much get into double-digit rounds once again, and that's not a position you want to be in. Last time you had 6 rounds to fall back on. This one you really only have obviously 4 right there. There's gonna be a couple shots going out. Bisk gets deked a little bit, but Bisk aim is better. Kill Dreams is out of this fight. This round, that's gonna be this fight going down though. Saw are able to make it onto the A site. Now they got to prep for the retake. One under rafters, the rest kind of spread out all the way through. One all the way back in wine and main. Wall goes up. Tima is going to try and rotate around, and Bisc is going to go ahead and fall through. Fat goes ahead, takes it out. Fat gets taken out himself, and that's Insider and Addicted popping off with a couple frags. Dima finishes it off on Addicted. Team Singularity fight back here in the opening pistol round.
That is exactly what they needed to happen. I mean, they don't give double digits over to Saw, most importantly, but they also get started on a strong foot. They're going to be able to buy up now here, take those SMGs to work, and get another round, brings it within 2, and mentally, it's a great start. If you don't want to sit on the back foot every half because it's just so draining. And you know, you talked about how, you know, they had 6 rounds to fall back on that they had to pick up last map, but had they come in here having to pick up 8, not only you on the back foot for the entire semifinals at this point, but you don't have anything to work with. You're constantly being reset. It's so tough to stay in that game and stay on target when you're down always. And they're down still. Technically, it's 3 rounds, but they have the chance to tie it up in the same fashion that Saw started the first half.
A little bit of a recon dart. Everyone tries to get out, but they are pinged on the location. So Saw, realizing that they have been spotted out, one little rotate over. We do see the Killjoy making a lurker play over to A. Maybe trying to find it. Great is going to go ahead and drop a shock dart in. Does catch multiple members. And that's going to be Insider finishing it off. So D-Max is going to be the first casualty of this round.
And they do get caught out a little bit. The drone did seek out Killdream, and so they make the rotation out. They're going to try and smoke this up, but they have somebody waiting for them. Can they hit the shot? The answer is no. Dima forced back, throws up the wall, immediately broken down, though.
Yep, says no thank you. We are not playing this game today. 24 health, though. A couple low health members, and that's going to be Lair and Dima finding a little bit of action. That is going to put it into a 3v2, and that's going to be Saw popping off. Fat picks it up, and Addicted finds another. This should not be happening, Team Singularity. This sitting with only a ghost. He only has a pistol. That's not what you want to see. Of course, though, very, very low. Gets tagged. It gets tagged again. Dreams finds some revenge from the first pistol round here. And that is going to be Saw picking up round 9.
Oh no, 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 no.
Play this song, everyone. This is looking a little bit dangerous.
And that's a reset round. That was something that was so risky on the side of Saw. If they lost that round because they invested so heavily into it, they wouldn't have had rifles until round 4 of this half. But because they were so aggressive about it, they got all the kills. They got the round win, obviously, and now they're able to get a reset onto Singularity, who now are coming in with a shorty on the Endlier and pistols onto everybody else, whereas there were multiple rifles on the side of Saw. They have SMGs, they have an ultimate, like they can just do whatever they want right now. Although Endlier, never mind.
Yeah, you're just like, no, that's it. Sorry.
Dream is dead.
Yeah, just not gonna happen. And Saw really coming back with some of this action. They're walking up. Insider with the pop says, nope, we don't want any stalkers here today. That is gonna be a return frag coming out. Saw ready with the battle, but they did have to give up A, so that is gonna be 3 members strong. Or actually 2 members, I'm very sorry, with 2 lurkers off to the side. This is becoming a battle. Insider, another headshot. The Sheriff putting in so much work. Insider, we saw him pop off in map number 1. Now in map number 2, is finally finding his stride. 4-on-3, Team Singularity need this round to win if they want to keep Saw from double digits, and that's gonna be a trade at kills. Bisc once again still alive, and that's the one to watch. Double headshots not gonna land, and D-Mac, what is this? Addicted? They shut it down once again. Saw are cutting through the competition in quick fashion. 10 rounds to 5. They are 3 rounds away from closing out the semifinal series.
Insider made that round so much closer than it needed to be because there were 2 members detained by that lockdown in that little corridor, and the only one that wasn't was Insider. And because Insider was able to peek that, get that instant headshot, and make it happen, there wasn't the opportunity to get 2 free kills. I mean, Addicted, jumbling with their button keys there, somehow still gets the frag and turns around for the second, but oh man, what do you... I mean, that's what Bisc does. He's taking his frustration out with the operator and getting more frags.
That's what he does. Every time he loses a round, he's just like, give me the op, give me the op. I just want to one-tap people. so done with everything that's going on, and that is immediately gonna be that kill over there. And I think that was Catwalk, a little bit of an area. And so we are gonna see a flip over to B once again. 2 members kind of pinching that hallway, hoping that they can find some more kills in lobby. The Nanoswarm is gonna stall out this engage. It's gonna be a shock dart rolling around. D-Max does not get tagged. Stark hiding in a corner. It's very quiet after that opening shot.
Yeah, not making any noise. They're even waiting to pull the trigger on picking up the orb because they want to try and force out some cheeky rotations from Singularity, knowing that they haven't made any sound. They are pinging through here. The spike picked up, and they want this orb, but like, again, they don't want to make the sound.
And sounds so key, right? Almost everyone, at least the ones that I know, usually play on like 100 sound, just always. They listen. We want to hear every single footstep. If we hear a pin drop, we will know where it is. Of course, now we see the movements coming around. Insider's gonna try, but no, gets caught trying to lay out another snap. So well timed by Saw to play the long game. That's gonna be another one. Start picking up 2K. This is disaster for Singularity. D-Max gets a collateral through the wall.
left.
It's all going downhill. Dima with the prettiest skin gonna find the dirtiest situation. 2 members firing away, and that's his death. D-Max putting the pain down on the enemy. Saves 4 members to 1. It's only Lair running for his life. And Saw, an immaculate play here on Team Singularity's map, look like they have secured their 11th round win.
This is not looking great for Singularity, unfortunately. And I mean, that time they just got unlucky, right? Like, the spray from Stark onto Gray was so chaotic. It just barely breaks his way. He had the heady after all. But I mean, yeah, Insider not knowing where anybody was, because Saw was so quiet about their activity there in Garage, and so we tried to get into a safer position. Probably would have been better off throwing the alarm bot in from where they were currently standing instead of trying to make the cross at the same time. But man, that was something else. I'm watching it back on stream, and it's just it's not looking good. Saw are looking phenomenal. They're looking out of their minds, on point. And I mean, coming into this round, it's a Guardian, a Bladestorm, and a Bulldog once again for Singularity, with half armor on half the members.
And I want to point out right now, Dreams is at the bottom of the kill board. This is the man that pretty much carried up above. All right, can't even talk about it. Biss goes ahead, shuts it down. That's gonna be the Hunter's Fury coming out and the revive. So for all the action that was put in, it is now a 5-on-4. Saw go ahead and take the trade to give themselves an advantage and possibly pushing themselves to match point.
And that's a bad feeling if you're a Jet player. You're like, oh, I used my ultimate, I got a kill, I used all my abilities, and then just poof, you're gone in an instant to the Hunter's Fury. And the resurrection comes through as you're dying, and you're just like, what did I do all this effort for? Why even bother?
It's so rude. It's beating a dead horse, right? It's just like, come on, give me the satisfaction of at least meaning my kill is going to mean something. Lair can't see Kill Dreams. Kill Dreams literally too short to be spotted right now. That is so rude to do. No one is able to see him. Dima is going to go ahead and follow through, and Dreams finds the kill. It's because no one saw Dreams sneak into this corner. It's so rude. Now we're going to see the headshots come out, and possibly a little bit of a dink. Greets gets it. What is this? 2 kills should not occur. Now in a 4v2, Saw are looking immaculate here in the latter rounds of this map. Crushing it now. Yes, they have to make it onto the site. I think the spike is down. Yes, it is finally planted. And they do have defender kill lockdown. They do have an opportunity to possibly force everyone out and around and possibly flush them out for kills, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to go for the straight trade. Insider gets Stark. That is a massive frag right now. They need to flush them. They should drop. Yeah, they should drop it down. Come on, pick it up. And that's going to force them. This is a do or die situation. Saw have to go for the engage, and they might find one. No, not even dodge. Dodge is going to, Gray is going to go down. D-Max is going to find another, and that is the round. Match point right now for Saw, and only 5 rounds for Singularity.
We thought 6 was going to be a big ask. 7, while it's only 1 additional, it feels that much harder because it feels like Singularity have been so shut out on their map pick that It's just not a whole lot going their way in any sense of the word. They've been losing just straight duels. They've been losing trades. They've been losing ultimates. They've just lost everything up to this point, and Saw are looking to take this to the grand finals, and it's just the one round. They have to make it work a little bit harder. Bisk starts off strong, and they'll see if they can keep going, but Addicted and Gray popping off once again.
But that doesn't matter because Addicted is getting collaterals left and right in all of that chaotic action. It is still 3-on-3 here. We are finally closing in on the last members alive, and Team Singularity know it. This is epic levels of just action, intense movements. Saw moving around very slowly. They are going to rotate in. The nanoswarm has been popped a little bit early, but just to stave off any potential fights, Team Singularity are going to go ahead, try and pop it up. The teleport used as Lair is going to make their way in. This is a 2-on-3 fight, and Lair with the spray down is going to find it, but Addicted finds the collateral, and that is going to be the win. Team Singularity have done this once. They brought it back to a 10-13 setup. Now they have to make it a pure tie if they want to do it. Gotta be a very clutch 6 rounds.
They've done it before. I've seen this story on HBO Max. It's happened. It can happen. We're just gonna have to see if they can do it. Right now, though, again, the buys are gonna continue to be shaky for Singularity. They're not winning these rounds super convincingly, so they're not gonna be able to, be able to keep a reservoir of credits in their back pocket. They're spending, it's the poor man's fallacy. I have to spend $100 every week when the rich guy gets to spend $100 every month. It's not a good place to be, and they have the showstopper on side of Saw, but they do also have that teleport and the resurrection for Singularity.
Oh, well, around the roll, Kill Dreams finds Lair. That was a secret that they had, and another Kill Dreams is online. Said it's time for me to shine. Bisk and Dima has something. Oh, the knife! Dima gets the knife. That is it. Wrapped up. Doesn't matter if they lose. The knife wins it all, and Dima brings back Lair. Saw's like, come on, bro. You can't disrespect my team like that. Dima finishes off. That was highlight after highlight after highlight. 7-12. Team Singularity are crushing it here in these last 2 rounds. I don't care if they fall. I don't care if they make it, but this move right here is the rudest I have seen. Swing around, a knife straight to the face. Fat didn't even see it coming. The replay powered by GLG gives you the best angle of that.
Are you kidding me? How is this a semifinal matchup? This is insane. These two teams, they're here for entertainment. They're not even here for the tournament. They're just here to put on a show, have a great time doing it. And granted, Singularity might not be having the best time in the comms, but man, are we on the desk losing control? This is insane. And I am... Go to overtime, guys. Take it to a map 3. We got time. We have all day long to witness more plays like this.
I am so impressed right now. Once again, Singularity have shown that they have resilience. Yes, they might lose every so often, and Bisk doesn't want to end it now. Gray goes ahead, takes a peek to Stark, fires back. Bisk gets a quick headshot snap onto Stark, and that is going to turn it into a 3-on-2. Team Singularity have a man advantage. Once again, the Hunter series is up, so is Blade Sword and the From the Shadows. So keep eyes on those ultimates depending on how they want to play this. A little bit quiet. Bisk is hiding over on B site. He's hoping to find another quick frag. Remember, 2 for him so far. Might want to make it 3. Might want to make it 4 if he wants to be the ace for this round.
And there's not a whole lot that Saw can do right now either. They're going to try and get a little bit of knowledge, but again, not going to find anything. They do use the teleport here to try and get some information. I don't think they found anything in particular because we do see the slow rotation in from Dima. But I don't... They're actually on a crash course right now. If Dima speeds up just a little bit, they'll be able to see through window, but...
10 seconds left.
It's actually Lair who's in the best position.
Oh,
6 seconds left on the board. And they're not going to get it.
Oh, yep, there it is. That's going to be the pick, and that's just a round. Forced into a poor situation, and they are found Addicted. Is going to get peaked. Is he going to die? Nope. Is able to survive, but... Just running out the clock. Rough time.
And now it's going to be not necessarily a full buy from Singularity once again. So this is looking eerily reminiscent to the last map where Saw, for basically the entire second half, just has to win a round. They don't need, any significant number. It's literally a single round. Any single mistake here from Singularity means that they lose the map, and at this point means they lose their tournament life. So we will see how strong they can hold. They now have an operator in Bisk's hands, and we've seen what they can do it on the attack side. It's their defensive side that has been a little suspect, but that is definitely nothing suspect about it.
Bisk in, oh my lord, that was a blind shot. Again, pure blind shot. Calculated the amount of time. I mean, he was running a NASA computer in his brain right there to get that frag. Massive play coming out from Bisk to keep them in this series. Now they're going to go ahead and fly under the radar here to B site. Saw so far, I want to say the last 3 or 4 round attempts had been on B site. Although last round was a quick rotate over, it was very, very low in time span. It's going to need the turret taken away. He's going to go ahead, fire through the window, and the recon bolt is immediately destroyed. Go ahead and wait and see. A little bit of a paint boost up. They're going to try and flood in here as quickly as possible. Insider all the way in the back corner. It's looking a little bit dangerous, but they're waiting. They're giving enough time for Singularity to make the way. Insider gets a headshot. Number 1, number 2, make it 3. Insider gets a 3K on the site while Dima falters on the back. Start goes, what the heck happened? Boost up, couple shots. Start gets 1, but is going to falter. Insider once again coming up with the plays.
We're going to talk about Bisk being the hero because they're the duelist player. They got the operator. They spend the most money, but it is Insider who is keeping Singularity in the series. Every single time they need a quality frag, they get it. They are so impactful. I mean, look at this. They stall out with the Nano Swarm. They get the easy frag here onto D-Max, and then these shots, just the spray transfer and everything is so crisp, so clean, definitely on point. Some would even say vac in the chat, but we know that's all truth.
I mean, living up to the name Killjoy. I said it once earlier. I think an Insider embodies a Killjoy mentality, right? Shutting down any chance of Joy making their way onto Valorant and making their way onto Ascent, to say the least. This it's been phenomenal, and I feel so honored, right? Like, to be able to cast this, like I feel like I'm watching a premiere show, right? This is amazing to see so far. Stark goes ahead and boosts his way over, is going to go ahead and get spotted out and boost right back to stay with the team, but a huge paint bomb, I think, just landed on top of Demon's head. Is going to try and heal up as quickly as possible. The wall is up, and Stark finds the crack, is able to snipe it out, and this might be it. Gonna go ahead and boost up. Remember, they have the man advantage this time around. They do have the Hunter Series and the Resurrection as well. So they have a full man advantage in a situation of dire straits. Drone is gonna go through. Addicted is gonna get the plant. And this looks to be the turnaround that they need.
Yeah, it's just that one frag open up the entire site for Disaster, and this is looking really good. Bisk has this operator here, does get a little bit of sight there. It's just a pixel, but here comes the defensive lockdown with the Hunter's Fury, breaks that apart. So now it's actually got to go in raw. Gray is going to be able to get a pickup and a frag, but the rest of the team is still on point. Gray trying to do what they can out from the heaven position, but the hell is down. Bisk shows up. They need to get the defuse though. It's ticking away. What can they do? Shock dart in, defuse is coming through, but there's so little HP here. Everybody's dying. Dreams, then Lear, but the spike, it's still ticking away. Can they get it in time? The shots are in, and
Attackers
it exploded.
Last player standing.
It exploded. The spike exploded. What? How much time was on the clock? Was that a 0-second explosion?
That was...
What?
That has to be the most heartbreaking round of Valorant I have seen.
What?
They had everyone up. They had 4 members available. Singularity were on the cusp of literally repeating map number 1, moving it into a 12-10 scenario. and the spike said no. They took just a half second too long to close in. Half second is all it took. And again, well played by Saw, but Singularity, that is the worst feeling to end a series on. Saw will take it 2-0 and move on into the grand finals, and we will sadly have to say goodbye to Team Singularity.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I don't think that was a bad series to lose. You know, there were periods where it looked pretty bad, like when they lost 6 rounds in a row there on Bind, but the overall score lines were very respectable. And I mean, in a lot of situations, it was pixels and frames that separated loss and victory. So I think Singularity can hold their head high after a hard fought series. And I mean, that one in particular, yeah, it's a tough way to lose the map in the tournament, but you put it all out there. You put everything on the line, and Saw just came out ahead this time.
Yeah, I cannot. This is one of those points. Everyone always says, don't look at the overall overarching game score. Do not look at that overall, 2-0. That doesn't speak the whole story. And, the winning team will always say, well, hey, look, a win's a win. But you go back and watch this series, you would not be able to tell who was always going to win. We get confirmation from our production that it was 0.86 seconds away, less than a second left on this defuse. I think I've only ever seen one other one, which was like 0.11, and that was actually back in the group stage. These guys battled their hearts out, and it's phenomenal to see one of these teams move on into the grand finals. It was an amazing showing. So congratulations to Saw coming out here and making a victory happen, whether by skill or by luck. They will go ahead and move on into the grand finals of the 15 Kings Invitational. That will end it for the semifinals matchup, but we will have even more because, again, best of 5 coming at you. Yeah. And if this is any indication, you do not want to miss it. Go ahead, stock up on food, go stock up on snacks, water, hydration, because we got the grand finals coming to you live. However, this will be it for myself, who is Orbital, and Doctor, of course, the man on the mic, this guy that has walked us all the way through. Thank you so much for tuning in, and keep watching.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to see we the best. Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people the feed, those they don't get it like.
Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Here we go.
GLG fans, far and wide, we are here with the 15 Kings Invitational Grand finals, baby. As soon as my lights would turn on, we want to get this party started. And we are here with Def Fox and Saw. This is going to be amazing. A best of 5 to finish it all. Seymour and Vincent here on the desk. Vincent, how are you feeling today?
Oh my goodness, dude, I can't even communicate how hyped I am for this matchup. I mean, 500 euros on the line, like that's a lot of cash, number one. But number two, we've got two of the best teams coming out. I think we saw like the only other team that I would have even thought could have made it here was Singularity, who was in the semifinals, and Saul just took them to town. So I'm excited. I think this is going to be an absolutely sick series where we have so much to talk about as well with regard to these two teams. You've got Saul, that Portuguese side that we've been seeing all throughout the group stage. Then it comes in, absolutely wrecks house in the playoff stage, and then pretty much I feel like they kind of just destroyed. Like, yeah, it was close, but if you were watching that series like I was, I really kind of feel like that Saul always kind of had the hand on that for the semifinals at the very least. But Def Fox coming in here, the Bulgarian side, they maybe a bit of an underdog in this one, I think. But the cool thing is they've had some serious losses to some really good teams, which gives me some confidence that they have what it takes. They've seen what really good teams can do, and Saw is a really good team, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, let me agree with you right here. We got ourselves a David and Goliath matchup right here on stream for your entertainment. And I totally agree with you as well. I mean, I was watching Team Singularity. I mean, I was casting them yesterday in the quarterfinals, and they stomped their way into the semis. I woke up this morning and Saw chose violence the way that I was watching them. I was baffled. I was taken apart by what I was seeing from this team. Saw is dangerous. Saw is lethal. And Def Fox definitely going to be that David in this storyline. They're looking to bring this back. And Vincent, I mean, while we get ready for this grand final, we already have our map 1 and 2 right in front of us in this best of 5. Ascent, then Icebox. How you feeling, my man?
Dude, I like it. So that was an emotional roller coaster right there. Let me just explain how my emotions went. We saw Ascent, and like I'm going, ooh, and then I saw Icebox. I'm like, ooh, okay, I see what we're doing. I love it. Icebox is going to be a great time. I think Ascent to start makes a lot of sense. I think it'll give us a real good idea of where both of these teams are at. It makes sense as well that that's a pick for Saul, because as a team that I think probably should know that they are the favorites in this matchup, it makes sense that they want to start out on something that's a bit more well known, and then pulling in an Icebox by Def Fox makes perfect sense for them as well, because they want to make Saw uncomfortable. They don't want to give them any of that comfort zone area that they might be in like an Ascent, like a bind. And we saw both in the group stage and in the playoff stages. They absolutely dominated. We saw on Haven, for example. That was a big map for them. I think they played Ascent and bind in the playoffs. So for me, I think it's very clear that on these more traditional maps, Saw is comfortable, but we haven't seen them on Icebox yet. So I'm interested.
We haven't seen them on Icebox. In fact, we literally just saw them on Ascent. So your point is so valid that they are fired up on this map, ready to go. I need to see Fox come out swinging on this map. I mean, like that Fox, there's one thing that I don't want to see this team do, is fall behind early, because it's a best of 5. It's a marathon, not a sprint, to get to the end of the road for this grand final. And you really just have to kind of roll with the Saw team and just go, because this is just going to get tougher and tougher as each map goes on. I mean, Haven going to be that map 3. You're talking about Saw being that team, a good team on this map, another confirmation map that we know Saw can take. So it's really just Daft Fox. What are they going to bring to these traditional maps? And there's not going to be a map like Icebox to kind of shake things up and make a team like Saw feel uncomfortable for all 5 if it goes the distance. I mean, this is really going to have to be one of those situations where Daft Fox, yes, you can make them uncomfortable in Icebox, but there's only one Icebox here, and I think there's more traditional maps than not. So it's really going to show their true colors here on this Ascent map. I think Ascent is going to be a big map where a lot of these teams are going to feel practice. If we won't get to bind the most practice map until map 5. So they have to go the distance just to get to that kind of 50-50 map. Ascent's going to be such a big story here for this team.
I really think it will be. And Ascent, obviously a map that pretty much everybody is familiar with. I went and took a look at Def Fox's Icebox, and what they don't have a really incredible win rate on it, but they have some losses that tell me some stories. So they lost to Team Heretics on that map, and they got beat pretty badly. But it's Team Heretics, so
Yeah.
I don't want to give them. I don't want to take anything away from them, but they did put up a valiant effort on there. The same thing could be said about their round 32 matchup that they had against Klatwa on that map. It was a close series once again, and so for me, this Icebox pick seems like a lot is going to be wrapped around it. If we see Dev Fox take Icebox, I'm formulating this in my head as we go. But I think if we see Icebox go the way of Dev Fox, I think we're in for a bit of a long series. That said, if we find that Saul comes away with Icebox, I start to get scared, because that's where we could see that 3-0 happen. Because Ascent, I can't help but think that's going to be Saul all the way. And Saul, a team, by the way, that, I mean, listen, they're only being knocked out of challengers in EU by the number 1 and the number 2 teams in EU. They got knocked out from Challengers 1 by Team Liquid, and then from Challengers 2 by Fnatic. Like, that's just, you can't win. You can't expect a team to win those series necessarily. And the fact that Saul has kind of been at the door, they're knocking on the door of that very top tier, tells me that if they kind of grab Ascent and Icebox by the hand, they could pull it over the edge on Haven.
They're just sitting there knocking on. Let me in. They want right through there. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I know this grand finals, you want this underway as much as we do. The teams are getting ready for Ascent, but I got a little bit of something to let you guys know. 15 Kings, they're doing a giveaway right now. Go check them out on Twitter. Head into their Discord. They've combined with Click Up, and it is a 10 gaming chair giveaway. So check that out. 15 Kings, big thank you for letting us get in here. Ascent, map number 1. Let's start to minimize our vision on this series, Vincent, and take a look at this starting matchup right now. Ascent, what do you need to see here from these teams to start us off?
So what we've been seeing most recently from this, we'll start with Saul, and then I'll get to Dev Fox. Okay.
right.
First of all, we've been seeing a lot of Astra come through here for Saul on Ascent. One thing that they like to play a whole lot of is, and what they've been playing most recently is the Astra, Killjoy, Raze, Sage, and then the Sova composition. So what I think that where that the composition has some weaknesses is that there's no flashes. Where's your flashes? Your only real initiator is going to be the Raze. And I mean, the blast packs are they're effective, but they're not nearly as effective as a Jet, for example, can be with the Tailwind. And so the lack of a flash, I think, is probably the weakness in that composition. But it's got a whole load of utility. And we talk about the Gravity Well, Seymour. The Gravity Well plus the Paint Shell, absolutely deadly. Something that you definitely want to take a look at, not to mention the Nanoswarm potential as well. So that's what I'm looking at for Saul. On the other side of things for Dev Fox, they have been a bit wishy-washy on what they're looking to play. More than likely, though, I think they're going to be playing that Astra too, but they're going to be playing with a Jet rather than playing with the rather than playing with the Rays. So I think that's going to be the key difference between these two teams compositional wise. And I think that actually probably gives the advantage over to, on paper, Def Fox, but it's all going to be about the Gravity Wells and how they're utilized. Because if they're utilized well, that can take Saul over the edge because of their because of how much utility they have on board.
No, yeah, that's totally true. We see Astros all the time, especially on a map like Ascent. I feel like there's some steady choke holes to kind of make that Astra useful for those Gravity Wells. So you're really looking at these agent picks to really stump these teams. And I mean, you're talking about the lack of flashes. You're talking about the controllers in this matchup. I feel like a map like Ascent, which usually has tended to be for some teams more of a defender map, some teams more of an attacker map. I feel like they're going to really have to tailor to which side they really want to dominate on, who's starting on what. So if you really kind of like look at both of these teams in their sense, I mean, it is going to be Deft picking defense to start on Ascent. I feel like Deft is going to want more of an aggressive style, because when you switch over to that attack, you're going to want to have that initiation like you're talking about, Vincent.
That's exactly right. And so that's kind of the difficulty that I think Saw is going to come up against. But the thing is, if you have it depends on how the defense plays, right? Because let's just hypothetical, right, for just a moment, Seymour. If the defense is playing very far back on the A side, they're not really committing to those fights, then your lack of initiation duels are really not super relevant on a map like Ascent, where a lot of times your initial push isn't going to be met with a player sitting there. It's going to be met with just one or two counter utilities or that kind of thing. Maybe you're going to be dealing with the nanoswarms pulled out, and then you take those gunfights. So it may not be an issue for them, but I think that's all going to be on DevFox and whether or not they are able to realize there's a weakness there.
Oh, it's definitely going to be all on DevFox. Be looking for that weakness. But you know what time it is, Vincent. I'm seeing the R's in chat. I'm seeing these teams ready for some Ascent. So why don't we stop with the hypotheticals and start with what we are actually going to see here, because this agent select is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a big one. So as we hop into it and as we see these picks coming out, I want to see what is cooking in the kitchen for Daft and Saw. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ascent map number 1 of the grand finals for your 15 Kings Invitational. Saw going to be on the offense to start us off, and Daft Fox going to be on the defense.
And we'll have to see if the picks that we have seen in the past continue to be the consistent picks here. We already see a difference though. DevFox, we got Esso going over onto the Omen, so no Astra at the moment. Everything else the same for DevFox. An interesting decision. I don't think it's necessarily a poor decision, but the Astra is really strong right now, and so choosing to go away from that is interesting. On the other side of things, though, it looks like it's probably going to be pretty much the same, as all but Stark have locked in, and Stark looks to be on that raise anyway. So, and we saw Stark play on the Duelist before on Haven earlier in the not even in the playoffs. That was in the group stage. So I think we probably are going to be seeing the regular composition, and there it is. The lock-ins are here, and we're just about ready to get underway, Seymour, here with the grand finals. It's best of 5. Boy, am I excited for it. We are going to get right down to it here in the pistol round, but this is looking solid.
I am fired up here, and you know what's actually crazy to me is looking at both of the controllers on each team are really the only ones with some sort of stun kind of flash. You get that? I mean, you got an Astra Q, and you got the Omen flash. So I'd say when it comes to that initiation, I mean, you're really looking at DevFox to have that with the Omen on the better stance. I feel like that Omen pick is going to be so good for the swap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the paranoia definitely really helps. It's been called the strongest flash in the game, and I think that still holds true. So a solid idea there, I think, from DevFox. But if that's the reason that you're going with the Omen over the Astra, I don't know if that is valid anymore. Maybe if you're able to get something consistent. There's lots of good setups on this map with that paranoia, though, to play aggressive on the defense. So maybe that's what DevFox are looking for.
Totally agree. Round 1 pistol round, everybody. As you see, 4 ghosts on the side of Saw. Light armor buys for DevFox right away, and headhunting kill dreams to open us up. First blood of the grand finals. Going to the Astra. Those ghosts are so dangerous. Looks like an A hit as Stark clears out Wine. Grenade into Gardens to lead him forward. And the Astra smoke to block it off as well. Esso backed into a corner, and that's going to be full sight control to Saw.
I mean, who else to get that opening but Kill Dreams? But now this is a great lockdown on the site. Nobody really can get away with anything, and that wall is going to stall people out for even longer. With the man-fits advantage, DevFox are up against one here.
Someone's going to flood them through this garden and pinch from behind. Fat going to find a second one for this team. He's being chased, though. That's gonna be the Jet not wanting to let him go. So here we are, a 4-on-3, 1 player advantage for Saw. Daft Fox really in a bad situation. Not a lot of time to deal with. They're gonna wall off the choke and push into these players in hell, but Stark holding his own. The pinch is there. Nobody to check each side. Stuck between a rock and a hard place for real. And the attackers are gonna take this first round.
Yeah, I mean, NK doing a great job of giving Def Fox an opportunity to win that round by chasing down the lurk that Fat was putting on, which, by the way, was a solid lurk. If Fat gets away there, I mean, the entire round is over because you have to be, you have to be worried about him being in the flank the entire time. But finding that kill really made it possible for that retake to come through. Unfortunately, unable to line up the shots for Def Fox, and so. I mean, Saul, this is the opening we maybe expected. Like we said, they certainly have an advantage when it comes to what we've seen this team do before.
NK also very close to their ultimate compared to others, as it is the Blade Storm. A little bit easier to get to. It's only 6, and 3 out of 6 for NK. So that's going to come up fairly quickly for themselves into this game. So you see slow lurking to the A side of the map for Saws. They are just looking for some aggression from Daft Fox, but they're really holding a chokehold on these sites, not really letting too much. Take a look at... Sorry, I was wrong. I thought that was a player that snuck through. It's just Fat waiting on the B site. And if they do rotate, which they are, it's going to be a free site for themselves on that half.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to mention. The Def Fox side here are very committed to this A hold. They're just wanting to make sure that if they go A, they have a chance to take it. Fortunately for Saul, they've fully read this out. I don't know what information they got that really gave them this idea, but whether it be the lack of information given away or just the fact that nobody pushed, they know. And now, I mean, this is an impossible retake. 1 kill here would be nice.
The second round Vandal for Dreamster. This is definitely impossible. Another player falls, make it 3. As Saul are just lining him up and putting him down here in round number 2 to take him to that 2-0 lead. It's really what can Deft Fox do here? Because we know what Saul's going to do. They're going to get a round win, but can they make it a little bit damaging? Doesn't look like that unless NK has something else to say with their classic here.
I mean, it's a classic. Like, maybe you get a right click. Well, not that right. Ooh. Okay, I stand corrected. It's a nice kill. And I mean, listen, you take armor off of a player. Is it going to matter in the long run? Probably not that much, but it's a mental victory. And to be fair, in case thinking, hey guys, when y'all going to get some kills out here? What's happening? Like, sitting with the only kills on the team, but nonetheless, I think we're now into this gun round where it's bonuses for Saul. This is the first opportunity that Def Fox are going to have to claw their way back into this game. They are 1 orb away from getting the Blade Storm up on NK. That could be a tool at their disposal as well.
Like you said, you need to start seeing some players step up into this round. Definitely going to be a little bit easier for Def Fox with their rifles compared to the submachine guns, but nonetheless, you know how lethal Saw can be. On pen and paper, though, you're looking at this attack to be fast. Hunter's Fury right onto Wolf, and he's dancing like a ballerina, but he's not escaping the fury of Addicted. You do get Esso being a little bit aggressive to even us up, stalls out this attack for a little bit longer, and the Omen Smoke to keep him pretty, but this is really Saw who are stuck here after that Hunter's Fury as Line Pro finds another one in Garden, and he escapes with his life, so that's player advantage to Def Fox.
Yeah, it's the pinch that came through that just didn't exist. That kill on Cat so important because of that. And so now you see everybody having to spread out, Addicted trying to recover weaponry and try and regroup with the rest of the team. But this commitment today, I mean, there was 4 players committed today early in this round for Def Fox. This seems like something they've now done 2 times in a row. I'm wondering if it's going to be a consistent thing that they continue doing. And it worked out brilliantly for them in this round.
But last round it didn't. So really showing it's like a double-edged blade. When you see there, the wall up Addicted is gonna take out NK, and already on site
Spike
D-Max
down A.
is going to find another one. Stark with control, a 2-on-2, 11 seconds. You're going to
10
have to go for the
seconds
plant, but
left.
Line Pro might have that perfect timing to shut this down. You just need one swing, and Stark
One
isn't even
enemy
watching
remaining.
it. You find the head of Stark.
Spike planted.
And you have the pinch. Last player in hell
standing.
addicted. You're going to drop down if you're Blocker at some point. Now he knows exactly where you are.
No charges left.
But this is very low
Oh, it's
here.
good.
Brilliant wall as well, and it's 6. So it's gonna force some bullets out of his chamber, and Blocker takes the perfect gunfight. 1-on-1 goes to himself, and that's gonna be a defuse for DevFox, but a very expensive defuse.
Indeed it is, but here's the thing. I want to talk about that wall for a moment because it's really, really smart. That wall is, for Blocker, it makes it so much less risky to drop down that one extra step, because when you touch the ground right there, you're the most inaccurate that you're going to be. So you force the player, if they want to just automatically break the wall early, then they can do that, but they have to, number one, waste a whole lot of bullets, and number two, it gives you the opportunity to get down, reset your aim, and then take that fight. Beyond that, it was just great timing from Blocker to understand how that 1v1 was going to go down, and DevFox come out with the victory off the back of a great play from Blocker.
You love to see it.
Deploying drone.
DevFox stopping the momentum on that rifle round, but here we are, round number 3, and it's gonna be rifles versus rifles. As Line Pro having to force up to a Spectre. Didn't totally catch the full utility of DevFox after that round, as it was only their Sage that came out with that gun, and already Addicted finds a pick
Here.
onto NK. The main fragger, this Blocker. And you go up big once more, you're gonna boost yourself up over the smoke. Locate some heads here, a big pick on a D-Max, you get another one. Oh, he does, takes out Kill Dream. And that's 3 down for Saw. And a 2v2.
They did it again. They committed 4 players at A, and now this retake is so very possible with the 2-on-2. I love this right now from DevFox.
Plant goes through, Line Pro's found himself on board.
They play a ring
setting
around the
up a
Rosie.
pinch. Yeah, exactly. Ring around a Rosie. The pocket's full of Posey here. As Stark is really reading this word
One
for
enemy
word.
remaining.
As he gets in behind, already taking down Wolfen. Line Pro, only a Spectre here to make this possible. As he's trying to swing wide on the Stark. Stark just biding his time to get that pinch in from his teammate. And in fact, he's gonna take it, but the side swing from Fat. Line Pro goes down, and that's Soft finding another one for their arsenal of wins.
Indeed it is. And you know, I think that, honestly, DevFox should have maybe won that. It was just Stark making an incredible play, getting aggressive, and honestly, I mean, it was a risky play from Stark, but it works out so well because how safe he played it. You know, getting one, then falling back, not giving away the trade to Line Pro. But in addition to that, let me talk for a moment about the A hold, the aggressive A hold that we were seeing, right? NK going down early. If you're going to commit 4 players to A, you can't be that aggressive usually, because the whole point of committing 4 players to A is, I think that they've recognized that Saw are lacking initiation tools. And so if they just let them walk into a site like that, they're more than likely going to have the advantage in DevFox.
Cover going out.
The advantage only worth so much if you get that read right, as we're seeing here. Line Pro is actually inside wine. I feel like SO is trying to bait them out, but Line Pro's actually going to get aggressive here. Stark in a perfect position to shut this one down. He's right above Line Pro. Literally Goomba on his head, but Line Pro still swings it around before Stark catches him out, and it's 2 for 3 trade in favor of Saw. That's going to be site control in the A site. All to Saw here. They're going to get this plant down. They got the Astra smokes up as well.
Blade Storm.
Oh, NK is going to catch up. D-Max not even ready for it, and that's a free Vandal.
Shock dart.
That's huge.
Spike planted.
And now the pinch can come through. Now you got to be really worried about that player coming through from the flank, but you have the Showstopper and the Cosmic Divide if you're Saw.
And who else but NK to make this pinch happen? He's been a staple
Last
for his
player
team,
standing.
but Stark catches
One
him off
enemy
now.
remaining.
Inside Wine goes for the swing on a Wolfen. Takes a shot to the head, but Showstopper to put this one down. Misses his target, and Wolfen comes out with the 1v1. Stark gonna be hurting himself after that one.
Thrifty.
He had no bullets. That's so frustrating. And the Thrifty as well for DevFox coming out of nowhere, able to utilize that Blade Storm effectively. The split there onto the site was, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but no bullets. And Stark definitely is going to be kicking themselves because he could have been getting around that corner, but committed to the gunfight thinking there was bullets in that Vandal and no dice at all. So now, I mean, look at the cash. Seymour, it's pretty poor. I mean, they're going to have a couple of guns, but that's only because a couple of players had a little bit of extra cash flow lying around, and now they can afford to get those extra weapons out. And look at how we see the defense change at this. They know that they have the advantage, and they put mid control, and NK picks up that opening frag in mid with the operator.
And it's something you're talking about in the early side of this broadcast was the jet pick coming out from these teams and how good these Jets can be. Hunter's Fury gonna follow up on a kill dream. There's another player off the board for Saw. As two in tandem for DevFox. That's gonna really stun this attack here. And Fat here also with the hero rifle taking a lot of real estate and, like you say, the res, so you can bring this one back. But are they going to use it now? It doesn't look like they are gonna use it. They're gonna
or do you
walk
want
into
to?
another op. NK's just not missing right now with this gun. He's gonna rotate back over. He does funnel them on into his teammate. Blocker to cut them off from behind. A flawless round from DevFox, and they even us up.
I really love the intelligence and that we're seeing DevFox play this right now, because like I said, I really put a lot of value on their reads of this situation. If they were able to get a good read, then they definitely have a chance in this series, despite being slight underdogs. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? They played the very one-dimensional setups for like 3 rounds in a row over a day, and then immediately pull out the random TikTok wall in mid and get the opening pick off the back. Really intelligent stuff. I love it.
Walker stuck in the gravity well, but the smoke denies them from pushing it. And the ice as well. Esso here might be in a good situation to shut down Kill Dream. Not even expecting it. Is Esso going to get out though? He does have the TP back into Garden. There you go. Gets one and gets out with his life. Perfectly played from Esso. Gets another one. What? Is he going to get a third? Fat's right there. Now he knows because Blocker's taking the heat. But Fat's going to get out with his life. Almost dangerous for Saw right now.
I mean, it definitely is. It's terrifying, though. This positioning from Stark is quite good. Nobody's going to be here for the moment, but if Stark hangs out here, could find a cheeky kill and maybe even an equalizer.
Oh, I think Esso heard that. The fall from the ice. Are they going to expect Stark up there? Stark, no, he's not. Brings one back for Saw. Lion Pro holding his own with that Odin that spiked down inside Garage. So Lion Pro's is gonna have to back into this corner with this LMG. Another one bites the dust. Lion Pro not giving up in the Nano Swarm to give him a little bit of space to breathe. Now Stark here stuck to try to make this happen. Finds the head of Lion Pro, and he's gonna be able to pick up this bomb. But what else from there as Esso gets rezzed, a 3v1.
This guy Stark has ice in his veins. Unfortunately for him, that ice not enough to net a victory. Not 1v4. But I mean, the guy swings against the Odin. He's like, yeah, 7 bullets. I have time to reload. Nah, no, we don't do that. We just hang out. But again, what we saw right there is DevFox making some very intelligent reads, doing a good job of being very dynamic on their defensive side. And you know, one thing that I know. We don't necessarily cover a lot of European events here at GLG, but a difference that we see from North America to EU is that it doesn't just mean straight up aggression with 3 or 4 players over in this long A area. It's much more varied, which is really interesting to watch. And Saw right now they're floundering.
Shadows very much so. Kill Dream almost losing his life. He peeks right on back. He knows Esso's there, and he's gonna pay for that one. They do get the trade on the Blocker down deep, and Stark locates the head of Esso again. The drain to make him full stance here. 5 on 3 for this take, and a lockdown to bring him into this
Placing swamp grenade.
Saw set up for this take. NK's gonna be
I
in
love
trouble.
it.
He's backing all the way into hell.
Swamp grenade out.
What's he gonna be able to do with this operator? The Phantom locking him into that corner. NK loses his life now. Everything turning up wrong for Depth Houses. It's only down to 1. Line Pro and an Odin. He's gonna walk right through this wall and Starkiss ready for it. Nano Swarm, and there you have it. Gets in there, still gets the kill too, but the shock dart to hold him down. That's a tie game once more, Vincent.
Yeah, and a big mistake right there by DevFox is re-aggressing. No reason for Blocker to be standing there, not against the pistols, right? Like, not against Sheriffs. There's just no real need. And the other problem is you don't have a further initiating tool. So Blocker's just dry swinging that angle. And, you know, the best case scenario is you get 1, maybe 2. And that's still not effective for you, because then you could just throw up a Nebula and you've given a saving team a rifle. So DevFox making a bit of a mistake right there. Not quite, you know, you should get that opening pick and then fall back, I think, especially against that eco. All that said, though, I loved what Fat was able to do with that Nano Swarm. That lineup to know, okay, this is what isn't covered by our lockdown. Let me make sure no one can be sitting there. So, and then force everybody who's on that site into that back corner. So intelligent.
Spike down B.
And even trade right off the rip. Oh, NK almost finds the fadeaway on that op shot, but he's going to be pressured all the way out of market. Back to the B site. This is interesting because Saw is taking a lot, but they don't have this spike, so it's going to force your Silva to back up, grab it, and relocate elsewhere. Very spread out situation for Saw right now, and Star's going to pay for the 1v2 he was walking into.
That said, there's an open site here. And with the spike rotating in, it's about time. How long can Fat hold this rotation and force them to just hold off on the save push?
It's going to be difficult because there's 3 players here and just this lonesome self on 30 health nonetheless. So as soon as DevFox pushes this, it's going to be terrible. But Addicted, Hail Mary down low, takes down Esso with the Hunter's Fury. Brilliant usage of this ultimate. It's going to be a 3-on-3 now. Fat can take out Line Pro in this corner. That's going to be even better. NK next up for the Gravemaker. That is Fat on this Killjoy. Escapes with his life, and Blocker does not know he's about to walk into a pinch. Maybe he does, reads it onto Killdream. But a 1v2, Spike goes down, blocked off by the Nano Swarm. You got to walk into a really tough situation as a Sage. No initiation for Blocker. Both players backed up into hell.
This slow could be crucial.
Slow could be everything right now, especially if you tease it, bait out Fat on that low health.
Enemy
Exactly what's gonna happen. Addicted swings for the secondary, and the trade is perfect for Saw. They're gonna take their lead back.
Unfortunate that Blocker is put into that position, right? I mean, everything falling into place so perfectly for Saul right there. The Hunter's Fury allowing space for Fat to get a forward position. Not only finds this player, but somehow picks up the Opera through the wall. NK's absolutely molding after that one, and it leaves Blocker in that 1-on-3. Yeah, is what it was. And I mean, honestly, Blocker doing well to get 2, I think. So we talked about it. And we saw how just that one bit of utility, that one Hunter's Fury, just number one, finding a kill out of nowhere. I mean, he's got no info off the back of that. He's just going fishing. But on top of that, it's just, okay, I know there could be somebody here. Let me just find something. He gets a kill, and it allows for Fat to get into the key positions that they were in order to turn the round on its head. It's just all these small micro plays from Saul are working out brilliantly. And I don't know, like, the problem is I would call that a little bit lucky. I mean, it's a great read, but a little bit lucky. But if it keeps happening, I can't keep calling it luck, can I?
It's only lucky if it doesn't. I'd say definitely 3 times is the charm for kind of taking that luck away from it. I have to say is that, I mean, there's a lot of economy out of the bags for DepthFox. That NK lost 2 ops in a row, back to back.
Yeah.
And you're buying a Vandal here. This is going to be such an important economic round for DepthFox. Wolfen's out of Spectre. You got Phantoms and Vandals, and I mean, the only one breaking 1,000 is Esso, who's on 2,000 for 4 credits. Sark really can do some damage here with this round win, and possibly if you take this, take you're at an 8-4 half.
Yeah, and right now, I don't know what this pause is, if it's attack or technical pause, but what I do know for sure is that DevFox definitely need to be thinking about what they've been doing wrong in the last couple of rounds, because they've gotten in these situations where it's decent, but then they just play so passively that Saw is able to create so much space and make a big play.
Yeah, look at Blocker getting aggressive through Garage, making sure the space isn't taken, but that is going to be a very large paint can laying dormant at the feet. Blocker's going to be knocked down to 82 health, and taking another aggressive angle. The Showstopper offsite. D-Max finds the kill onto Blocker, so not even the Showstopper to clear out that Sage. Stark still wants more here.
This is a very different hold on B, though, from DevFox. They haven't been committing, and that commitment bites them in the butt.
Yeah, as soon as you back up from that, you're just kind of stuck dry without any smokes. Wolfen looking to do some heroics here, but Stark is just not missing. Another one. Wolfen down. Headshot from Stark through the wall, actually. 2 players left for DevFox, and honestly, you might want to chalk this and just hold your rifles.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And this is what I was worried about when I was talking about the compositional choices, right? Is it a problem for Saul that they don't have more initiation tools? Yeah, kinda. But when Stark just swings dry and gets frags like that, is it really a problem? Not really. I mean, and when you can do that to a team like DevFox, like DevFox have to be playing a little bit more, a little bit safer if they're going to be doing that. So, and they might even go down here. I mean, Esso is dangerous.
Oh, Esso is in a situation. I think he's getting perfect timing, though, on this. A lot of noise made here. Line Pro's getting pinched from every angle. He knows he's been seeing Line Pro's out of it. Now, Esso, the next one up to the hunting list. He's getting blessed right now with so much timing, but Dream, he's there to shut him down. So no rifle's gonna be carried over. A flawless round from Saw here to give him 6. And this is what I was talking about. We hit tab here. We can look at the economy for DevFox. I think they're just gonna force up to a hero rifle like you see Esso picking up, and that's mostly it, what you're gonna get from this team.
Yeah, and I mean, no disrespect to Esso, but the hero rifle on a player who's not been playing the hero yet, okay, it's actually going over to Blocker, so I think that's maybe a bit more reasonable. Blocker's been having a good game. And in fairness to Esso, I mean, Esso's not been playing badly. It's just been hard to get anything consistent going, but fast play here towards A, the Moonbot, looking for
and
info.
you got Bladestorm.
Yeah.
NK's though, be forced out of the situation. Tailwind, and Saw actually baited into that. Wolfen, though, not getting his shot off in time. The Bladestorm nullified as well right after it. DevFox really stuck here. They're gonna burn the lockdown just to stall out this attack.
I don't know about this one, Seymour. I'd say it's a bit too forward of a position. Yeah, it pushes him back, but it's a lockdown in a round that you're not even buying guns, and oh, that's disgusting from Pat.
It's not even that, it's a lockdown, and they can just leave and go to B. There's so much time.
They're not bothered. Saw is literally just shrugging at that lockdown.
Saw's really in their element right now. Kill Dream gonna find another one. All of a sudden, when the smoke clears, it's Line Pro 1v5. Here's Saw right on the edge of another flawless round. Stark gonna be here to shut it down. Line Pro down to half, and now Zero. Stark letting him know that this is their game and nobody else's.
Before the switch.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what's happened to DevFox. I think Saw has just been making... Well, see, here's what's weird. Saw hasn't really been making adjustments. Not that I've been able to notice. They've kind of been doing similar things. They've done a whole lot less immediate commitments over towards A and B, but that's to be expected when they got punished for those. But now they're just continually taking dry swings, and I don't know if it's a confidence thing. I don't know if Saw were just, you know, maybe coming into this a little bit less warm, but either way, they're turning this around very, very easily.
That grab was so good. Keep Stark alive there on that blast pack cross, and the smoke's gonna be burned as well to slow it down, and an attacker lockdown to enter them into the site. So this is gonna be their initiation to this round. Blocker though watching for it. And he is going to get in and out. Player did get detained, though. I didn't see who it was for the defense, but that's going to be Spike planted.
He's the Omen who got detained for just a moment on Cat, I think. Rez is here, and from the shadows. So look for a cheeky from the shadows. Teleport, maybe.
You don't need the res just yet, but it is there in your pocket as this retake. Burning a lot of time is Deft Fox to get back into the site, but onto it. Fat still taking out Line Pro through the smoke, and look at almost lining up a third. D-Max to pick up where he left off, and saw they walk in to that site, and they own that site.
Switching sides.
Yeah, and I mean, Def Fox, the timing right there on the retake, it was pretty solid. I just, not enough players hitting their shots, or I should say, saw hitting their shots far too often. And, you know, that kind of was a problem for them the whole half. We saw a pretty even game, you know, up to like that fourth, fifth round. You know, it was like 4-5, right? But then Saul just kind of had a flip switch, and they got away with it. I don't quite know. I don't quite know what their adjustment was, but they just started taking a lot more dry swings onto players, and it was very effective.
No, I feel like Deft Fox, if they're gonna win this, they're not gonna win with sheer skill of the Saw. I just feel like they have to think around Saw's playstyles, and what we saw in that round was just Deft Fox trying to go toe-to-toe with their playstyles. And here at the start, I mean, they do come out with the trades, but it's not always going to be this way. As you do see Saw making a quick rotation through mid, finding two on the cross and even dropping this spike. So Saw really turning on this dime to keep their front foot forward. And now NK trying to make that heroics. And Killjoy puts the nail down for that, perfectly read by Saw. As this is just that quick, decisive making that Saw has.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I fully agree with you, right? That we see a situation where I don't think Deft Fox can win, like you said, on their on sheer skill alone. Now, that doesn't mean they can't win. What it does mean, though, is that they need to play crossfires. They need to put themselves in positions to have an advantage on sites, and they were doing that early on, and you saw them have success. But now, I mean, when you see that the 2v2 there, it just doesn't go their way. So you gotta recognize those issues earlier. Right now, I think Deft Fox, they need to figure out a plan here for map number 2, because I feel like the set is probably done.
I mean, that was a perfect start for Deft Fox in that round 1. It was just, they had nobody watching their back, and Addicted took control from that. The gravity wall gonna hold him in place. You see the swing from D-Max. He isn't gonna find anything just yet, but he goes for a second chance and bites off a nice little meal there. A 2-course meal between Blocker and his duo NK. Lion Pro falls off from a distance. There's gonna be 2 players left for Deft Fox here on their attacking round to make something happen. Esso with the Sheriff. Might have put himself in a situation to find a kill, but Fat is gonna take him in an unfortunate situation. Not ready for that swing from either side, and that's gonna be another flawless round for Saw. 10-4 here as they are starting to find their, find their footing and run away.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the 2 flawless rounds happen at the end of the first half, and now already a flawless coming through once again. As take a look at D-Max. I mean, nicely done, but I mean, it is just ecoing players. I would expect nothing less. That said, Saw, like you're talking about, they're very much in the driver's seat here. They know what they want to do, but I want to kind of just explain that Saw do have a 71% win rate on this map. Over 40 maps played, so they are incredibly good at Ascent, and this was their pick. So we need to keep that in mind, because as we move towards an icebox that is not their pick, we might see something a little bit different. It's just a matter of if Deft Fox can keep their cool and stay in this game mentally.
Here.
So we were really looking for at the start of this when we were breaking down these teams. It's really what can Deft Fox bring to Ascent? And so far, all I'm seeing is just chaotic playstyles. Nothing really formidable against this team to really put them in unfortunate situations. They're just going toe-to-toe with their gun skill, and they come out with a 1-on-2 here. After all this, with the res being burned onto Wolf and Stark on 14 health. This could be a round 5 for themselves as Wolfman's looking to hunt this one down. Spots out Stark, but Stark, he does have the bomb right next to him. And he knows this, so this is going to be Deft Fox having to push into Saw.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that's fortunate. Deft Fox get away with one, and now this becomes far more difficult.
Best chance there, and now you're walking into a walled off door because I don't think that is physically possible, but Spike is planted and Stark baits the Boomba on one side, rotates for this. Wolfen's reading this perfectly, and as soon as Stark walks into his sights, he puts him down for a 5th round for Deft Fox, and they're still in it. They're still here. They just have a mountain to climb for Ascent.
That they do. But, you know, it is always going to be a long ascent to the top, and Deft Fox have got to do that right here. If they, I mean, but if they could pull it off, Seymour, imagine if they could pull it off, right? Like, I think that, I don't think you give enough credit to what Deft Fox were doing at the beginning of this game, because they were playing very intelligently. It looked chaotic from the outside, but it actually made a lot of sense. That said, once it stopped working, they stopped adjusting. They couldn't figure out how to change their strategy to deal with anything that Saw were doing. And now it is that more chaotic look, right, on their attack. They're just like, well, you know, let's just hit A.
Would be that site here, but they're going to be met with heavy resistance here. D-Max going to be watching the cross and still takes out the Jet, walks in to the slaughterhouse. That is Saw, and they buzz them down for an 11th round as Deft Fox did not know what hit them there.
Hoisted by their own petard, because that is exactly the same strategy that Deft Fox used in their opening 3 rounds of the first half, ironically enough, and they got absolutely demolished by it. There's a reason that I'm talking about their first half, their first 5 or 6 rounds is really solid rounds. It's because of that. That's exactly what you were looking for. When you don't have a hard initiator, even with a Jet like we were talking about, they didn't use that paranoia that we were discussing. They just used the Jet to tailwind forward and try to make a play. Oh no!
Whoa, the paint can!
Swamp grenade.
As the gravity can't spell paint without pain, and Fat's letting him know that. Make it a 5K for himself. Or across 2.
This
Full
gravity well.
house.
I mean, I talked about it before, but Saw's usage of these gravity wells plus paint cans are absolutely unreasonable. It was, so we didn't get to see it there on the replay, but it was actually a gravity well that pulled them together, and that is what netted the 2 kills for that paint shell. Brilliant there from Saw.
We both come from Overwatch backgrounds.
Yeah.
We just saw a pull combo.
You're right. You're so right. I didn't even think about that. The whole hook.
All pulse bomb there.
True. Yeah. It was a bit more explosive than the hook.
So here, Wolfen as a player to his right, and Kill Dream not losing on those 1v1s. Another first blood to Saws. They're looking to put this game away in this round.
They're 1 round away from it. And I mean, when you look at last round, right? Like, I don't know. If Deft Fox would have to pull out something incredible to stop this.
Kill Dream, can you find another though? You're in a good position for cutoff. Player to your right, player to your left down market.
Run. Concealment.
The attacker's going to drop their lockdown, but the Star should slow this one down. He's going to walk right into the crossfire of Deft Fox. So he was trying to lay the trap, but he walked into the trap. That is going to even us up 4 apiece for either side.
It's all a bait. It's all a bait.
30 seconds
No
left.
commitment there at B. And I mean, Blocker is still sitting here waiting with the spike, but there's still somebody at wine. No way they expect D-Max.
They have to check this. The Nano Swarm, but they don't expect it. You have to follow up with that. And all of a sudden, one player left. D-Max does go down, but a 1v3 NK. You started off hot, but you can't end hot. The turret to finish us off. A 13-5 on Ascent here for the grand finals to start us off.
And boy, was that a brilliant map number 1 from the side of Saul. I mean, like I said, I thought, you know, first 5-6 rounds from DevFox, lots of good ideas. A bit weird on the execution sometimes, not always able to make it work.
Oh yeah.
But then Saul started making adjustments, and DevFox were left thinking, "What do we do?" Like I don't know if it came down to them just not recognizing the adjustments that Saw made to deal with their strategies, or if it came down to just the individual duels being lost, and that's certainly what it was when we got towards that second half. I mean, you don't win 3 duels in a row like Fat did if you're not, you know, playing with mistakes, you know, and that's what DevFox was doing. But even beyond that, we saw great and very intelligent usage with regard to the utility that Saul were putting down.
Oh, yeah.
The gravity wells. I talked about it as being a crucial part of this Astra play, and when you're able to make that work, I mean, it's brilliant. Not to mention, by the way, Addicted, Stark, Kill Dream, all 3 playing very, very well. So I think that when we get down to it, this Icebox is probably going to tell us a big story, Seymour.
Well, you did paint the picture, and you said that Icebox, if Saw comes away with it, that just might be a 3-0. What we're seeing is going to be a big map for DevFox. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals are just starting for the 15 Kings Invitational. If you check them out on their Discord or on their Twitter, you can check out that 15 Kings will be doing monthly events in Valorant and more. So go check them out. We're going to head to a little bit of a break. Go hydrate, as we'll be back with some more Valorant.
Invincible.
city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Through the dark, stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Welcome on back, everyone, to the 15K or 15 Kings Invitational. My name is Seymour. As always, right next to me, Vincent. We've had a wonderful map number 1 with Saw coming out on top, 13-5 with pure dominance over on Ascent. But map number 2, we're looking at a little bit of a difference here as we're going to Icebox, and it's a big change up for these teams. Isn't that right, Vincent?
That it sure is. We talked about it during the map, right? So dominant on the Ascent, 70% win rate over 40 maps, hugely dominant over the course of multiple months there. That said, they've only played Icebox 4 times in 2021. And well, all of those times have happened outside of the months of April and May. So it's been a while for this Saw side, and DevFox have had some success here, though limited, I will say. Their big failures, though, have been to top 20 teams in the world. So I don't know if that's like fair to say that they have really struggled. Whenever they've played teams that are about the same caliber or Saw, they've honestly dominated. So I'm excited to see what Saw, or rather what DevFox can put on display here, Seymour, because this is their map pick. And like we talked about there in the pre-show, this is the time where DevFox have to show up. Otherwise, we could be looking straight down the barrel of a 3-0.
Oh, 100%. And I really think that this is going to be a big decider on another agent pick for these teams. I think that you're going to have to see a little bit more of I guess, thought over agent pick from the side of Daft Fox. It can't be as gung-ho as they were in Ascent. I mean, that's the one thing that we were talking about, is that Daft Punk really lost in the mind games that were played on Ascent. I mean, they were trying to go for the fire on fire play style, and it just wasn't working for them. So if you're looking at Icebox, I need to see Daft Fox form an attack plan and a defense plan. I need to see that they're actually thinking about what they want to do instead of just playing into Saw's plans.
Yeah, what I'm expecting here is more than likely going to be a Sky for Saw, along with Viper for either side. Everything else is a bit up in the air as there's been changes since these teams have played this map. And actually already we're seeing something different here from DevFox. No Sky coming out, or rather not different. This is what I expected. No Sky for DevFox coming through just yet, but it is the Viper. It's going to be the stage, as has come to be very meta here on Icebox. But something that maybe is a little bit less seen, right, is the Killjoy. I mean, we don't always even see a Sentinel come out here, but the Killjoy is, you know, as good as any, but it's not always a necessity. Same thing with Saw. They're pulling up with that Killjoy. I think, again, something that we don't always see, but can absolutely be effective.
And we were seeing a lot last game on Ascent that Daft Fox, they were really kind of counting on a Killjoy ulti to initiate their fast, aggressive pushes into these sites. So that could be what we're seeing from Daft Fox here for possibly an A execute on a map like Icebox. If that's
Choose your agent.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very viable, right? And this is exactly what I was expecting to see here from Saw. Dimex on that Sky. And this is the key difference for me, because the sheer amount of utility that's available to Saw on this Icebox map is going to be frustrating at best to deal with for DevFox. That's going to be the main difference between these compositions, is of course that Sky. And I mean, those guiding lights, they are, I mean, especially a Sky who's quite good at using those, they're quite a frustrating thing to contend with.
100%. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Icebox map number 2 for your 15 Kings Invitational in the grand finals here. We have Saw up 1-0. Daft Fox looking to tie us up 1 apiece for this series. This is going to be very important. Map number 2 for Daft Fox, as that map 3 Haven is looming right over their head. Pistol round, you got a Frenzy on Esso. Classics alongside them. And on the side of Saw, full 5 setup for Ghosts.
Indeed. We'll have to see how this runs. And I think Saw starting defense is probably good here, but we'll have to see.
So it was Daft Fox's pick. The defense is definitely going to be that. A pop right in Line Pro's face as that is going to stun them out a little bit. Sage Wall to break them into the center, and D-Max to shut them down as soon as they funnel through. 4 go down in unison, and Wolfen left all alone to walk into the nest. That is, he finds one, at least. But Stark's going to put him down, so not flawless, but as good as you can ask for a pistol round.
I mean, and here's the other thing, right? Like, I feel like the entirety of DevFox, they just walked into the blades of Saul. I mean, it was brutal. Everybody, there was so much utility first, right? We saw the lateral usage of the Viper wall coming through, and then it was cut off by the aggressing Viper wall, but both teams kind of having to go through that and take that 30 damage and just contend with it. But Saul having so many different angles that DevFox were not prepared for really made the difference for them.
Big difference maker there. Stark, though, headhunting with the Marshall. And he's got the badge of honor alongside him as he does take that out, clearing out the corner. NK. He's going to make sure nobody is hiding behind that Viper wall. And nobody, in fact, is. So with that player going down, look at the forward positioning that Kill Dream is taking. And D-Max alongside him for that pin, for the crossfire as well. If DevFox choose to rotate to A, they're dead for rights.
That they are. And, I mean, in fairness, they are going to have, I mean, just pistols in hand. So that makes it, you know, a little bit more difficult. But the push is coming to A. And I like the utility usage here. Might even get a plan out of this if you are DevFox.
D-Max to the smoke. NK loses their life. Addicted for a second one with that ghost, and they do lose out on another player. But they are collapsing on this on DevFox, and another 4 players alive to finish out round number 2. And another,
I mean, go ahead.
Another beginning to the game where DevFox loses out on both pistol and the follow-up.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I think that there's a reason that they lost that pistol round. I think the reason being that it was just a great setup. They kind of saw, okay, well, DevFox want to play this mid control. It's something that I actually liked from DevFox. They didn't. It's not something that we see often, and so it could catch teams off guard pretty easily, I think. But unfortunately for them, Saul seemed quite prepared and were able to simply adjust their strategy to welcome them in with headshots and plenty of bullets, which is not a great welcoming committee. Though, I mean, in fairness, we do have this 3rd round and full rifles available for DevFox. Some pop shots there from Kill Dream, but none connecting just yet.
If Kill Dream found that shot on the blocker, that would have just been literally a staple to what this series has been.
So true.
This is a lot slower from DevFox than past rounds, and a lot more undecided from what we've been seeing, as the spike is looming around the B site. A big pick towards mid from Wolfen is going to open up a few little routes for this team, but not too many because that was just over underneath mid ramp. Kildream is going to just take over where that player left off, collect that Vandal that was dropped, and you're taking a look at the minimap, it is going to be a full A execute here from DevFox, but that is going to be a big Viper orb to slow this down for the players to get back and reinforce this. So that he's got the backup now. Both shock darts used to open this one up. You do have the opening from the flash on D-Max, and he is finding kills traded back and forth for this team. A big blind onto the site, and nobody is watching for D-Max here. He is running terrifyingly onto the site, using his ult as well just to make sure they get this, and a big round for Saw to pick up.
And Kill Dream, that swing, right, and you know, tag at a shot. What's important there isn't that he misses or that he gets away with his life. It's that he gets the information. And so we immediately saw the rotations from Saul coming through at a rate of knots. And that is what really allowed for Saul to find their success on that hold, because DevFox's push was already, you know, being found out before they could even do anything about it. And so something that I think we need to keep an eye on, right, is where Saul is looking for those that mid-round information and getting away with it. That is so crucial. And Kill Dreams, because they got that information, were able to put up that poison orb that you were talking about being so important.
Poison again, just to give Killdream Beaker's advantage. And this Death Fox, as soon as they walk down mid, they line up right for Saw once more. Right off the rip, 2 players down, just like that. A 5-on-3. Saw's looking for their 4th. They just might have that. Blocker's looking to at least get that plant down. Last alive, plant's not gonna go through. Flawless round for Saw in this eco.
And that's sort of what we expect, right, from Saul right now. They've kind of set themselves at this tempo, and look at that, already 9,000 credits on the board for DMAX, 8,900 now after purchasing a bit of utility. But I mean, that's not the point. Everybody's very healthy in regards to economy, just 4 rounds in, and that's a problem for DevFox on this map in particular. You need to get some of these attacker rounds, and you need to make them very much not these one-sided stops, because you have to keep the economy pretty reasonable, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Aggression for Stark, and oh, what a find. That's the spike as well being spotted.
And that's just the confidence that's behind this Saw team to be able to go for those aggressive plays. And still, after all this, DevFox still not expecting it. So they're going to pay for it in blood, blocker out of it. And that's no res either for this round. I have to say from the start, though, I've loved this pick from the Sky. I think ever since Strong Legs has really made it apparent that Sky is a good agent and can have a lot of carry potential behind it. Sky's just been making such a chaotic difference on these maps. And now we're seeing it just provide so much to stop DevFox.
Well, it's so consistent at being able to find odd angles, right? It's not, you know, stuck in a corner like a curveball or like a flashpoint is, or even a paranoia. So
yeah,
it's definitely got that versatility going for it. It's that lockdown is here, but shouldn't lock anyone out. But the site is open.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna get their plants down for it.
Spike
Toxic
planted.
Orb gonna back Wolfen up, and Stark's gonna take up where they left off. The snake bite though to back off. And take a look at the minimap. You got Fat with the lurking flank here to start off this pinch, but it is a little bit far. He still comes out with 2. So that's gonna leave this initiation open. NK trying to do his best, finds 1 onto D-Max, but that's about it. And they know where Lion Pro is. They just get rid of him off the map. And 5-0 start here from Saw. They keeping the ball running.
Alarm bot out.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Fat finds 2 there on the flank is a bit unreasonable. You more often than not should not be finding 2 kills there. You know, 1 in a trade is, you know, you've done your job, honestly. 2, and you've gotten away with highway robbery, with murder, if you will. Like, it's truly impressive that Saw has been able to do everything to such a grand degree. Everything that they've been doing has just been really good, and beyond that, they've gotten the most possible value out of it. So either way, we are going to see a situation here where I think DevFox,
Get out of my way.
saying this is must win is maybe disingenuous, but they really do need to pick this up.
Line Pro through the wall, taking so much.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Even their life is gonna pay for it. Another player down right off the rip for DevFox. As Saw is keeping it consistent and not checking the corner. Wolfen's gonna pay for it. Once it more blood being spilled here on Icebox, painting the snow red. As Daisy's gonna back off this corner, allow the space for DevFox for them to lay their trap.
Oh, that Trailblazer is going to get a lot of info. Does get, well, maybe not as much as I was hoping, but 3 players known about at this point over here, and that makes this push from DevFox all the more difficult.
Victor's found his way all the way over to yellow. Great. Shock Dart is going to be caught lying dormant in the face of a Blade Storm. So he's going to pay for that one.
Kill my
The res coming up for Blocker is going to take the advantage back into DevFox's favor. Lockdown burnt to keep them back. Another player drops here, so 2v4. Best chance we've seen. Sark, though, finds his way behind, making it 2, but can't take that third. So you're looking at Fat here to close out on this round on a 1v2 in a perfect position for this crossfire to come out.
Placing swamp
The
grenade.
Nano
10
Swarm
seconds
blocker. Are you going to be able to get out of there? You do.
left. One enemy remaining.
But like you say, the health is going to be troublesome for this team on Deft Fox. 23 health for blocker. 1v1.
The heal.
Oh, perfect timing for that heal to come on up. And is Fat going to be ready for the swing? As soon as blocker hears this, he's just going to have to play the time. He shoulders it, though, and goes right for the challenge. Blocker's going to put Deft Fox on the board.
Man, but look at what it took here. It was a Hunter's Fury, a Blade Storm, a Res, a 1v1, and nearly a giveaway in that 1-on-2 situation, not to mention the lockdown. It was everything that was needed for Deft Fox to pick that round up. And I mean, it feels like, honestly, that if this is what they need to find a round, I'm really struggling to see Deft Fox really bring this back, even though it's their map pick.
Scanning ahead.
Ray-Gun Dart to dissuade the aggression from Saw. Toxic use on a Kill Dream here to give him some space, and actually they're going to be walking right
Spike
into this
down
D-Max.
A.
He's going to put blocker down. NK's found his way into the backline, but that spacing's all they're going to take, and every single player walking in here is just 1v1s into the favor of Saw. I don't like the way Deft Fox is playing this.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about the 1v1s. That's just it. Oh, that's a great animation. That is absolutely a great animation. I love it
D-Max
so
is
much.
like, I see him.
Yeah, he's like, he's up there. Bark, bark.
Go get him. Addicted. Cross the zip line. Lion Pro's getting flanked here by Fat, so it's only a matter of time before they get better positioning on him. Shock Dart too, and drops Lion Pro all the way down to 17 health. Still though, Lion Pro's finding all the heads that he can ask for. And there's that flank gonna come on board, take him down from behind. 6-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, that is very interesting to see. And I mean, if anybody missed it, by the way, we are in map number 2 of this best of 5. It was a dominant showing for Saw in map 1, 13-5 the scoreline on Ascent, a map that saw love and, well, dominate over. Though here on Icebox, seems that storyline has not yet ended, Seymour, because I mean, one round, a shot in the pan, a huge investment from Deft Fox got them there, but they don't seem to be able to do that every round. And well, you don't have a plethora of ultimates every round.
Well, I was gonna say, if you didn't, I mean, Saw just seems a little bit cold-hearted here. As their success is shining. This Fat loses their head to the Sheriff, as the law of SO deems that is his yellow crate.
Mine. Oh, great spot.
Kill
by
Drake
Ghost.
though for the trade. He's playing this so well as a Viper. This is why people choose Vipers, is the amount of stall presence that it takes from this team.
Oh, and the info too. SO is going to be struggling.
Another one for Kill Dream. He takes that yellow crate on back.
My crate, baby.
One enemy remaining.
Orchis is just
Oh,
funneling into this site. Saw had them trapped back there. And honestly, they've always had them trapped back there.
you know, Deft Fox have been playing such a one-dimensional game right now. It's go A, go B, go mid. You know, try to look for a pick, wait 30 seconds. Like, nothing ever feels dynamic for them. It's like whoever's in game leading is just calling one place at the beginning of a round, and that's it. That's all. Now, obviously, I don't know that that's the case. What I do know is that they're getting caught out, and they're getting caught out because, look, there's 5 players moving one direction, and they're losing the gunfights on the entry, waiting 30 seconds, re-aggressing, and losing more gunfights.
Well, what you can say is that, you know, it might not be the play calls, but it's what Saw is making them look like. And that goes to show that there isn't a plan B to whatever setup they have.
Turret down.
And now Fat here is going to use their Nano Swarm to hold this off. The lockdown to initiate once more, and Fat gonna shut this down as best as he can. The follow-up still gonna come through, and the site given right to
Grounded.
That's
Nice
I say that Stark though, brilliant lineup there, top to bottom.
The
Both players
anticipation to find that from Stark is outrageous.
Spike down B.
Backs into a corner, both players of Deathbox just stuck there, and Line Pro once more left alone
no.
to make something happen. A Spectre in hand, swings on a Killdream, but Killdream's just been out of the world today. As the blades on Sar have been sharpened for the grand finals. 12-2 is Stark.
Yeah, I mean, it's sharpened to the point where, I mean, they're just straight tearing through DevFox. It's not even as if there's anything there right now. 8-1 is the scoreline, and I mean, this is the pick that I thought that DevFox needed to make work. It's their pick, in fairness, and you would have expected something a little bit better. But this offensive side, like I was saying, been very one-dimensional, never really communicating much of anything in the likes of, you know, fast plays or even consistent plays. And Stark once again taking opening swings. Like, he's repeaking that 3+ times. That's how confident he is.
Oh, and Esso, unaware that his noggin is showing, is getting found by D-Max. You do lose a player if you're Saw, but that hasn't stopped you from winning rounds before, and I doubt it's going to stop you now. ZenK just looming around with the Sheriffs, wolfing alongside him. They know exactly where these players are, and Stark drops the Operator for a Vandal just to clear out the last two, and he's going to go recover that boomstick.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't know. I feel like speculating at this point on where DeathFox is at is maybe not that useful, but I'll do it anyway just for a moment to kind of explain where I think they're at, because whether it be that their mental was broken in map number 1, or they just are a little bit lost on what to do, because like I said, whilst they have played this map more recently than Saw, they still don't play this map a ton, and so they seem like they have their setups, and then it's just set up, try to hit a site, but when Saw's aggressive and finds kills, they get confused. They're like, uh-oh, what do we do?
DeathFox looking a little bit stunned with this mid take, very slow behind the Owl drone. Finally, some entry for some players to go behind, but returned in the distance. Addicted, gonna spot out a lot of information for himself. He's gonna allow Killdream to set up for the crossfire. Swing wide for another first blood in favor of Saw. They even give him a second almost. The snake bite on top of it. Blocker's gonna shut him down before that happens, but they are paying with a ton of damage. That's gonna give D-Max the go-ahead to get a little bit aggressive through his side, and he's gonna pay for it. Esso finally winning that one-on-one. The res to get him at full strength. Fat says no, can do though. Stark remaining alongside him, a 1v2 out of nothing. As that has just been the story of Saw.
How does that turn from a 2v5 to a 1v2 in seconds? That is outrageous. And Esso's wondering, guys, what just happened?
Hey, have you seen my teammates?
They were here a couple seconds ago.
I'm looking for my teammates here. Fat, do you know where my teammates are?
Remaining.
Well, if you don't know, then I'm gonna take your life for it. One-on-one now. Esso versus
seconds.
Stark. Stark's got that ice in the veins, and no way! Stark loses that one. Esso is gonna be taking that one to the grave.
Last round in the half.
Here's the thing, right? Like, that would have been a great round. I'd be like, yeah, good job, DeathFox. If it wasn't for the fact they nearly threw a 2v5 in seconds. So we take a look at this. Here's the res, right? Through the smoke, perfectly touched, Fat with another, and then the Blade Storm follows up on the second two. Outrageous play from Saw. And, I mean, who else, honestly, but Stark makes that play. I mean, what a forward position.
That round was bonkers. Stark, though he's not phased by it at all, goes for another aggressive play with this Operator. Nobody gonna be home to answer the call. And take a look at Killdream here. Shutting down the real estate that DevFox has been known to take again and again.
What B-site?
Exactly, what B-site? Like, there's no B-site here.
Yeah,
This
I've
isn't
never
the
heard.
B-site you're looking for.
Yes. You better turn back, because it's going to be a rough go if you try to walk through that Viper's pit.
They're concussed.
Cowering in a corner, line pro. D-Max has him here.
Ended.
NK off screen does take down Killdream too, so that is going to be a toxic pit out of play for the side of Saw. And even Stark going down on the A side, so this is just absolutely all over the place for Stepped Fox, but they're still coming out on top and Addicted pinched out. They gotta be known that SO is behind them. A 2v4 here for the retake. Spike is down, post plants facing to the defender's side.
Turret out.
Or to the attacker's side.
Oh, nice find.
A lockdown though to get them in here. It's going to be big to get them on the site, but this is the punishment. Esso found his way in behind and is letting them know. He's been a big staple for finding them the second. He was a staple for giving them the third. 9-3 half.
Switching sides.
9-3 though. I mean, that honestly feels. It kind of is it wrong to say it feels like Def Fox are lucky to pull out that 9-3? I mean, after the domination that we saw throughout the half, and I mean, honestly, the fortune that SO has to win that duel against Stark. I mean, Stark just straight up missing shots. Like, oh man, that could have easily been double digits to Saul, and I would have been unsurprised. But
I mean, that one-on-one between Stark and SO could have definitely been just double digits for Saul right there.
Right,
So,
no doubt.
It's really been a 50-50 for this team, and am I convinced that Def Fox can bring this one back? Not yet. They have to show me. And this pistol round could just be their tail back into the series.
I mean, the good news for them is that they are much better at defense than they are in attack on this map. But that much better, I hesitate.
We are going to have to see. I saw... You can see a lurker over towards the B side. That is their Killjoy, but majority to A, including the spikes. They're going to make a lot of noise and use that healing from the sky to get them out of there. As that first round heal has been known to be so well utilized on pistol rounds. And that's going to give them openings to other points of entry.
Yeah, but look at the map, right? There's really nothing actually gained off the back of that from Saul. Now, granted, very little, if anything, lost either, other than some utility, but they're going to be heading over towards B, and this initiation here is important.
Oh, swings for the headshot, but that's that light armor buy with the classic paying off.
30 seconds left.
Can't get the second shot. That's brilliant.
And now, the rest of Saw here for the B side. Recon darts, so much info.
They misrotated,
reinforcements gonna be here. D-Max takes out Esso. We're on screen with Killdream, whipping a few shots. Wolfen, brilliant double kill with those headshots on the classic. As the retake now inboard from a distance, they recover some ghosts, get on the site, and they give themselves a fourth.
Oh man, Def Fox got away with that one right there. They actually rotated back towards A, all but one player, before the Viper found out. Oh, it's actually A. And I don't know if they just thought that the player sitting in the tube was a lurker and it was actually going to be an A hit or what, but they nearly gave that away because nobody was really there to meet them on the site. Fortunately, Def Fox, for what seems like one of the first rounds in the second map, just winning out the aim duels. So they get away with one right there, even after a bad call.
Take a look at this setup from Saw on this attack. They only have really pistols to work with here. As Icebox, it's gonna be difficult to win a round like this on a map so large. It's an interesting wall from Esso.
I like this a lot though. The slow and methodical push, it forces utility out, and that's always going to be good for a team that's saving.
Deft Fox Wolfen though opens up another first blood for this team towards the middle of the map. Shuts down ramp control. Fast made his way on in, but that's that wall paying off. The weird one from Esso gives him that spacing towards yellow, allows him to have the off angle in that gunfight, and win him in that one-on-one with the Spectre. Now towards A we go. Only 2 players here for 2-on-3. Best chance for Saw to take a site as soon as they get through this turret. Go underneath, NK from above. 2 players go down. Last one gets cleaned up, and that's going to be DevFox clawing their way back in. A flawless round, but this next one is going to be very telling here as the rifles are going to be in the hand of Saw.
Yeah, I don't want to speak too early because, you know, that is just the pistol round, obviously, but I will give DevFox credit where it's due. That round was solid. They did a good job of it. They didn't give anything too much away, and they made sure not to lose anybody. They get that flawless victory. It's something I mean, even on that prior map, something they struggled with, even when they were winning rounds, it was just they weren't able to consistently pick those up. You know, so this is good from them. They just need to convert.
A lot faster of a round from Saw. And NK gets in and out with 1. Wolfen's going to pay for it to tie it up, but brilliant execution from this Saw. Is he going to be ready for Stark? I don't know if he heard the tailwind to get onto the site with the PS5's Phantom in hand.
Oh.
NK wins the duel, though.
Toxin screen down.
That's huge from NK because now you not only have the player advantage, but you can just spread out, play a little bit more together in a 2v2 basically, and play each of those to your favor.
Esso's gonna escape. He's playing a very forward position. They walk right past him. D-Max goes down. Excellent from Esso there. As what more could you ask for? Addicted does come out with the win. He is going to recover this the Vandal, but now you're walking right into NK, who just isn't slowing down in this round. A 4K for himself to close on out. And with that recovered Phantom, really doing some heavy damage.
Yeah, and NK was the standout player. If you had to have a standout player from DevFox over on Ascent, NK certainly was that. Blocker as well, you could say. But has maybe had a bit of a slower start here. In fairness, everyone for DevFox has had a slow start here on this map, but really starting to fire on all cylinders. And I mean, you blink and you miss it. That's that first gun round as well that goes the way of DevFox. You talked about it being very telling. Indeed, it is a telling round indeed, where Saw they don't come out victorious even though they have the weaponry advantage. I think DevFox now could turn this back.
DevFox very well could. NK, another kill through the smoke. Fat loses his life.
Down.
Addicted making himself noisy with the Sheriff, but with that kill, they're going to get out and reap their reward, which is a loose B site. But with this information, DevFox, actually 2 players getting aggressive. Stark might be in a great position to shut this one out. NK going to take a plethora of damage trying to escape. But Stark is as well down to 29 health.
Honestly, NK is fortunate to get out of that with their life. Both Jets tagged heavily in this one as the push looks to go towards B. Oh, but Line Pro. This timing. This bot needs to do something. Oh, but it's not enough. Nice from Line Pro. That shuts it down, and now the information's gained. The A hit's not coming, at least not immediately, and there's 35 seconds on the clock, Seymour.
Well, it doesn't matter where they go, I feel, at this
30
point.
seconds left.
You have one player, I guess, watching each lane for this. And if Line Pro actually falls off to A, allows the plant and the reinforcements to come through, I wouldn't mind this call one bit.
It's fine to let a plant happen here. You don't care. Though it looks like they are committing, which is also fine.
Oh, but Killdream, what a shot! Evens us up 2-2. And they get the plant down and escapes on that one. So Line Pro really put themselves in a tough situation. Killdream gonna find another one. Esso down now. NK 30 health. That initial gunfight that they took against Stark really troubling them. The Hunter's Fury to clear the bomb. NK dancing with the devil at the moment. Killdream slowly peeking onto the site, and a thrifty round here for Saw, giving them double digits.
That's so unfortunate for DevFox. It just everything, all the good things that they did up to this point in this half, I mean, they aren't undone, but they certainly are, minimized. We'll just say. I think that's the right word for it, because look at the cash flow. 2,900 on a player. It's going to be tight. Yeah, 3,100 on Wolfen. Yeah, you can grab a rifle, but it's at the cost of, not having your full kit, full utility available. So now I think it really comes down to this round. This round for DevFox is a must-win one because their economy is so brittle. And NK picking up that operator needs to certainly have big value.
Yeah.
Well, NK really made himself known with the operator over on Ascent in those initial rounds. Hunter's Fury out of Fat is going to line up. Line Pro goes, picks one up, and Hunter's Fury only going to be doing a little bit of damage on that. And in the meantime, Stark has found his way on site. Underneath the rafters, Wolfen swings into it. And still Stark comes out with the swing onto Blocker. Just when you think it's over for Saw, they battle their way out of it.
Blade Storm is here, but there's a Blade Storm on the other side too. This is brutal for DefBox. They need to go for this, and they aren't even gonna have a chance. NK falls.
Well, NK had to use his Blade Storm. He only had an operator in that situation, so now Esso, you know exactly where he is. Seems as soon as he takes one side, the pinch is gonna come out, but he reads it, almost getting the follow-up onto Addicted, which is moments off of that skull. 11-6. Things starting to fall apart here.
Yeah, what we just saw in live 4K action was the turning point. Was the end, I want to say, for DefBox in this map, more than likely, because their money shot. The shots not connecting. On top of that, we've got Saw in pretty solid position to continue moving through. They should pick up, assuming nothing crazy happens. I mean, look at the buy on the other side. It's quite poor. You know, that's going to be map point.
DefBox fans,
Ooh.
I need you all in chat to raise your hands up and give your spirit energy to your team, because this might not be match series point for the grand finals, but this is an important map indeed for this team. The attackers using their lockdown early to get onto the site is going to force off DefBox after finding that initial first blood. They're going to get right back into that position with that nanoswarm perfectly placed to slow down. DefBox played that perfectly.
They're hanging on to this Viper's Pit for a long time, DefBox. They could have used that as soon as the lockdown was over, but they elected not to. I think that's probably smart, as everyone is falling back from Saw. They don't want to get too forward of a position, and they've already lost that opening duel to NK.
Line Pro is going to have a Marshall here to stall this attack on B.
Oh, the lurk though.
But what they don't know is that Kill Dream, a player who's been so monumental for this attack, is going to drop the Toxic Pit over the A site. I think that's Toxic Pit on Toxic Pit.
I think it might have been.
Esso's taking a ton of damage here and still comes out with Kill Dream, so nothing going to come out of... That's just going to be his health right on back. And take a look at the minimap. All these players walking right into a stage. Blocker gets rid of the turret. Fat's going to shoulder it. Addicted for the swing, and that's a 2 for 1. But like you say, no time indeed. 7th round for DefBox. Expensive one for Saw.
A very expensive one at that, and I mean, the only positive that you want to bring out of that though for Saw is that they didn't lose everyone. They had it was 2 or 3 players. I didn't catch at the end if Blocker got one, but either way, it's a couple players who stayed alive, and so enough cash flow here certainly to get the buyout. In fact, the money healthy enough to maybe even get something out in the next round if you wanted to force buy if you lost it, but it's still a 4-round deficit. DefBox ain't out of the woods yet. They need to pick some more of these rounds up. They do have a res, but it's going to be right down to the wire, and it's going to be whether or not, you know, these players like Esso can hold off on these sites.
Blocker for positioning. Kill Dream reads it. What a swing from himself. I think Kill Dream has been stellar across Ascent and Icebox.
Give him a 1v1, he wins the 1v1 every time.
Except for that one.
He didn't have his gun out. Like, give it a bad break.
We make exceptions for Wolfen.
Listen. If you don't have your gun out, you get a break. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Exactly. So you're gonna get away with the trade there. Luckily, if you're DefBox. And I mean, I guess you can look at this that you're gonna have a res for a following round, but not this one. As Libro still has a Marshall, as you haven't upgraded this gun, very surprisingly. It's caught by double flash. So much use to stun him out from Sky. And Wolfen gonna lose his head from Addicted. Sova on Sova going the way of Saw. It's gonna be a free spike plant.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and this is 3v4 on the retake. Bladestorm even available for Saw if they really wanted it, and we've seen what Start can do. It's gonna have to be that first engagement victory if we have any chance for Def.
Poison orb emitting.
On site, NK battles back. Emax could well so flash himself across this wall. He's just gonna wait for it to drop and take NK's life. As you diffused it to half of your line throw, recover yourself a rifle to kind of hold on tight. But the time is ticking, not in your favor if you're Death Fox. You have to make a move. You have to make a move now. Addicted's gonna wait for that lineup to start. Esso slowly crawls down this rope, but right to his demise. As Saw puts themselves on map point.
Match point.
Oh man. It's too bad. Too bad for Def Fox. I mean, we saw it happen there in 4Ks. I mean, we do have the best rope observer in the world here, so you love to see it. I mean, I don't know what the plan was going down that slowly. Like, just don't give any audio cues away, but the time was not there, and it was.
I think there was a gap in the Viper wall that they could see.
Oh, was there? Yeah. See, so many situations there that are a bit unfortunate, I think, for Def Fox. But okay, just very happy to get that information as Divx, and then falls back, recovers that spike. Looks like it's going to be that B hit. They see, hey, there's a lot of players converging on the A site, so why don't we just head to B?
Oh, Esso! Feels bad, man. Look at Kill Dream. He's found himself in perfect position. Blocker's not ever going to expect that one. And that just might be the map you need heroics from this team. And as I say that, heroics were gifted. Defender's going to drop their lockdown. They need this lockdown. Fat, the next one up to take a fight. Going to drop NK where they lay.
Fat is such a frustrating player in this scenario.
It's just hard to deal with someone back all the way on your site. Stuck between Fat and Start. And that is just unwinnable if you're Def Fox. Map number 2 goes to Saw. 13-7, a lot closer, well, a little bit closer than Ascent. But nonetheless, in the grand finals, you can get as many rounds as you want. It's just who gets those map wins. And Saw now just looming on a 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I said it before. I definitely made the statement that if Icebox goes Saw's way, that this could absolutely just be the straight up 3-0 victory. And I mean, I'm scared. I'm terrified for Def Fox right here. I think that Haven's going to be an uphill battle as well. And for them, if they aren't able to pull it out, I mean, it's all over. So now the good news is that we do get to see whether or not you see some of those teams, right? Def Fox may be one of them, that as soon as their backs are against the wall, they just become 30% better. So maybe Def Fox is one of those teams. I have no clue, but put it this way, what we saw in Icebox right there, the attack side was pretty bad. I mean, it was really, really bad. There wasn't any way around it. It just was one-dimensional. There was, go B, go A, go mid. It was one thing or another, and never were they even winning the aim duels to get into those sites. The timings on their utility was off. Always were getting interrupted by a nano swarm, by a poison cloud that was happening, being put in their way by Saw. They were very, very much not sure when to push in. And once they got to the defense, it looked a little bit better, but it wasn't quite enough. And I mean, a little bit better isn't going to ever do you well enough if you just lost a half 9-3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a 2-0 lead for Saw. Getting ready for Haven coming up next. And we're just so grateful for having you all here. Big thank you for everybody that has come out so far. As GLG, very proud to be putting this on across the pond. This is our first ever time doing an EU production. But nonetheless, it has been quite the journey. And we have a map number 3 coming out. Def Fox backed into a corner, looking for that reverse sweep in the grand finals to take home all the cash at the end of the line. We're going to head to a little bit of a break. We'll be right back with some more Valorant.
and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength. You're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now.
Backed against the wall, Death Fox forced to make a move here. Haven gonna be our map 3 for the grand finals of 15 Kings Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, it has been pure dominance from Saw. And as always, it's myself, Seymour, alongside Vincent here to bring you this entertainment on board for these teams. It's going to be a big map number 3 for the incredible series that's at hand. Now, Vincent, I have one thing to ask you. How are you feeling for the series so far?
I mean, I got to be honest with you, Seymour. I think that this is more than likely where Death Fox meet their demise. We're going into Haven, a map that Saul picked. We're also going into Haven, a map that is, I would wager, the permaban more than likely of this Death Fox side. They played it one time, and that was all the way back in February. Whereas Saul, obviously, we've seen them play it multiple times throughout the tournament here. We saw them play it on stream in the group stage. They kind of manhandled King's Gambit on this map. Like, it was just, it was really nice what they were able to do. And so the fact that Death Fox just don't really play this map, I can only hope and pray that, like you were talking about in the interim where we were off camera, you know, there might be the possibility that this is just a map the Death Fox have practiced and haven't gotten a chance to pull out, you know, maybe a pocket pick. But, well, the data certainly doesn't support that yet. And I mean, as much as we can hope to see it, I think this is going to be Saul taking it in 3-0 fashion.
I know you, Vincent. You're a big stats guy, and the stats are pointing towards Saw here. Yeah. All series here has been leading up to this map number 3. You talked about Icebox, and you said that map 2 was important for Death Fox to take. And the fact that they dropped it, they're really forcing a 3-0 in the grand finals here, as they need to show some magic to keep themselves going. And even when you move along, I mean, you have split on map 4 and bind map 5. So if we even go to a map 5, like, you're looking at that as, I think Saw has just had this veto, like, from start to finish. I mean, you look at Ascent for map 1, Haven map 3, and bind map 5. I mean, everything has pointed to that. If it goes the distance, Saw will take this series when it comes to statistics.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, from the very beginning, there was really not a whole lot of positives to take away from the veto. But again, I think that comes down to and we set it
Select
up
your
at the start,
agent.
Saw being the better team on paper, and this being an underdog story. And I mean, that's the way we set it up, and there's a reason for that. All that to be said, it's into the map now as we have the agent selections on board. It's going to be back to Old Faithful here for Saul as they lock in the same composition that we've seen all weekend on this map. The other side of things, it's a bit different. The big key differences here is going to be the Jet for NK, which we've seen all over the place, and then Line Pro electing to go with the Cypher. And I actually think the Cypher is a bit stronger here than the Killjoy, but I don't know if that's going to matter enough, Seymour.
I mean, Fast has been playing the Killjoy so well, as it's, let alone the utility, has just been the sideline for Fat. Really, it's just been the rifle play from Fat alone has been leading the way. So just the cherry on top is the Nano Swarm, the Alarm Bot, the turret, and the lockdown behind Fat. So I think it's just adding more to the arsenal for this player. But I do agree with you. I like Cypher a lot more than Killjoy on a map like Haven. I feel like able to sneak that camera in different spots, and even your cages are so good for just slowing down attacks and initiating into points or setting up chokeholds. So I like both picks for either team. I don't think there's a wrong answer between Fat and Line Pro here.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Wrong answer would be very, very harsh, right? But it is certainly more generally seen that, Line Pro picking up on that Cypher. Either way, though, it's already going to be a bit of an engagement. That utility from the Cypher fully invested. No cam anymore. Got that cooldown going, and already pulled out all of those tripwires as well.
NK. Aggressive through short. D-Max waiting for it. Spots one up top, but it's going to force it to the bait and switch for Line Pro.
Spike down A.
D-Max falls for the trap. And they even get some damage on a Stark as well.
Very nicely done. The bait and switch is so strong from DevFox, and that's the sort of clever setups that we need to see from them on a map like this in order for them to come out victorious.
Immediately over to C. Blocker. Inside window. Oh, almost jumping up a little bit too quickly. His counterpart and Esso does find a pick on site, but Fat has taken control with these players. So they can get the spike down. And I think DevFox is going to leave this for the retake. Stark though gets aggressive into the window, right into the hands of Blocker, who recovers their ghost. Now 2 players left on this site, a 5-player retake. And look at him tumbling on in. Kill Dream was not prepared for that. A flawless round for DevFox as they get this defuse.
Esso connecting very well. And on the Astra, by the way, something I didn't mention because it's quite common on this map, but DevFox have not been playing the Astra at all. This is I think the first time they've had an Astra. I don't remember. Yeah, because they did the Omen, if I'm not mistaken, over on.
They did, yes.
On Ascent. So, and of course, the only controller on Icebox was the Viper. So, it's certainly a differentiation, and maybe Esso, this is a good pick for them. What I will say is that start trying to make that play in window. One analyst might say, okay, well, that's a bad play. Well, no, actually, what Stark was doing is Stark had to create an advantage because they were already down 2 players. And unfortunately, Stark got punished for that and only made the problem worse in that he was trying to create a solution out of nothing. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
It's what you have to do, though. I mean, as Stark, as a duelist, you have to force an advantage in that sense. And he tries to, doesn't succeed. It's okay. Go next. And into this next round, you already have trades on board. Saw Fat has found 2 picks towards B to get this bomb down. Only losing out on 1 player. And NK is going to be lurking in from behind. There is a read from Stark here. And headshot from that Sheriff. NK lays down cold.
That's huge. This now, I mean, this is looking bad. 2v4, and that's it. I mean, 1 player left alive. That's what should save. Get away with what you can with this Phantom.
Especially having a Phantom. I mean, you do not want to lose this into the 2nd round. You go for the bold move and getting this heavy rifle. But this is something that DevFox should not have lost there. But you look at Saw in a map like Haven, which really gives advantages to the attackers. They go for the force buy, they grab SMGs, and it pays off with a round win. Doesn't look like they're checking this. The thing that goes down, this should be the rifle in hand of Esso. Climbs up top, and that is going to be the Phantom. Moving over into round number 3, but a 1-1 here. The quick little stat that I can remember is that there's been 3 pistol rounds to Saw across the series, and only 2 in DevFox. But ever since DevFox came alive with their last pistol round, they found this one. I think the fact that Saw is taking this shows that, yes, DevFox is in this, but Saw just going for pound for pound.
That they are, and I mean, we expected nothing less, to be completely honest with you. You got a situation as well where, I mean, just nice shots from the Sheriff. That's the danger of those Sheriff rounds, and whenever you're given an opportunity to take those, I've never seen that before. Stark just uses the blast pack in order to clear out the camera. I love it.
Lion Pro in a terrible situation there. And the Cypher is going to give the go-ahead to aggressively A-side the Owl Drone to leave them in. Wolfen spotted. Slow orbs as well to keep him steady. NK loses on their life, and they're going to collapse right onto Wolfen. Flare into heaven. That's Esso inside their smoke.
Spike planted.
That's that vent.
Player standing.
That's just unfortunate. Pop shots from Addicted find the head of the player up top, and you hate to see it, right? Like, it's unfortunate because it's just a bit lucky, but you got to make sure not to stand in those obvious angles, you know? And, well, the Fox get caught out for it. But I like the high utility type look that we saw from Saw. They used so much. I mean, we're talking like the majority of the Raze utility all going towards dislodging that Cypher from their forward position. Then, of course, multiplying that by the Sage utility on site. It's just really good stuff. I think that they honestly took no chances there. That shows a level of respect that maybe we hadn't seen just yet.
Well, SO with that positioning, you could say unlucky for himself, but luckily for himself, it was a saved Phantom, so he is going to be able to buy up with the credits that he had left over into this round. So full rifle v rifle here. Astra was down low a little bit, but is healing up a fair bit for Saw. Killdream, that is.
Look at this garage take, right? The owl drone goes out. Or, sorry, my apologies, not garage. It's the long A, but that's so brilliant. It's just the old bait switch. You bait the eyes to one direction, and then you swing the opposite direction. And the second player there to follow it up as well just makes it so difficult to contend with.
I feel like that Fox just got played like a fiddle.
They did. I mean, they're wondering how it happened too. They have no idea.
Confused. Dazed and confused, that is. Stark still lurking on the B site. Nade in hand, Line Pro swings into that. So we are even 3 apiece for this retake. Take a look at Killdream on our screen. 69 health. And they found their way into a flanking position. D-Max, they know they're up top. Asso is going to find them from above. That's going to give the go-ahead to hop onto the site. But Killdream still on this flank. Can just do so much damage. They line right up from him. And just like that, 1-2 hit onto this. The punch is heavy. And the damage is very, very stern. Lion Pro taking out Killdream, but there is absolutely no time at all for this defuse. He's gonna have to escape with this rifle. Addicted, actually.
Oh no, that's rough for DevFox.
That is horrible.
Finds Line Pro there at the very end, and I mean, you talked about it. You saw it happening in real time. It's Killdream. Who else on the flank? But I mean, here's the other thing, right? This isn't the first flank. It isn't even the second flank. It's the third flank of this round from Saw. Like, I kind of don't know how DevFox would have been able to read that other than just investigating the site and not finding the second player. Somebody would have had to said, oh, there's only one here, you know? Like, it would have been so hard to figure out. So I don't even necessarily blame DevFox because what are they supposed to do? They fight 3 times.
Hunter's Fury hunts and succeeds. Takes down Line Pro in that sense. A-site in shambles as you're getting a late retake from Blocker just to reinforce the site. And Wolfen alongside them, but Wolfen not long for this world. A frenzy, a hope, and a dream, but that dream is very stuffed out by Fat.
Right there.
No more dreams. I mean,
that's why he's called Killdream, in fact.
Exactly. He murders your dreams. Doesn't allow them to be.
You just thought it was some sort of makeshift supervillain Killdream that you would see
Spike planted.
Honestly, that sounds like a Pokemon, to be fair.
An off-brand DC villain, Killdream.
That could be true.
In fact, it's just Saw are those villains here, and the villains are winning in this story. So look at these players side by side. Addicted and NK. It's finally Addicted checks that corner, takes him out, and there's one last player looking for some exit kills. It's Esso with a Spectre and 7 health.
I mean, speaking of dreams, here's one. I mean, Esso dreaming of getting a kill here. Well, I mean, if you run into the pre-fire, you know, you're definitely guaranteed to die. I'll tell you that much.
Especially with 7 health.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Either way, though, DevFox, they've had some good ideas here on the defense. It hasn't been all bad. That pistol round was very solid. Their follow-up even not too bad. But this A site has been very vulnerable, and it's been caught out far too many times at this moment. And now into another gun round. It's the perfect timing because Saul has done a great job of not utilizing or overutilizing their ultimates before this point, and it's already going to be Stark pulling out that showstopper. And whilst he's not going to find anyone, this just allows so much space for free.
tripwire is cage triggered.
A-Site executes here through the cyber cage. I think he's going to take a ton of damage. And Wolfen, alongside his counterpart, is going to find a pick as well. But Adix is going to get out, healed up by the Sage. Saw does have the res, but it looks like they don't want to go for the A-Site anymore. NK here, we've seen their operator skills, but Whiffing now finally takes down Fat, who for some reason stuck to that Chow, but NK will take that nonetheless.
He thought he had the, you know, the 1v1 on the operator. I mean, he could get the res here too. And oh no, NK. I mean, you would think NK would have learned the lesson from Fat, not to repeat the same angle multiple times, but apparently not.
And there you have it. The res on board is going to even them up 4-4. The kill trains found their way inside this window for the cutoff.
30 seconds left.
But it's all a bait. It's all a bait.
Too easy.
There you go. Wolfen keeps it even, luckily. And I think the information at C is going to provide that Line Pro should get aggressive to A and shut this one down, because number 4, Esso, was making sure that those players are out, but Line Pro only good for one. The Spike's going to have to get planted as fast as possible. And Fouch found a second one onto Wolfen, so not just the operator dropped, but Esso is in a 1v2 with this Phantom. You have to move. You can't be there. Lockdown is gonna be inside. Cosmic Divide to make this somewhat possible. The Nano Swarm. Oh, he's down so low. So low. 64 health. As soon as he swings left, he's gonna be in the bounce of Fat. He's gotta make a move now. Back his turn to Fat. And that is gonna be a 5th round for Saw here.
So much utility to contend with the Killjoy online, and I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the Killjoy just didn't use any other utility that it's a whole round, but I mean, had the bot, had the alarm, had both the nano swarms. Like, it was just so frustrating for SO to even have a chance to get in there. But what I was saying before, and it came to fruition there, that's the gun round, right? And on that gun round, they use 4 ultimates to Saw to just confirm that they are going to get that victory. And so it's that sort of investment that really just puts them over the top. Is the push over it long, it's good for one, but it is traded immediately.
I feel like that's best case scenario for us. So if you're going to get aggressive, might as well come out with a kill.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you get a gun and get away is best case scenario, but that's not really being realistic.
Oh, D-Max, the lineup.
Nice
not gonna land. As the second one makes it on through. Brilliant. It's actually gonna block off Blocker and Wolfen, split them. This Blocker's just shouldering this one, getting as much information as they can. How much will Blocker play with fire?
You are divided.
This is interesting. Blocker can swing through this anytime, but they're ready for Blocker to do that.
Yeah, they want him to swing through. Is he gonna fall for it though? NK's gonna be the first one in and out. The Blade Storm locks it down. The Spike though did not get planted. So it is down. You're gonna have to get the recover. NK for 3. Make it 4. He's collecting heads, and their names are on Saw's board.
You know, I feel like at this point it's a pattern and we need to talk about it. There's that one round in the first half of every single game that NK just finds 4 and wins you the round. Like, it's happened every single game thus far here in the finals. We obviously saw that one on Ascent, and then it was the one round from NK that kind of got them back into it over on Icebox. And now, I mean, at a crucial stage, DefFox pick up a round that they need after losing, what, 5 consecutively? I mean, that's huge.
Can't always rely on NK though. As he was 1-5 after that, before that round. Now he's 5-5. So slow start, but he's found himself back into it.
Deploying drone.
And that might just be all he needs. The Owl Drone to spot out D-Max. The Spike's gonna get planted. The follow-in, Wolfen! Hello and goodbye, Saw. He's made his way all the way around, bamboozling D-Max to get him in the behind for a 3rd. Trying to make it 4th. Can you get the ace? The gravity well doesn't stop this defuse. The defuse is going to go through no matter what Kill Dream offers. No ace.
jumping there, by the way. You know,
Maybe no
casually.
ace. Kill Dream keeps his gun.
Well, I mean, talk about a way to pick up some rounds. That's 2 ways. Wolfen gets 4. NK gets 4. Not too shabby. But the problem is, Seymour, that's just not a sustainable way to get victories. And, well, whilst Death Fox haven't been making huge mistakes, I will give them huge credit for that, by the way. They also need to find a way to win without just having an individual need to get 4 or 5 kills.
Oh, deft blocker. That's not what you want to lose. Right there, Wolfen, no, aggressive into garage to make something happen, and
Spike down
something
A.
did in fact happen. He's keeping his streak going. But NK giving up the evened odds. He's gonna put him in a situation and just constantly, constantly, Deft Fox are putting themselves in some good, I don't know, some good areas, but they just constantly lose what they take.
It's Saul's trading that's actually what's really been pushing them over the edge here. I mean, all 3 of those kills were good. The problem is that the trades were even better from Saul. And now, I mean, look how far away the defenders were. All 3 players committed for the attack on this long position. You have so much utility to contend with. Well, I mean, it's going to be difficult. You got shock darts, you got nano swarms, and raised nades, everything.
It's a tough ask for Wolfen. The 6th round for Saw. As they battle back into it, and now take a look at the utility here. Operator for NK. It's a situation where we've seen NK get aggressive on the sites and find those opening picks, but just take a look at the history from Deft Fox here with that operator on NK. Is that he's hot or cold. He misses his shots or he doesn't miss. And honestly, we just need to see that
I like this.
That play from NK to open this up, and he is going for the aggressive play. Read by Fat, and the turret's going to keep him back, but which NK are we going to see here?
So the reason that's really smart is because they've been walling that every round. And so not most of the time, he could have found a player from Saul just being a bit aggressive, not expecting to see a player because they always see a wall. So it was a nice idea, but it didn't work out.
Triggered.
Sometimes that happens. Stark, though, blast back up, line pros down. Sight control, spike. Everything, though, going to be down for Saw. The Hunter Sphere going to mix it up a little bit and dance these players around. That recon pull blocker, actually. They know where he is, but when's he going to peek it? Spike gets planted. Kill Dream has the shoulder of his teammate. Everything looking good for Saw at the moment. Wolfen walks on in, takes down Stark, but Trade's still going to go inbound, and NK, another one to follow up. You need Esso to go big, and big is in fact what happens. But is NK going to be ready for this player right on his right? In fact, I thought the player was on his right, but it's in fact a flank coming out from these players.
Blocking sight.
Is the smoke going to keep him concealed? The backup from the operator. Fat finds him through the smoke. The defuse. Do they have time for it? Baits Fat back on in, but Fat's going to win the one-on-one with the Vandal out of play. And that's the 7th round.
Man, I mean, I kind of feel like you wanted to pick up the Vandal there earlier if you are NK, but tomato, it's really hard to make that decision in the moment. I won't really fault him for not thinking of grabbing that Vandal, right? Because sometimes you want the operator, and it's just very difficult. So regardless of how you look at it, Death Fox falling now 2 rounds in a row after they picked something up, a buyback in, but is it going to be enough? Oh, found out, and there it is. The Hunter's Fury just trying to get something off the back of it is so strong. Fortunately, Death Fox gets away, and NK survives, but at what cost? All his utility, really. I mean, no more tailwind, or rather, only 1 updraft, and it's unfortunate.
I think the best thing is that he has an operator, so losing out on your armor isn't the worst thing, considering you have a 1-shot weapon. You still make things work, but definitely you gotta be worried about that utility being gone. And NK still goes down. Kill Dream finds his way in and just takes a player down as he takes it. So,
and it's just a dry swing into an operator, and NK loses that battle. Just not a battle you need to be losing.
NK's been losing a lot of battles with the operator. It has to be questioning if that operator's worth it anymore.
I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to just keep giving it to him because he can always pop off. But yeah, it's not been ideal, and that's not ideal either.
Left.
Stark, a wide swing and a frag.
Pulling them in.
He gets caught out. So much good timing going towards this team. The gravity well's not going to grab anything. Esso with Spectre finds one. Has to worry about his backup there, which is Blocker, who does take down the trade. But on a matter of fact, when push comes to shove, it's going to be a 3v1. Wolf in here to get this retake. Cosmic Divide is down. Killdream's found real estate towards the B site. So has so much to offer here. Has every lane covered by a player of Saw. Wolfen gives his position away and Addicted through the wall. It's going to take down his counterpart on the Sova. And Saw just
last
one
round
more
before
round.
the switch.
I mean, last round here, they're up 8-3. 8-4 half wouldn't be the worst for Deft Fox moving on to attack. But we've been constantly talking about this team, and their attacks have not been pretty, so...
I mean, that's what I was about to mention, right? Like, the attacks for Deft Fox have been pretty poor across the board. I mean, Icebox, it was horrific. On Ascent, it was lost at best. And, you know, in general, we know that Saw is really good on the defense here as well. He just gets caught out. And I mean, the showstopper almost for Stark seems inconsequential at this point.
It's just, why? Why push that?
Why solo as well? That's the other thing. It's not just the aggression that's the problem. It's the individual aggression without a plan.
Good attempt.
Blocker trying to make something out of nothing here. Killdream's out of play. The lockdown from the attacker is going to keep these defenders out of it for a bit, and with this Sage Wall, there's really nothing you can do. NK tries to transition his spray, but D-Max is going to own that one, and Line Pro here escapes the detain.
You will not kill my ally.
1v5. As boy, would that be magical, but D-Max says no. 9-3 half. Saw one step closer to a grand final victory.
Sides.
Indeed they are, and they move over to this defensive side as well. And this side, I mean, we saw Saw's defense against King's Gambit in the group stage, and on this map, it was, I mean, it turned what was I think it was 7-5 half for King's Gambit, or for Saw, and then they basically ran away with it until there was a bit of a comeback at like 12-6 or something. Like Saw pretty much dominated until they got to match point, and at which point they kind of took their foot off the gas. But you know, my point being, Seymour, that right now everything is against Deft Fox. There's no positives to take away here, I don't think. And well, maybe that is a positive.
Spike down A.
They get the opening pick, but they do get tagged a little bit in return.
I have to say, we've been talking about how scary or how horrifying the attacks of Deft Fox have been, but a lot of it's just been Saw is just so good at manipulating Deft Fox on the defense. So we gotta see, it's just hand in hand. And NK walks in. They're walking into a slaughterhouse.
Last player
Saw
standing.
owning this series. Esso does find one, maybe three, as they line up for him. This just might be doable. He picks up the ghost, but he has trouble rejuvenating himself back into that. So it is going to be Saw taking the pistol round nonetheless. As in this grand final now, it's 4 pistol rounds to Saw, 2 pistol rounds to Deft Fox, and I really think that the scorelines have told the tale in that fact.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to oversell pistol rounds, because I don't actually think they have as much value as we are talking here. But when it's so dominant, when it's so one-sided, and when everything else is working in the favor of Saul too, I mean, those just make it infinitely harder to get away with anything big. And here's a good example of an aggressive play from Saul that makes a lot of sense. You had all that Astra utility holding back any sort of push, and it gets the Rays into a good position. That is what I call intelligent aggression.
And you force him off the A site, and who else but D-Max to just stop the B site push now. Stage wall goes up, 2 players go down for Deft Fox. And I know that D-Max loses their life, but you've done your job.
I mean, a 2-for-1 trade, massive damage on a couple of other players, that's absolutely something you would take. Especially when they've just got pistols and they can't recover the big weaponry.
And what do you do? I mean, you lose out on aggression at A, so A is not an option for yourself anymore. You're walled off at B, so you just have to wait, basically.
You can walk back towards B, or rather towards A if you wanted to, because obviously there's no one there. Obviously we know that they don't, but it's still you feel like you're just in a tough spot.
Well, Lime Pro trying to force himself in through the gravity well. Does get a trade with his teammate, but the rest stand up tall. Saw takes another round now, 11-3. The train is tugging, and Saw is close to the station.
That they are just 2 rounds away, or Saw, from coming away with the victory and with that huge €500 pot. I mean, honestly, it's hard to imagine a way in which they could be more dominant. I mean, the other thing is winner take all. So like, Saw get everything in that €500. And once again, aggression from Stark, and this is just so good. What are Deft Fox meant to do against this?
Bomb buddy out.
Well, Stark throws a Boomba. Right in the eyes of Line Pro. Somehow escapes. Not for long as Addicted gets the follow-up. Well, you do come out for a 1-for-1, so better than nothing. And NK's found his way past D-Max, so B-site's wide open now. And Wolf, and oh, that was scary.
Terrifying, in fact, is, I mean, Deft Fox, they have something, and that's even more. Fat grabbing that kill should be C-site. I mean, C-site is open. The 2v4 retake would have to be impressive.
Look at how this real estate, though, gained from NK. He's all the way in the defender spawn.
They're gonna save it, looks like. They don't want any part of this.
I mean, why would you? I think that knowing what's kind of happened off site, there has to be so much given to Deft Fox right now that Saw really doesn't have a lot to work with. They're in fact going to take up residence in the attacker's spawn. What it looks like.
I think they look like, I mean, they could have gone for that only because they should have money next round regardless, because this should have been the bonus. Though I didn't see what the cash flow looked like, so maybe they're a bit poor and that's what they're looking to stop. Either way, though, I mean, Deft Fox picking up this round is, at the very least, a positive for them, in that they were able to pick up the round that they should win. You know, it's against the not ideal weaponry, it's the bonus round, and they get it.
And this is just like you're saying, you get towards the end of your Saw, and I mean, it's like that leisure as the train's getting to the station, and you're like, okay, I'm close to my destination, I'm gonna sit back and relax and just coast on in. And I feel like Saw's just, this happens when they get to the end. They give up a few rounds to Deft Fox, they start clawing their way back, and then just a click happens for this team, and they're right back into the driver's seat. So you lose out on this round, but I doubt Saw really are blinking twice at it.
Yeah, well, they certainly aren't when they have the guns, which they do here. And so lots of opportunity in this round to pretty much just put Deft Fox back into the bin. I mean, throw him back in the coffin. That's what they've been doing the entire half.
Oh, that is a dangerous one. Fat's gonna force him on in. And they know exactly where 2 of these players are with that recon dart. But Kill Dream is such a difficult player to go up against, as he finds 3 in that round. The defender shut them down where they stand. 12-4. We have ourselves grand finals point.
And look at the cash. Fortunately for Deft Fox, because they kept so many players alive in that prior round, they do have enough to get a pretty reasonable buy. Yes, a Spectre for SO, but you know, everybody else still has rifles, and that's solid. Though honestly, I might think about throwing that Spectre to somebody else and giving the rifle to SO, who's been having a great game. But regardless of what they do, they have a pretty significant purchase.
Saw finds the opening once more, but Wolfen, brilliant spray through the box, expecting a player to be there and expecting you receive. Esso trying to escape from the nanoswarms. Fat's gonna hunt them down and cut them off the map, as well begin some information back through window. Advantage to Saw at the moment, but Deft Fox looking to fight on back. Take a look at the minimap. Look at the Cypher. He's going to the A site. He's down long. He's getting a lot of information here, but Kildream might just be able to shut this one down. Wolfen luckily finds it.
What a great find from Wolfen as well, because now that gives time for this push to come through. And Wolfen with 3. Wolfen's just finding frags left, right, and center inside that garage area. This push is basically free unless that player Heaven can find it.
Addicted, slow and steady, wins the race. A 2v1 now. Saw is gonna wall off and get the plant down.
It would have been ideal if Addicted could find the 1 and then fall back, right? Because that would have been the best case scenario. The problem for Fat is that, yes, you have the lockdown, but there's the Hunter's Fury. So if you use that lockdown, the Hunter's Fury is sure to come out immediately.
Is Fat even gonna go for it? That's a big question here. I mean, you could, just because why not, but here they go. Opens up the wall, slow orb. That shuts it down. That's the round right there.
Yeah. I mean, he's going up Heaven, but this is over. There's no way to win this anymore.
Enemy taken out.
Nice shots from Blocker, to be fair, to make that work without the need of the timer to end the round. But a 5th round there for Def Fox, and they've answered the call once again. It's money pretty poor. I mean, there's enough for 3 players to buy up rifles, but the other 2 are quite poor in Addicted and Stark, who honestly, the 2 that have been had the best series thus far to this point, most consistent series, I would say, maybe other than Kildream. Both of those players sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Not that it's a problem. I mean, they're still playing very well, but just Sheriffs this time out.
Still rocking double digits, and honestly, I wouldn't count Saw out. We've seen them win Thrifties countless times. And on defense, I mean, you set up your angles with these Sheriffs, wait for the attackers to walk into your line of sight, and you basically line up some angles for the headshots. So very possible, especially for a defender round with these Sheriffs.
It is, but your setups have to be solid. Right now, it's all about the trades for Def Fox. They just need to make sure they have 2 players at any given point.
Oh.
Timing.
Crosses into the C site. Turret lets him know. Fat's gonna swing wide right in there. Blocker's got the shoulder of Wolfen. Take a look at that trade. Start off screen. Takes out NK, big pick for himself. The site has been locked down, and Line Pro cutting off the reinforcements. Takes down 2, swings for a 3rd. As Stark tried to delete Line Pro, but what a read from that Cypher as he comes alive with this rifle. 5 to 12, looking like 6 to 12 here. They're gonna take the lead and double it.
Healing.
Yeah, Def Fox. I mean, they're clawing things back 1 by 1, yeah, but there's still 6 rounds left to find before they even get to that tied game. Then they got to win in overtime. This is by no means over. Go ahead.
We gotta see picture perfect Valorant from Deft Fox, and nothing more than that.
And that's just it, right? That's been a rarity, and I don't even I would honestly hesitate to say that we've even seen that from Deft Fox.
Out of my way.
So with 10 ultimates on the board across this board, I mean, it's huge, and 3 already used. Holy cow!
Let alone picture perfect. You have to do the unthinkable if you're Deft Fox here. Through the smoke though, Esso takes down Fat. That's a huge play. They use the res to get their player back to max. And even the Cypher ulti as well to get that information. It's gonna give NK the go-ahead with this Blade Storm. But They're gonna funnel these players on in, but NK swaps the Phantom, takes the kill. So 1v3 now. Addicted here to make the play. He's gonna jump right on down from that window. Very aggressive play from himself. Blocker for the wide swing, not even expecting it. Addicted goes down. Deft Fox takes a 7th here with 3 players staying alive. and they keep withstanding these blows.
Yeah, I mean, a heavy investment. We obviously saw the neural theft and the blade storm as well as the res come through for Def Fox, but that's okay, right? I mean, I talk about it, these ultimates a lot, but what I mean by talking about them is that you need to use them in order to get value, obviously. So it's okay to use those in that aggressive fashion. The one thing that does worry me is if Def Fox utilized that Hunter's Fury, they aren't going to have any answer to the lockdown. So I want to see them hang on to that one. But it's going to be just the eco round again for Saul. As I mean, this is an unfortunate trend that continues. Now, start going down first once more.
For you.
A Bucky for Addicted. I want to stay on board with Addicted here. I want to see him. So we're gonna check this guy out. Not too often you get to see a Bucky. They don't know he's here. They're walking right into it. The camera was checked, but he's in this corner, and they see the rifle.
A fine death.
Nothing comes out of the Bucky. So Bucky gang, unfortunate for all of you lot out there. That is gonna give the A site up for a plant.
Free and open for Def Fox. And I mean, in fairness, like we said, it is this eco, and Esso is ready for these flankers. All three players coming this direction. This is going to be big.
Right there.
Oh, this is gonna be terrifying for himself. The Y
Oh,
swing
no.
kill dream
For you.
where he lays. They're gonna recover that rifle as well.
They have a lockdown and a res too. Is there anyone
Get a-
available? No, nobody available. to res.
Unless they get to short, they can get addicted where that Bucky's sitting.
True.
But they have to get through two players, and they're meeting this aggression wholeheartedly. Blocker takes down Fat. One on the left, one on the right. Killdream picks up the rifle from his counterpart, but the bait and switch is solid.
I
And it's
think-
just
I think they saw that as a possibility, right? That they needed to stop that before the res could come in, and then obviously the lockdown potential could come through. And by the way, the player on that area also could have had that showstopper. So like, there's just so many things that could have gone wrong. I really like the aggression from Def Fox right there to just take the initiative and say no. This is not how this goes.
you want the space? Well, you have to get through us to take the space.
Yeah.
Literally is what they said there. Def Fox, another round in their arsenal here. 8 now.
But it's another gun round, Seymour. So this one a bit more difficult than the last. Is
Pulling them in.
still 4 ultimates available for Saul. As they can do pretty much anything they want with those.
Killdream tried to bait some people into a gravity well there, but no success. Players like Fast rotating over to B, right into D-Max. If he swings into an NK right now, he is going to have a gunfight. But he's playing it slow, playing it patiently. A lot more patient than past rounds from Saw. Do you see the updraft? Wolfen going to take advantage of the split attention. Gets onto the site. Fat for 2. The trades, though, leave it even. That is going to be a B site. Actually escaped here. And Stark has been losing out on some crucial 1v1s lately. There's another one.
One enemy remaining.
Fat made that look very winnable. Dream, though, now is in this 1v3. He's already found the first, but they know where he's at. And Line Pro is going to be
Cage
waiting.
triggered.
This is a good position from Line Pro.
Oh, it's brilliant. Perfect off angle. Killdream not watching it, but shoots a little too early. Pays for it with his life. And now a 1-on-1. That might have meant the series right there. Blocker's going to have to escape, take the gunfight. Oh, that was challenging at most, but Blocker is feeling himself right now. Def Fox, keep going.
So I just want to PSA to all you folks in chat when you're playing in your ranked games. That's why you always play together in the 2v1, right? Because it doesn't matter how good your positioning is, you can miss a shot. These players are incredible. They're near the top of their field in the European region, and we saw a missed shot right there. Is always possible. That's why you always want to play that 2v1 together. And what was it? I mean, that's a mistake from Def Fox to not play that together, even though that was a really strong position from Line Pro.
And in fact, it's just a misclick on himself. Gives away his position a little too early.
Yeah. It's not a huge individual mistake from Line Pro, but it can happen to anyone, is the whole point.
Especially on grand final point, it's just something that you don't want to have happen. Marshall from Fat. A little bit late on the shot. Wolfen Don't dance with the devil here. You know, fat hits these.
Can we call this a comeback yet, Seymour? Do you think? I think so. I mean, it's 3 away.
I would like to see double
now.
digits before calling it a comeback here.
Right
Saw
back.
is just in such a good position to win this. They just need one thing to go right. That's all they need.
How long are Saw going to sit on these ultimates, though? They've had all 4 of them for 6 rounds now? Something like that? 5?
Well, ask and you may receive. The showstopper would be really good off to those paint cans. You got, there you go, the Cosmic Divide. So a few of them coming out. Hunter's Fury for Daft Fox. The entry from NK. Oh, he's got to check his corners though. Stark, the Sheriff. He's going to be right there and addicted in a perfect spot as well to find another one. There you go. The showstopper on 3rd for Stark with that Sheriff. And the lockdown from the defender is going to keep him back even more. Addicted has found himself a Phantom. As soon as this Cosmic Divide goes down, Wolfen is going to be in a terrible position, but there he goes, forces himself in a 2v2 now. Spike has to go down. Wolfen a 3rd. That is right along the side. 3 seconds left. That is going to be the grand finals going to Saw on a clutch 1v2 going to time.
Losing to time, Pepe laugh. Oh no! Seymour, what a way to lose the comeback. That's so devastating for DefFox. They've got to be kicking themselves on that one. Oh my goodness. I understand he couldn't plant. Like, it wasn't really Wolfen's fault, but still, the fact that you lose to the time there is so frustrating. And that, I mean, and it closes the series 3-0 for Saul in a way where, I mean, DefFox were making that comeback.
I mean, that's what I say. Just one thing needs to go right. And it was NK's tailwind right through that Cosmic Divide and the smoke. Because he wasn't checking the corners. He had no backup to get information on that site. And who else? Nope. Stark sitting in that corner. Finally, he doesn't get first blooded in the round. He doesn't go down to a one-on-one. And he finds 3 in that round just to close it out. Fat gets that last little nanoswarm to disrupt the plant. And he gets out with his life 4 times. So just one thing goes right for Saw. And they take the whole series there. You don't call it a comeback because Saw was never gone.
I mean, I will say that I got to give credit, though, to DefFox on that run. It was really solid. They made a lot of really good plays. And I really don't think that Saul was just giving them rounds, really. There was a couple of individuals that were giving away big things, like Stark, for example. Early swings, a bunch of rounds in a row to start the comeback. That was unacceptable. But he stopped doing that, and they still were winning rounds. But boy, what a way to close this out. And I mean, that's just an incredible way to win the 500 euros here in the 15 Kings Invitational. I mean, obviously, huge congratulations to Saul. I mean, they put themselves in such grand position. Let's talk for just a moment about this map pool in the veto, or rather, it's not a veto, it's picks, but whatever. You know, like you were talking about in the middle of this series, it does feel as if Saul just had this map pick no matter how you look at it, and they certainly did. So if you're DefFox, I think you probably need to go back to the drawing board and think about your map pool, and that is maybe a weakness that you can work on, because it certainly was a frustrating place to be if you are a DefFox fan, because 13-5, 13-7, and now 13-9, every single halftime was what? It was at least 8-4, right?
It was at least. It was 9-3 on Haven and 9-3 on Icebox.
And then 8-4. No, it was 8-4 on Ascent, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the point being that they really struggled on those opening pushes, and that didn't matter whether it was defense or attack. But anyway, just to kind of put a bow in this one, Saul playing an incredible game. Let's talk MVP candidates here, Seymour.
Oh, MVP candidates, where do you start?
It's so hard because there was so many good plays over the course of this whole series. But if I have to pick somebody out, I feel like, oh man,
I will put my name down right now. I'll put it down. I have one right out here.
Okay,
I would
go
say
for it.
Kill Dream has been consistent across all 3 rounds. The cutoff man, the controller, and he was fantastic on the Viper. top tried almost every single map. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, the Ascent one just kind of slipped my mind for that first one, but he was just so pivotal in that whole game. Kill Dream, in my eyes, gets that MVP.
Yeah. I was basically, by the way, hearing from production, they like Stark for MVP. My problem with Stark is that they had a really pretty poor Haven.
Yeah.
It wasn't ideal. I think I'm on board with you, Seymour. I think that Kill Dream had such an incredible performance over the course of the entire series that never was not showing up, and on multiple characters, might you add, was able to pull it off on multiple different controllers, pulled it out on the Viper over on Icebox. So yeah, Kill Dream for me, I agree, going to be that MVP. So us on the desk, Kill Dream, congratulations pulling out that MVP card, but saw walking away 500 euros. And I mean, this has been a brilliant invitational. Had a whole lot of success. By the way, I've been told pounds, not euros. My bad.
NA currency has we don't get taught these things.
I know. Listen, I plead the fifth. Whatever. can't deal with it. But point is, it's nice to find and Def Fox. Congratulations for getting here, but unfortunately, just unable to cross that bridge.
Oh, 100%. And this tournament has been wild across the 15 Kings Invitational, 2-day event. Started yesterday with the group stages and the playoffs. Today with the semifinals and the grand finals. You saw the semifinals earlier, and it was pretty one-sided with Sod. I wouldn't say one-sided. See, team slipping my mind.
Which one? Singularity?
Singularity, yes. Singularity put up quite the fight against Saw.
Yes.
Honestly, in some situations, I had Team Singularity winning it all. If they took that series against Saw, I'm sure that they would have put quite the fight against Deft Fox. And I'm looking at Saw here, though. It's been quite formidable against the whole thing. Looking at them have quite the run. They are 500 pounds richer after today's tournament. And all of you, just a big thank you to everyone in the chat who showed up. Big thank you to you all for making this one possible, making it as fun as it could be. And to 15 Kings, especially a huge thank you to everybody from 15 Kings for letting us put this on for the production side. As you all know, or maybe don't know, is that GLG is a North American production. This is our first time crossing the pond to do this for Europe. And it has just been a blast to work with 15 Kings. If you don't know who they are an EU organization. They're going to be doing monthly events, Valorant, FIFA, COD, Fortnite, everything that you can be asking for. And even next month, they're doing a 1,500-pound tournament with Monstered Face hosting it. So you look out for that one. You follow them on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges. Vincent, your Twitter is Vincent Cast with a 1 instead of an I. Mine's Seymour Cast. You got behind the scenes Vermilion Rose, Sir Saf on observing, Benolo on observing, Ben T. Owing, everybody who has made this one possible, even Doctor and Orbital, the other two casters that we had before this, everybody making this possible has been fantastic. Now I hope everyone has a great night over in Europe, over in NA, wherever you came to tune in for. And I will see you all later on GLG, and I hope you enjoyed.